welcome to the Darling Tennis Center in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. This is the Pro Pickleball Association PPA Championship brought to you by Guaranteed Rate, Fila Pickleball, Takaya, Aquatech, Duper, Jigsaw Health, Foot Solutions. So we take a beautiful look down a championship court here at the Darling Tennis Center. You're watching mixed doubles pro pickleball all day long. I am your host, Mark Renison, back on the mic and happy to have you with us today. You're looking right now on the near side of the court, Callie Smith, warming up with her partner, Spencer Smith. Smith and Smith, no relation. On the far side of the court, you see Susannah Barr. She's staying cool in the shade. It is warm out here already. Barr is checking out her opponents as she and partner Tyler Loong are getting ready to take on Smith and Smith in this preliminary mixed doubles match. Glad to have you with us here in Las Vegas. If you are watching us, you've got a few different options. You can watch us on Facebook Live with the Pro Pickleball Association. You can find us on YouTube at the Pro Pickleball Association's YouTube channel. You can also find us on ESPN3, where we're bringing you live coverage all weekend long of this amazing pickleball event. As we see Tyler Loong getting onto the court, he and partner Susannah Barr are going to figure out who's going to warm up on which side. Looks like they might be a little visit from the referees, just make sure everything is ready to go. We are ready to go here with the PPA. What a year it has been for the Pro Pickleball Association. Tons of tournaments all over the United States. A lot of great action. Some familiar names in the pickleball world who continue to impress the fans. And a lot of new players coming in as well who are making a name for themselves in pickleball. It's such an exciting time to be part of the sport right now. We have so many new people coming in. For those who don't know me, I'm Mark Renison from Third Shot Sports and Pickleball Coaching International. One of the things we do when we're not in the broadcast booth is travel around doing our own coaching of players. And I always think that the warm-up is a really great opportunity for players of all skill levels to learn something when you watch the pros warm up. We see Callie Smith here. Look at that good athletic look. All these players, you see that light, bouncy, athletic look right here at the start of the match. They want to make sure that when they come out serving and returning at 0-0-2 that they are fully ready to go. There's no opportunity to sort of get yourself warmed up into the match to work your way into it with players of this caliber. If you're not firing on all cylinders when you step on the court, it's going to be a tough day at the office. This is something that players at home can do as well, as they can think about their own warm-up practices. What do? Do you make sure you hit all the kinds of balls? You can see here players are hitting dinks, it's true, but they're also hitting faster shots. They're volleying, they're getting their eyes ready, they're getting their hands ready because they know that balls are going to be coming at them hot and heavy in just a moment once this warm-up is done. Other thing to pay attention to if you're watching at home is the consistency we see from the players here. Yes, the warm-up is about getting that sort of physical side of things going, getting you warmed up and loose, but it's also got a psychological aspect. You want to make sure that you go out feeling confident as you're playing. So that means hitting all the balls you're going to hit in a real game. Forehands, backhands, drops, drives, blocks, dinks, overhead smashes, serves, returns. And you'll also notice how consistent they are here because they know that every time they miss a ball, that is time that they aren't hitting balls, warming up, getting ready, and of course building that confidence. You want to go into that first point really feeling like you've got things dialed in and you're ready to go. We're going to let these players continue their warm-up for a moment. All right, as these players finish off their warm-up, we're going to go to a quick commercial break, let you know about some of the important partners that make this kind of tournament possible. We'll be back in a moment with First Serve 002.
I love this game. The friends I've met along the way, the places it's taken me. This game is all about community. Duper is partnering up to grow the community, to bring accuracy, transparency, and adaptability to the sport. Duper's rating system starts off with accuracy, setting up for success right from the beginning. That's how you make every match count.
Selkirk's mission has always been to fuel the pickleball obsession found inside every player.
There is a growing community of pickleball players who consume as much pickleball content as they possibly can.
And that's why we are launching Selkirk TV, which brings the best pickleball content to your smartphone, tablet, and big screen TV. It's pickleball's original and only free TV app. This is 24/7 pickleball, proudly brought to you by Selkirk.
All right, we are back. Pro Pickleball Association's PPA Championship in Las Vegas, brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. This is going to be the first point here. Tyler Loong, the lefty out of Utah. Just making sure the mics are operational on a ref. So you'll notice that there's two referees out there on the court. This is something really happy to see at the pro level of pickleball. One of the referees will be really sort of leading the pack, making sure the match is moving along as it should be. And the other one is really focusing on non-volley zone infractions. That'll be Don Stanley on the right side of your screen. 0-0-2, and with that good forehand drive from Callie Jo Smith, she gets the side out. She's going to take over serving. Good forehand attack by Smith into the backhand of Loong. Forehand, I should say, of Loong. He is the lefty, of course. He and Barr will have their forehands in the center of the court. 1-0-1. Nice defensive play from Callie Jo Smith. That is one of her strengths. You'll see two-handed backhand very often from her. She's great at making her opponents play one extra ball. 2-0.
Second serve.
Expect that pattern to be fairly common by Smith and Smith, looking to drive that third shot at Barr, putting pressure on her to come up with the goods, while another player is up at the net looking to pounce on anything a little too high. There it is again. Pretty clear the strategy right here by Smith and Smith is to target Barr. This is often what we see in mixed doubles. Women are often not as tall, can't reach quite as far into the kitchen, a little bit less of a threat at the net. A little too wide by Barr. She and Spencer Smith going head-to-head in that cross-court exchange here. 5-0-1, Smith and Smith out to a big lead. Barr can't handle that serve, goes a little bit long. 6-0-1. Gotta think Smith and Smith really happy with this start. That's a nice drive poach combination. Callie Smith not able to put away the volley. Spencer Smith takes over serving.
To the tournament desk, ladies, your match and opponents are waiting. And Sherry or Jana, Anthony, Maggie, Otto, or Swan Win. Ladies, your match is waiting at the tournament desk, and your opponents are waiting as well. I need Minette Cronette and Karen Ehrlich, Patricia C. and Kathy Genevieve.
It's going to hurt a little bit. That's the longest rally we've seen so far in this match. Ball goes off the edge of the paddle of Barr, hits her in the face. Brings up 7-0-2. That ball looks like it just caught the line. That's going to be a side out. Loong and Barr looking to put some points on the board here.
0-7-1.
0-7-1. Barr not able to handle that good low backhand dink from Smith. Puts it in the net. She's going to take over serving.
0-7-2.
And with that,
Point.
Barr and Loong on the board.
1-7-2.
Loong gets a little bit crossed up there. Couldn't quite decide whether to step out and use an open stance on that backhand volley or to cross over. A little off balance. That's a side out. 7-1. Smith going for the drive we talked about earlier. Hits a little too high, sails long. Well left by Barr.
7-1-2.
Nicely done by Barr. She finds the right shin of Spencer Smith. One of the things I'm looking forward to watching here, Tyler Loong in the green shirt with the black hat, really athletic, flying around that kitchen line often.
7-1.
I look forward to seeing him try a few more aggressive movement patterns here, maybe a few Ernies, where he jumps the corner and puts away a ball that otherwise would be a pretty good dink. He and Barr are going to have to do something here if they want to turn the tides.
1-7-2.
1-7-2. Nice example from Spencer Smith. When you get those high balls, it's not necessarily about hitting them hard, but it's getting them down low enough where it's awkward for the opponent. Barr's not able to come up with the goods there. Got a side out. Here's Loong taking up more space on the court. Callie Jo Smith goes for the attempted Ernie on her backhand side. She gets there and she manages to jump the corner, but just can't quite get it up and over the net.
7-1-2.
Jumping the corner like that is a high-risk play. If you don't hit it well, if you don't put the ball away, there's a very good chance you end up losing that rally. Well done. Barr's got to have some confidence after handling that drive very well, keeping the ball low, hard for her opponents to attack,
7-1.
and finishing the point. 1-7-1. Great exchange at the net there again. One more time we see Tyler Loong trying to apply a little more pressure, take some of the pressure off of Barr by coming over and taking up more space. 2-7-1.
Second serve. 2-7-2.
Too much pressure by Smith and Smith against Barr and Loong. She does a good job to hang in that rally. Took one ball off the hand. Just couldn't quite dig that last ball out by Loong. Smith and Smith still in control here in this opening game at the PPA Championship in Las Vegas, Nevada, brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. Well done. When Barr gets those high forehands, she has done a very good job of finishing the point. I think that bodes well a little bit as Loong starts to crouch over and take a little bit more space in the middle. That means that most of the balls that Barr will be getting will be on her forehand side. If she can continue to execute the way she has there, perhaps they can claw their way back into this opening game. just wide. Susannah Barr's backhand crosscourt goes a little bit too wide. Spencer Smith wisely lets that ball go out past the net post. So he's going to try the around the post. He hits it. Loong was there to defend, misses just long. It's going to bring up second server. Bit of a miss hit from Callie Jo Smith there. Not happy with herself.
3-7-2.
3-7-2. Barr and Loong trying to make an effort here to get things a little bit closer in this opening game. There's that forehand we talked about again. Susannah Barr very happy when she gets those balls high on the forehand side.
4-7-2.
4-7-2.
Point.
That backhand volley of Spencer Smith finds the net. And with that, they're going to take a timeout. We're going to take a brief break as well. This hydration break is brought to you by Jigsaw Health.
Guys, that's what we're here for, to help each other. Guys.
I just sit and stare out the window. I just sit and stare out the window. I just sit and stare out the window.
I felt like...
Welcome back to the PPA Championship, brought to you by Guaranteed Rate here in Las Vegas, Nevada. This opening match that we're watching today, Spencer Smith and Callie Jo Smith, no relation. They're up to a 7-5 lead against Tyler Loong and Susannah Barr. Smith and Smith on the far side of the court. Barr and Loong on the near side. If you're just joining us, Smith and Smith were out to a pretty significant lead early on. And Susannah Barr, Tyler Loong clawing their way back, getting it to 5-7, actually forcing the timeout by Smith and Smith. 5-7-2. 5-7-2. It's a good backhand volley. High backhand volleys. If you're a pickleball player at home, you know how tough those high backhands can be. Spencer Smith shows how it's done, gets enough speed, and gets a good angle, and take over serving. That ball is just wide. Loong going to be disappointed with himself there. He'd worked hard to get that opportunity.
Point. 8-5-1.
Smith looking for the earning in case Barr goes down the line. There is that forehand volley again. That is probably the 5th or 6th high forehand that Barr has put away.
8-5-2.
There's another forehand volley. Can really feel the momentum, the confidence. We talked earlier in the broadcast today about how important confidence is, and we see right now Barr riding a little bit of a high here, especially when she gets those balls on her forehand.
5-8-2.
5-8-2, Tyler Loong to serve.
Right out.
Loong's ball finds the net. It's going to be a side out.
8-5-1.
Callie Jo Smith will try to add to her lead.
Second serve.
Starting to see a few more third shot drives. We've been talking about this for a long time. In pickleball is how often we're now seeing players looking to use power as much as they can. Hitting soft when they must, as in this case when the ball is that low and slow. And quickly speeding things up again. Barr's backhand volley goes just wide. That's going to be a point.
9-5-2. Yes.
Well done. There's that Barr forehand. One more time. Ball goes just long. Susannah Barr's reward. She gets the serve now.
Second serve.
Just joining us, this is game number 1 in this mixed doubles pro event. Susannah Barr, Tyler Loong on the near side, taking on Callie Jo Smith and Spencer Smith. Susannah Barr creates the air, a little bit confusion, goes between Smith and Smith. Looks like Spencer Smith goes to the bag, not happy with that paddle. Sometimes it's just a grip issue. Grip gets a little slippery. It is quite warm here in Las Vegas, even though it is just about 9:30 in the morning here.
I'm in 692.
692, Tyler Loong. Great effort by Barr. She gets that ball back. Can she save this point? She can. Wow. Great effort. There's a miscommunication there between Loong and Barr. Who was going to cover the left side? Who was going to cover the right? Barr doing great defense there. Getting a little help from Callie Jo Smith. Spencer Smith lets that ball go just long. It's called out.
971.
9-7-1. Smith and Smith would love to close things out here.
Point.
And with that, they now have game point here in this opening salvo.
1071.
10-7-1. Expect Smith to be aggressive with this third shot here. There you go. Good try by Callie Smith. Ball goes just a little bit long. Well left by Barr. Such an important skill is to know when not to hit the ball. And it's another game point. Smith and Smith serving. Deep serve to the backhand from Callie Jo Smith. Really aggressive with that serve. That is the way modern pickleball is going, and you are witnessing it here. And with that, game number 1 goes to Smith and Smith. And while these players get ready for game number 2, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more. The PPA Championship brought to you by Guaranteed Rate.
Again, until you strike just right, until the ball sings, until the other guy blinks, until the court's clear and the sun sets, until you see it in your sleep and wake up swinging. Go again, till you can't miss, until you can't lose. Go again and again.
I know how good I am.
Welcome back to the Darling Tennis Center and the PPA Championship brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. On the near side of the court, you have Callie Jo Smith alongside partner Spencer Smith. They just won game number 1 in this mixed pro doubles match against Susannah Barr, who just had a nice backhand volley there, and her partner Tyler Loong. Smith and Smith were out to an early lead. Loong and Barr clawed their way back but couldn't quite close it out. Smith and Smith hung on. They're going to try to do the same thing here in game number 2. I've got a feeling that Loong and Barr have something to say about that. Looks like that ball, the penultimate shot there was actually just wide by Barr. It's going to bring up second server. That ball is going to find a little bit of room just outside the sideline as well. And this is the first lead of the day for Loong and Barr. Great exchange there. That ball goes a little too high off the Loong paddle. Callie Jo Smith there with the two-handed backhand to put it away. That really is her bread and butter. That's two-handed backhand. Ball's called just long. Tyler Loong checks with referee Don Stanley, who overrules the call, calls that ball in.
0-1-2.
0-1-2. Spencer Smith to serve. Callie Jo Smith jumps the corner, gets that backhand volley, hits hard into the body of Barr. That's one of the dangers when you play a dink down the line, or even a drop for that matter, is it opens up the possibility of your opponent jumping the corner, being mid-air over the non-volley zone when they hit that volley. It's one of the reasons why cross courts tend to be safer when you're hitting softer shots, not to mention the lower net and the longer distance. But you're less likely to have to worry about those pesky Ernie attempts by your opponents.
One, 1-2. Side out.
Susannah Barr not able to make that backhand cross-court drop.
1-1-1.
1-1-1. Interesting to note in the first game that we saw Barr often playing on the left-hand side of the court, quite off to the side to really expose and set up her forehand. Here they go. She and Loong switch, so she's back on that left-hand side of the court, but she had most of her success. In that case, Callie Jo Smith able to find Barr's backhand, which she puts in the net.
3-1-2.
Let's see if Barr and Loong switch or stay this time.
Point.
One of the challenges of when you do switch with your partner midpoint is sometimes you're thinking too much about the movement pattern, end up making some sloppy mistakes on the shot that comes before the movement. Not sure if you can hear it on the broadcast at home, but the communication between Barr and Loong is excellent. Well, these players take a quick hydration break brought to you by Jigsaw Health. We'll do the same back in a moment from Las Vegas.
I had to always drink water over and over, but I still felt a little bit dizzy by the end of the day. But once I tried to incorporate more electrolytes in my daily life, it really helped me out. My favorite thing about the pickleball cocktail is the flavor. It tastes great. I drink the pickleball cocktail every morning to make sure that I stay hydrated throughout the whole day. It's important to drink first thing in the morning. If you wait until you play, you're usually too late. You start feeling dehydrated. When it comes to hydration, don't wait before it's too late.
Welcome back to center court here. Championship court at the PPA Championship, brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. You're looking at Spencer Smith and partner Callie Jo Smith on the near side, serving to Tyler Loong and Susannah Barr. Smith tries to mix things up and go down the line toward Loong. Goes with a little bit too much of an angle. That ball's wide. Barr's going to be serving from the far side.
1-5-1.
In a bit of a hole here, down a game and 1-5. First server. There's that high forehand we've talked about. We really saw Barr come around using that high forehand volley to great effect in game number 1. She and Loong are going to look to do more of that here in game number 2, I suspect. Is there anyone in pickleball who looks more relaxed when up at the net? when volley, even when balls are coming really fast right at his body, than Tyler Loong. Calm, cool, and collected out there. Exceptionally quick hands. Great mover around the kitchen. So a lot of the qualities you want in a good pickleball player.
Second serve.
Barr's attempted reset goes a little bit wide. Loong is going to take on responsibility of serving. Let's watch Smith and Smith, see if they cross here. Ah, fake. One of the things at home to watch, to pay attention to sometimes, is not always following the ball, but I encourage you to watch the players. Lock your eyes on one particular player that you enjoy watching and see what they do when they don't have the ball. It's often pretty instructive.
I did see it out.
Loong looks to play that forehand volley to try to poach and put it away. Goes just a little bit out, confirms with referee that it was in fact out. 5-5-1.
Second serve.
Callie Jo Smith backhand finds the net.
Correct, thank you. This one. 5-4-2.
Referee called the score incorrectly a moment ago. Susannah Barr corrected. 5-4-2. Sort of an improvised forehand there by Barr. You know what? Sometimes you draw up great plans when you're playing pickleball, and when the action is happening, you've got to improvise and find a way to get that ball back in play. Barr does a nice job of it that last point, and nice job of it with that third shot drop.
5-5-1. Second serve. 5-5-2.
There it is. Jumping high backhand volley by Tyler Loong. After a couple near putaways that Smith and Smith are able to get back, Loong does a good job of finishing off that point. And you can tell that he is invested in this. They have the lead.
6-5-2.
6-5-2. They would love to send this to a third and final game. They've got some work to do first. Wow, Loong and Barr got their signals crossed for a moment. They're playing in that setup with both forehands in the middle, and they both went for one. They end up winning that point. We're going to take a quick hydration break, which is brought to you by Jigsaw Health. We're going to see the conclusion of game number 2 in just that hydration break brought to you by Jigsaw Health. We are ready to resume action here at the PPA Championship, brought to you by Guaranteed Rate here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Susannah Barr, top of your screen. She's serving, looking to add to her team's lead here in game number 2. Loong misfires a little bit on that forehand drive. Susannah Barr knows that she's got to be able to make that backhand dink consistently. It's been pretty clear today that she favors her forehand, whether she's putting those balls away or playing the slow ones. She's going to need to tidy up that backhand a little bit if they're going to contend here in game number 2. Speaking of tidying up backhands, that is a great swinging volley, forcing Callie Jo Smith to take over serving. Ball goes just wide. Smith hopes she had it lined up. She's asking Don Stanley if he saw it. He's not going to overrule that one. Ball did look like it was just a little bit wide. Seemed Smith was a little more hopeful that it was going to catch the line rather than actually seeing it in. Ball goes just wide. I'm not sure if you can hear on the feed at home, but the communication between Barr and Loong has been excellent all match. You can hear them up here in the booth. Nearly every ball that's even marginally in between the two of them, they communicate on. Good luck for the Smiths. Not such good luck for Tyler Loong as that ball clips off the top of the net, rendering it virtually unplayable. 8-6-2. That's what we were talking about earlier, tidying up that backhand dink by Susannah Barr. She does a great job of it there, being steady, not necessarily causing trouble with it, but certainly avoiding trouble, creating an opportunity for her partner Tyler Loong to get something high that he can pounce on. That's the second net cord that Spencer Smith got. The first time she made the ball go higher and into Loong's body. This one just dribbles over the net. They get the side out and take it however they can. 6-9-1. Smith and Smith trying to stay in game number 2. Six 6-9-2 is the score. Barr and Loong fired up there after that long extended rally. You got to think that's going to build the confidence there as they try to extend their lead here in game number 2, send it to a game number 3.
9-6-1.
9-6-1.
This is a heads up to the men's doubles senior pro. Gentlemen, we're about to get
that time Spencer Smith's ball finds the net again, but sits up higher. Susannah Barr, excellent put away with the high forehand volley. Sometimes the net hurts you. In that case, the net helped her. And with that game point on the line, Smith and Smith call a timeout. We're going to be back after a quick hydration break from Jigsaw Health.
Pickleball cocktail. It's pickleball cocktail. It's pickleball cocktail. I don't cream. When I step on the court, this is what I do. Everybody cramping, cause they ain't got that new. I got this cocktail in my glass, and I ain't afraid to drink it. Drink it, drink it, drink it. I love it. It's pickleball cocktail. It's pickleball cocktail. It's pickleball cocktail. I don't cramp.
Match, we'll have the #1 mixed doubles team in the world, Ben and Simone, taking on Kyle Yates.
Not sure if you can hear the announcer in the background, but coming up, we've got a great match for you. Going to be out here on this championship court. Annalie Waters and Kyle Yates taking on world #1 Ben Johns and Simone Jardim. They're going to be out here at the conclusion of this match, but in the meantime, we've got a good one in front of us. Loong and Barr looking to send this to a third and final game. Here we go, game point. Two good backhands defended by Barr and Loong. Can't quite hang on to the third. We've got another game point here. Loong serving. And with that forehand volley that goes just wide and long, Tyler Loong and Susannah Barr take game #2. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, and then we'll be back for the third and final game here at the PPA Championship in Las Vegas, Nevada, brought to you by Guaranteed Rate.
And how hard I've been working to get better. I've got the medals to prove it.
But my rating doesn't show how good I am. I'm so frustrated I can't find someone who will play with me when I play out of state.
I just won a gold medal at 4-5, but my rating still says I can play 3-5.
The Duper rating system uses how close a match was
and how many points are scored, and they're open to adapting to how the game is changing.
Playing at the right competitive level keeps matches fair and fun for me and for pickleball.
It's time to make every match count.
Welcome back. Las Vegas, Nevada, PPA Championship brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. I can guarantee you that this is going to be an exciting conclusion to this mixed doubles pro match. Tyler Loong serving on the near side. 0-0-2, game #3. Here we go. Loong and Barr on the board. This is a race to 11, win by 2. And there we go. There's that backhand volley. I would argue, after watching this match, that the backhand side of Susannah Barr has really determined the success that she and her partner Tyler Loong have had. When that backhand has been defending well and being able to put away balls, good things have happened. And the moments where it was a little bit inconsistent, that's when Smith and Smith were really able to shine. That ball is going to go wide. Loong and Barr really happy with this early start. They'd love to add to it. 2-3-1 is the score. Callie Jo Smith serving. Looks like a ball just interrupted the play a little bit from one of the other courts. Sometimes that happens. Really nice setup here at the Darling Tennis Center. A lot of space on these championship courts, but even so, sometimes those errant balls will come over there. Back to the action.
Second serve.
Here's Susannah Barr apologizing for that pretty lucky ball. Made it very tough for Callie Jo Smith to return it. 2-3-2. Loong's going to want that overhead smash. Callie Jo Smith can't quite come up with it defending. Really feel like Loong and Barr really sort of gelling here. Ever since sort of late in game number 1, even though they didn't win it, they seem to be much more on the same page right now about who's playing what balls and what the overall strategy is going to be for their team. Smith looking for the Ernie opportunity. It's not quite there. There's excellent backhand dinking from Barr. Again, really riding a bit of a wave of confidence here. 4-2-1. Aggressive serve deep to the Spencer Smith backhand. Spencer Smith goes tight to the backhand side, right around that left hip of Susannah Barr. She's looking to attack with her two-handed backhand, or really a counterattack. Not able to do it. 4-2-2. That's a great spot by Callie Jo Smith. They've been playing to the Barr backhand quite a lot, and she was sitting on it. Instead, she goes to that forehand hip. Gets the side out, 2-4-1. Susannah Barr hits a ball with that forehand. Looked a little tentative there. I think there's a good chance that ball might have gone wide. But she was already committed to it.
3-4-1.
3-4-1. Game number 3. Pro mixed doubles. Heads up.
Come on!
It's a combination we saw early on in the match from Smith and Smith, driving that third shot at Barr, and then the non-hitter sort of crossing over the middle to collect any garbage that might be sitting up there. Let's see if Smith and Smith go back to that. There it is. Susannah Barr deftly handles that drive. Got to think that she saw it coming as well.
4-4-2.
4-4-2. Spencer Smith's backhand drop goes a little too far cross court. It's one of the things that will happen when Tyler Loong starts taking up so much space. Smith and Smith are going to feel like they've got to really thread the needle if they want to get the ball to Barr. And sometimes they thread that needle just a little too much. It's a nice example of how movement patterns can apply pressure.
Second serve.
Loong's forehand volley finds the net. Susannah Barr takes over. Serving blocked at 4 here in game number 3. Barr's forehand drop finds the net. She's disappointed with that effort. Spencer Smith's made a few errors lately, balls that he will typically make. Got to think that Loong and Barr are paying attention to that, thinking Spencer Smith might see a few more balls like that. They're playing to him again. Callie Jo Smith tries to get involved in the action. Ball's just a little bit wide. Loong's gonna. A little bit of a question about whether that ball was out. Looked wide from up here. We are down that sideline. 5. It's going to be a quick convergence here by the referees. Make sure we got the score correct. It's one of the great reasons to have 2 referees out there. It's easy to lose track.
5-4-2.
5-4-2. Susannah Barr looks to tee up that backhand. A little disappointed with herself. Ball goes a little bit wide. She had the right idea. Tyler Loong, gotta think, it still seems like he's thinking about that point a couple moments ago when that ball went just wide and he wasn't sure it was out. So important in pickleball. We're going to go to a quick break while these players have a quick break themselves, and we're going to see the conclusion of game number 3. Las Vegas. Back in a second. Welcome back to Championship Court here at the PPA Championship, brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. This has been a treat of a match to watch. 6-4-2, Spencer Smith serving. Susannah Barr misses that return of serve. Gotta think that's going to be a costly error. Callie Smith defends against that backhand drive from Barr. Looked like Barr thought it was going to go out. She's going to call a timeout. They're going to regroup. If they want to stay alive, they're going to need to get things together. We're going to stay with this right now for a moment. Just a reminder, we've got great action coming up after this. We have Ben Johns and Simone Jardim on the far side of the court. Ray can't quite see them in the camera, but they are warming up. They are getting ready to take on Kyle Yates and the youngster, the phenom, Annalie Waters. That is going to be right here on Championship Court at the conclusion of this match. You are going to want to be here for that. Really talking about the best of the best in the world of pickleball. And I also love the whole storyline with young Annalie Waters. Just a teenager, showing us what the future of pickleball might look like. Meanwhile, we've got a great match right in front of us. We are back to it. 8-4-2. Smith and Smith trying to close it out. Nice point there. Tyler Loong having to play some offense and some defense. Callie Jo Smith's ball finds the net. Loong and Barr taking over serving with backhands in the middle right now. That's a great spot for Callie Jo Smith to hit that ball right at the forehand hip of Loong. Not quite a forehand, not quite a backhand. It's a tough spot. 4-8-2. Barr's forehand drop finds the net. That's going to be a quick side out. And again, Smith and Smith looking to really step on the gas here, close things out in this race to 11. Smith speeds things up at Barr. Her backhand sails just a little bit wide. 9-4-1. Smith and Smith. Got to think Loong's going to try to get pretty active here if he can. There's an opportunity. He wants this one too. Well done by Tyler Loong. We talked about his movement around the kitchen, his ability to jump the corner, take those balls out of the air, go for the Ernie. So quick around the court. I enjoy watching him play, but he's got a problem. Smith and Smith are still serving. 9-4-2. Susannah Barr closes out that rally with a high forehand. That's going to give them the side out, which they're going to be quite happy about that. Good action here. A lot of balls staying so tight to the net, even dribbling over. 4-9-1. Loong and Barr trying to build something here and get back into this decisive game. So I was talking before about Loong being so dangerous up around that non-volley zone. The ball can't quite climb its way over the net. Tyler Loong not happy with that result. They do have a second serve here. 5-9-2, trying to stay alive. Loong's drop finds the net. An unfortunate miscommunication for Smith and Smith. Loong and Barr fired up about it. Just got their signals crossed a little bit. Who was going to take that dink in the middle? 9-5-2. Callie Jo Smith serving. Smith trying for the misdirect, trying to make it look like she was going cross-court. She just lays back her right wrist on that forehand to try to go down the line. Had the direction down, but ball goes too low. 5-9-1. Loong and Barr still have hope here that they can keep things tight here in game number 3. It's going to be a quick hydration break brought to you by Jigsaw Health. We're going to be back in a moment and see what happens next. Stay close.
Did anyone see you? Nice.
Want to go drive a forklift?
Welcome back to Championship Court. You're seeing the conclusion of game number 3 of this Pro Mixed Doubles event. 6-9-2. Loong and Barr trying to stay alive here in game number 3. That ball goes a little too high off Barr's backhand. Spencer Smith had an easy put away. Easy to say from up here, but it goes just long. 7-9-2. Susannah Barr was sitting on that forehand. She was ready for it. She had so much success early on with that. That ball finds the net. Got to think the nerves are playing a factor here this late in the game. Smith and Smith looking to finish things off. Hitting balls like that will help. Finds the 5-hole. For you hockey fans, that's right between the legs of Tyler Loong, and that sets up match point. Tyler Loong's forehand overhead is a very strong shot. He finds just the right angle to get that ball off the court. Callie Smith still serving for the match. 10-7-2, match point. It's a great return of serve by Susannah Barr. That is an aggressive return. Ball skidding off the back line. Always tough to hit those third shots well when you're moving backwards because the ball's so deep. Barr and Loong have some more life still. Smith goes to the left hand to play that ball back. Barr, I should say. Wouldn't that be something if they can squeak out this rally? Good defense from Barr. She tries to finish it. She does. A little bit of help with the net. That is one of the great things about pickleball is you can be on defense where things are not looking good. And just takes one good reset to kind of get you back in the point. 8-10-1. Susannah Barr serving. That backhand drop. Dropped a little too soon. Finds the net. Wow, Callie Jo Smith tries to counterattack off that forehand. You hear Loong yell out. Barr listens to him. That ball goes long. 9-10-2. Loong with the lob serve. A little rhythm change. Callie Jo Smith, nice job with that inside-out forehand going down low and hard at the feet. When you get a high ball, that is the thing to do. And that's going to set up another opportunity to close out this match. 10-9-1, match point. All right. That ball was called just wide. Susannah Barr's ball.
All right, everybody, let's hear it for Callie.
Susannah Barr's ball is called just wide, and that is going to be match. Smith and Smith survive a comeback from Barr and Loong. Great action here in this match and great action here all weekend long. We would love to have you come and join us here at the Pro Pickleball Association's PPA Championship, brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. We're here at the beautiful Darling Tennis Center in Las Vegas, Nevada, and you can still come down here. Get your tickets. Head over to ppatour.com. Check out all the action, both here at the PPA Championships, but also other events PPA is putting on. It's never a bad time here. As you see, our next two teams getting ready to warm up. We've highlighted this match for you already. We've got Simone Jardim coming up with Ben Johns. They're going to be taking on Annalie Waters, the young phenom, and Kyle Yates, who some would say is the greatest pickleball player of all time. Some will say that. It's arguable. There's so many great pickleball players. Who are you going to pick? While these players continue their warm-up, we're going to go to a quick commercial break so we can pay some bills and help keep bringing you this great PPA action. PPA Championships, brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. Stay close.
On your six, ladies. the world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours.
What's your secret? Oh, it's no secret. It's the expert help I got at Foot Solutions.
Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
I host a show in the kitchen.
I share my workouts in the kitchen.
I roll one sleeve up in the kitchen.
I stream in the kitchen.
I can't cook, but I'm in this kitchen.
I gave my paddle away in the kitchen.
I help keep you fit in the kitchen.
We're all family in the kitchen.
Let's go!
How do you get what you want? Eric Weinbach, blind man, wanted to climb Mount Everest. My man crazy, but he believed it was possible.
We're gonna do it.
And because he believed, he became the first blind person ever to stand on top of the world. Guaranteed Rate believes in your dreams. That's why we treat everyone like we treat our own family and work extra hard to get you the lowest low rate possible. Because if you believe, you will.
The pickleball community is growing rapidly and evolving. Duper brings accuracy, transparency, and adaptability to the sport. Fair and competitive play is a better experience for everyone. This is our pickleball community. And now Duper will make every match count.
One thing I'd really noticed before I came on to Gearbox, other paddles change over time. They start to slowly deteriorate, and at about that 3 or 4 month mark, just kind of felt dead. And then I would switch to a new paddle, and it was kind of too fast, because then it had to degrade to get into that sweet spot again. I've been using the GX5 for just about a year now. Same paddle that I picked up the first time I hit it. Haven't switched paddles, and it feels exactly the same a year later, and that's huge.
Welcome back to Championship Court here at the PPA Championships, brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. I'm your host, Mark Renison, and you are looking at the very first serve of this pro mixed doubles match. This is going to be a good one, I think. On the far side of the court, in very stylish pink and white, we have Ben Johns and Simone Jardim. On the near side of the court, in the red, we have the 14-year-old Leigh Waters and her partner, Callie Yates. Legend in the pickleball world. Leigh takes a swing. That ball finds the top of the net. Yates is going to take over serving. A lot of things to watch for in this match, which we'll get into as we go. In the meantime, let's let the players do the talking here as we see that ball find the net. And we get another set out.
0-0-1.
Yates finds the seam right in the middle of the court there. Nice overhead smash. Puts that ball away. Really expertly done. One thing to watch for is the Ben Johns serve. Look how much spin he puts on that ball, both with the toss and as he makes contact with the ball. This is going to be a fun one to watch as Yates and Waters need to try to solve that serve, figure out which way is that ball going to bounce, and make solid contact with it. With that, we get a side out. Leigh Waters will take over serving. 0-1-1. That ball just finds the line. Yates and Waters agreeing. So one opportunity here. Notice the stacking. Simone Jardim, she's going to return serve, and she's got a long way to run to go cover that right side of the court, which is where she will prefer to play in most cases here. Putting Ben Johns on the left side of the court, and that's a nice misdirection. Simone kind of had her momentum and everything going cross court. Instead, flicks the ball down the line, catches Yates off guard.
0-1-1.
Nice forehand volley redirected by Yates into the open court. Sometimes when your opponents hit the ball with speed, you don't have to do a whole lot of work.
0-1-2.
Just have to kind of redirect that ball to the right place. Nicely done by Yates. Right at the body, that forehand sort of shoulder area on Jardim. Not much she could do there. Jardim, of course, one of the legends in pickleball herself. One of those people who often just goes by one name. Say Simone, everyone in the pickleball world knows what you're talking about, especially if you've watched any of the other PPA events around the country.
1-1-1.
Wow. Waters keeping the point alive. A couple times looked like that point was almost over. And then with a great backhand passing shot. Not that often you see a clean winner hit from behind the baseline like that. Leigh Waters. See here why there's so much excitement about her game.
Second serve.
That ball finding the net, Callie Yates is going to take over serving. Again, you see
2-1-2.
Jardim and John stacking. Oh, miscommunication there. Who's going to get that ball in the middle? Well played by Waters. Nicely done, Simone. Finding the gap in the middle there. It's one of the advantages of playing those dinks out wide, moving your opponents off the court, is sometimes if they don't recover quickly enough, or if you can intercept that ball sooner, you might find a bit of a hole there. Heavily spinning serve, well handled by Waters. Ball's just a little bit wide. Ben John's trying to reset. Not quite able to do it.
1, 2, 2. Thought out.
So I'm interested to see here whether
2, 1, 1.
Yates and Waters try to take advantage of the fact that they're stacking. That could create an opportunity to drive the ball down the line to the open court. The trouble is, a player like Ben Johns is so fast and very tall as well, has a big reach. But sometimes you may think that hole is there, whereas in fact, by the time you get there, it's not. They tried that strategy against Jardim. She's there. There's that spot we've talked about a few times today on the broadcast, that forehand hip, how vulnerable it can be. Not quite a forehand, not quite a backhand. If you're looking to speed things up from close, you might want to try that at home. There's that drive we talked about, thinking that perhaps Johns wasn't going to be able to get there in time. Yates tries to play the drive, cuts it a bit too finely. Ball finds the net.
1-3-1.
1-3-1 is the score. Heavy serve from Johns. Great reset by Simone. An ill-advised lob. Jardim feeling herself right there, feeling pretty good, played a great reset. Feeling in the zone, thought that would have been a great time to play an offensive lob. Not quite high enough. Yates is there to punish her for it. Waters not able to catch up to that drive. Johns and Jardim. 3-3-2 here in this opening game. How much court Johns covers. So tough when he moves and covers the court so well. I don't think there's another player in pickleball who can play the kinds of angles with the kind of consistency that Ben Johns can, even when he's chasing a ball or off balance. Jarjim's ball finds the nets there. Finds the net. It's going to be a side out. Again, we see this potential. We see that open right side of the court where Johns will be moving after he returns serve. Yates avoids it and instead plays it back to Jardim.
Second serve.
Ben can't quite get out of the way of that ball in time. Waters finds him just on the handle of the paddle. Crowd filling in nicely here. They're trying to stick to the shade a little bit if they can. It's quite warm here in Las Vegas. Ben's backhand volley just too strong. Yates not able to reset it. Ball finds the net. That's the other thing I would argue that Ben Johns does better than most out there. He's being able to generate speed off that backhand side. Sometimes in a defensive situation, he'll use two hands, but more typically in the offensive ones, he'll stick with the single-handed backhand. That's what I'm talking about there. Even though the forehand is the one that finishes the point, it was that backhand flick, low with top spin. Even after receiving a low ball, that's what set up the forehand opportunity.
4-4-1. serve.
Jardim tries to get that ball to climb over the net. Can't quite do it.
4-4-2.
4-4-2 is the score. Game number 1 here at the PPA Championship, brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. Jardim not sure about that third shot. Not very often you'll see her play that sort of mini lob as a third shot.
4-4-1. Second serve.
Johnson and Jardim are going to watch that ball sail along. Just a reminder, if you would like to join us here in Las Vegas at the PPA Championship, brought to you by Guaranteed Rate, there are still tickets available for the weekend. We've got men's and women's doubles taking place tomorrow. We've got Championship Sunday, of course, which will feature some doubles as well as some singles. There's a lot of action to look forward to. Head over to ppatour.com. A little bit of craftiness there from Kyle Yates. One of the more creative players on the tour, I would say. Kyle's always looking, either a competitive situation or not, to find new interesting ways to bring some flair to pickleball.
Ladies, attendance is required. This happens just behind the tournament desk on the south end.
Waters handles the first ball, not able to handle the second. There's that strong backhand we talked about Ben Johns.
And you all women's doubles 3-5, 35 plus. So please report to player orientation.
4-5-1. The ball lands just inside the line. Nicely done by Yates to finish off that point.
4-5-2.
Look for some heavy spin here from Johns. Leads to a short. There we go. So we just saw there was a nice example of why the serve can be such an advantage. We see more and more players hitting serves hard, using different techniques to create a lot of spin.
5-5-2.
While it's a nice bonus to win the point directly off your serve, more often than not, really what you're trying to do is just elicit a poor return, something that you can maybe pounce on for that next shot. So we've looked for these players to continue to use that kind of approach when serving in this match. Simone attacks the body of Waters. She's not able to hang on to it.
6-5-2.
6-5-2.
Shut up.
Of course, with that more aggressive serve, using more spin, hitting the ball harder, lower, sometimes it will turn into an error.
5-6-1.
That's a price that the players have got to be willing to pay if they're trying to get something really productive from their serve. An occasional miss. Ben Johns finishes the point. What a great rally that was. A lot of action there. Really love seeing these kinds of points. And you see the sort of diverse set of skills that players need to have to be able to play at this level. To be able to hit hard and soft, attack, defend, and even improvise. Love it. Jardim not able to get that ball back over the net.
6-6-2.
Locked at 6 here, as Don Stanley lets us know. Referee Don, 6-6-2. John's a little too casual on that backhand. Well positioned by Waters.
7-6-2.
Simone's backhand sail is just a little bit wide. There we go. Annalie Waters sitting on that backhand, but Ben Johns was doing the same. She plays a good shot right there, but Ben using his own backhand to redirect it with pace. Tough to defend against that. 6-8-1. Johns, Jardim in a bit of a hole. Yates does a nice job of getting the ball down into the dirt where Jardim not able to defend.
6-8-2.
Young Waters finds the net with that forehand dink. Didn't quite get it high enough.
7-8-2.
We're at 7-8-2. There we go. Talked about the creativity of Yates. Very often in that situation, you'll see players accelerate through that ball, hit some topspin. Instead, he just lays it. Nice little inside-out forehand.
8-7-1.
8-7-1. Waters looking for the Ernie, not quite there. Johns sees it coming. There we go, nice combination there. I love that 1-2 punch. One player goes back for the overhead smash. The other one comes across the middle to collect anything that comes back because it's likely to be high. Jardim and Johns teamed up nicely for that one. Waters really playing her game there. Exceptional power player. Really impressed me the maturity she starts to show as her game develops to use the power to great effect, but also to understand when it's time to slow things down a bit. There we go. There's a nice counterattack from Yates. The ball is sitting just high enough on the forehand. He could hit on a downward trajectory, putting that ball into the dirt. And it looks like Jardim and Johns, they're going to have a timeout. That means a hydration break. That means it's brought to you by our good friends at Jigsaw Health.
All right.
Welcome back to Championship Court here in Las Vegas, Nevada. The PPA Championship brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. I guarantee you're going to want to stick around and watch the rest of this match. We got some great players on this court. Simone Jardim, Ben Johns taking on Callie Yates, and Annalie Waters. We're at 10-7-2. This is a game point. Yates aggressively goes across to get that ball, poaches it out of the air. John's not able to hang on, and that is going to be game number one. Yates and Waters, they take the first game in this best-of-3 match. You got to think that Jardim and Johns, they're going to get ready to make a bit of a plan. What went wrong? Was it an execution problem? Was it a strategy problem? They're going to discuss that. And while they discuss that, we're going to take a quick break as well. We're going to be back in a moment with more PPA Championship Las Vegas, brought to you by Guaranteed Rate.
I absolutely love this paddle. Me, it really suits my game well. I have a power game. I play quick. I can dink well with it.
And I absolutely love the paddle. I mean, the amount of pop you can generate, it's just propelled my game, helps me drive the ball.
It really feels unlike any other paddle that I've ever played with, particularly the face. It's really something new, the carbon fiber surface. It really allows you to grip the ball.
Game time, baby! Game time!
I host a show in the kitchen.
I share my workouts in the kitchen.
I roll one sleeve up in the kitchen.
I stream in the kitchen.
I can't cook, but I'm in this kitchen.
I gave my paddle away in the kitchen.
I help keep you fit in the kitchen.
We're all family in the kitchen.
Let's go!
Leigh and Kyle, let's hear it, everybody. Come down to championship court for your chance.
Welcome back to Championship Court here, Las Vegas PPA Championship, brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. I'm your host, Mark Renison. You've been enjoying a doozy of a match. Yates, Waters take game number 1 against Ben Johns, Simone Jardim. They're going to look to add to this. You got to think that Johns and Jardim are ready to say something about it. Waters wisely lets that ball go out. 1-0-2. Got to think that Johns and Jardim, they have not been in this position a whole lot. Consider their stature in the pickleball world as a doubles team. It's going to be a little bit of an uncomfortable feeling here being down, especially after game number 1. They're going to look to come back here, but they are such veterans, such professionals in the truest sense of the word. You got to think that they... Simone takes a long look at that line. They're going to find a way to regroup here. Challenge young Waters and Yates. They're going to try to get as much of a lead here as they can. Keep that pressure on. Yates going for the third shot lob. I think what was happening there, we felt a little bit of a breeze come through. Thought he was hitting that ball into the wind. Didn't quite knock it down enough. Yates being aggressive. Look for him to poach if he can. Nicely done by Ben Johns. So tough there. I talked earlier in this broadcast about his ability to be off balance, be able to reach and still hit high quality balls. We saw a nice example of it there. Yates hit a good offensive shot. Johns has the answer. Emily Waters' backhand volley sails a little bit long. It's going to be a point for Jardim and Johns. 1-2-1. There we go. Again, we've seen a couple of those from Mr. Yates today. Those high volleys. In that case, Simone and Ben, they both back up, give themselves more time to defend. And that opens up the front of the court. Yates executes very nicely. The ball just catches the back of the line. Simone was hoping she could call it out. But of course, even if it touches just a smidgen of that line, it's going to be in.
2-1-1.
2-1-1. See how small the area is that Jardim is going to be responsible for here. Forcing Yates and Waters to play really tight to that sideline if they want to avoid Johns. Look for a drive down the line to the open court. There it is. and created the opportunity. So that's what Yates was looking for by playing that drive, hoping that Jardim wasn't going to be there in time. She sets the ball up a little bit high, and he's got what he wants, just can't quite finish it. But if I'm Yates in that situation, I think, hey, we did the right thing there. We just need to execute a little better next time. It's going to be another point for Yates and Waters. Continuing this little bit of a roll here. Right now it seems like Johns and Jardim a little bit flat, trying to find a bit of a spark here to get things going. Right now in many ways, Yates and Waters are dictating play. There's another example of it right there, finding that backhand. I talked about that trickiness that Yates brings to the game, that creativity. Nice job flicking that backhand, changing the paddle face to keep that ball low. 5-1-2. Jardim gets a little bit of help off the top of the net there. Yates with his backhand not able to find the court. Ben Johns to serve.
1-5-1.
1-5-1 and a bit of a hole. The 14-year-old nicely placed flick right at the body of Jardim. That overhead smash volley combination. There you go, Leigh Waters, the youngster, has a read on that backhand that Johns was trying to play through the middle of the court. Puts those two hands on, takes a big rip. She's going to be satisfied with that result.
5-1-1.
5-1-1, Callie Yates to serve. Callie Yates defends. Well placed by Jardim. She looked like she caught Yates off guard a little bit. Gets the ball back in play and manages to come out with a point. 6-1-1. Jardim working hard. This is her game to be able to defend. Jardim cannot quite come up with that last one. A good forehand smash put away by Yates. We start to see how important defense is. It looks like there's going to be a timeout here, I suspect, from Jardim and Johns. We're going to have a quick hydration break ourselves. This is brought to you by Jigsaw Health. We're going to come back with the conclusion of game number 2. Stay close.
Cody, just got to use a little finesse, man.
Finesse?
Finesse.
I see these guys right here. All right, let's see over here.
We are back at championship court here. Two of the top players in the pickleball world, Simone Jardim, Ben Johns. They're in a little bit of a hole here. That's putting it mildly. After Callie Yates and Leigh Waters won game number 1. 7-1. Yates and Waters.
7-1-1. Second serve. 7-1-2.
7-1-2 is the score. Waters serving drives to that open court. Yates backhand, trying to reset, trying to defend. Ball just finds the outside of the court.
1-7-1.
1-7-1. Yates looking for a potential Ernie. Jardim avoids it by hitting cross court. It's like an errant ball came from a neighboring court. That means we're going to replay that point. You pickleball fans at home might be pretty familiar with that kind of situation. Back to it again. Ben John serving.
Second serve.
His forehand drop finds the net.
1-7-2.
1-7-2. Gotta think Jardim and Johns really need to score some points here. Can they find a way? Yates keeps that ball low with a little bit of spin. Jardim not able to dig that backhand out.
7-1-1.
7-1-1. Annalie Waters asserting herself there, going hard with that high backhand volley down into the dirt.
8-1-1.
8-1-1. Just wide. Waters was looking for that forehand. You could see her standing outside of the sideline, knowing that if that ball came back to her, it would be on her dominant side.
8-1-2.
Not quite able to make it. 8-1-2.
Point.
Return of serve goes long. Commanding lead here for Yates and Waters. 9-1-2.
9-1-2.
Ben John's high forehand goes down by the feet of Waters. She's not able to get that ball back in play.
One
1-9. Johns, Jardim trying to hang on here, trying to put something together and stay in this match. Well left by Jardim. That ball, a little too much speed on it from Waters in that case. She's not necessarily trying to make sure the ball stays in play. Sometimes in that situation, you're just trying to hit your opponent. At least make contact with them. Take the point that way. Looks like we've got another ball on the court. There's going to be a let called there. We're going to replay that point. 2-9-1. Ben Johns spinning that serve in deep. Well handled by Waters. There we go. Good counterattack by Waters. Looked like she saw that little poke coming from Ben Johns down the line with his backhand. She's all over it, and we're at 2-9-2. That ball finds the inside of the line as well. Jardim thinking it might sail long. Had just enough topspin to stay in there. That's going to be a side out. Yates and Waters looking to close this out and to collect the upset.
9-2-1. Second, third.
Waters' third shot drive finds the net. In this situation, really want to make your opponents play, make them work for it, not give them any freebies.
Attention women's doubles senior pro. We've just assigned your matches to court. Please go directly to your court to meet your referee. This is the women's doubles senior pro. Please report directly to your court. We've just texted you those assignments and meet your referee. Come on!
Annalie Waters shows a lot of maturity there, staying in the point, not changing the pattern too soon.
Yes, ma'am. 10-2-2.
This is a match point here. Waters, Yates. Can they finish off Jardim and Johns? And the answer is yes. Annalie Waters, Kyle Yates, they take down the favorites, Ben John, Simone, Jardim. That is a major victory for Waters and Yates. Good players in their own right. But Johns and Jardim have been so tough for so long. Gotta say, really appreciated a few different things from the Yates Waters team. The maturity, the patience on the side of Annalie Waters, the 14-year-old, to stay in those dinking rallies longer, not going with speed too soon. Kyle Yates really impressed us with some of his creativity on the court. We saw those drop volleys that everyone in the stadium, including Jardim and Johns, thought were going to be hit hard. Ended up landing in the kitchen soft, so soft. It was great. We've got great action coming up for you next. You can see right now Lucy Kovalova and Matt Wright, they're warming up. They are going to be taking on Tyson McGuffin and Leigh Waters, the mother of Annalie Waters. We're going to see them in a few minutes. In the meantime, we're going to go to a quick commercial break, and we'll be back more from the PPA Championship, brought to you by Guaranteed Rate.
Fromouth Pickleball is your new one-stop pickleball shop. The best selection of pickleball gear is in stock and ready to ship from our warehouse. Shop the top brands like Selkirk, Paddletech, Onyx, and Vulcan, as well as the new Fila Pickleball collection of footwear and apparel. Visit us online today at fromouthpickleball.com, the official store of the Pro Pickleball Association, an exclusive shop for PPA merchandise.
Greatness doesn't just come from anywhere. It's built over time, match to match. Duper is counting every match. It's measuring the moments and building greatness within the entire pickleball community. Working in conjunction with amateur and pro players will make Duper the go-to pickleball rating system. From rec play to tournaments, it's time to make every match count.
On your six, ladies.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours.
What's your secret? Oh, it's no secret. It's the expert help I got at Foot Solutions.
Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
I know how good I am and how hard I've been working to get better. I've got the medals to prove it.
But my rating doesn't show how good I am.
I'm so frustrated. I can't find someone who will play with me when I play out of state.
I just won a gold medal at 4-5, but my rating still says I can play 3-5. The Duper rating system uses how close a match was
and how many points are scored, and they're open to adapting to how the game is changing.
Playing at the right competitive level keeps matches fair and fun for me and for pickleball. It's time to make every match count.
I absolutely love this paddle. For me, it really suits my game well. I have a power game. I play quick. I can dink well with it.
And I absolutely love the paddle. I mean, the amount of pop you can generate, it's just propelled my game, helps me drive the ball.
It really feels unlike any other paddle that I've ever played with, particularly the face. It's really something new, the carbon fiber surface. It really allows you to grip the ball.
Game time, baby!
Welcome back to Championship Court. You are getting a good look at the 4 mixed doubles players, the 4 pros that we have coming up momentarily. We are going to see 4 people who, if you are immersed in the pickleball world, will need no introduction. Matt Wright and Lucy Kovalova. They're going to be on the near side of your screen. And on the far side of your on the far side of your screen in a moment, you're going to see Tyson McGuffin. Here he is entering the court, top right of your screen. And his partner, Leigh Waters. Not to be confused with Annalie Waters, who we just watched, along with partner Callie Yates, take down the favorites, Simone Jardim and Ben Johns. Annalie is in the stands now, watching Mom and Tyson McGuffin get ready to take on Kovalova and Wright. This is going to be a great match. I expect a lot of power here. Let's get to it. Game on. Kovalova catches Waters in the face. Told you we're going to see some power here. Heads up. Overhead smash from McGuffin leads to another high ball that Waters is able to hit hard. Right. Kovalova not able to defend and get that ball back in play. Height is such a factor in pickleball. Having Kovalova and Wright together, that is a tall order. 0-1-2 is the score. McGuffin and Waters looking to try to get on the board here. There we go. Drive from McGuffin, handled nicely by Kovalova, who's able to counterattack right at the body of Waters. She can't handle it. 1-0-1. Matt Wright serving. McGuffin gets handcuffed. That ball sits up high. Lucy Kovalova knows exactly what to do when she gets a high ball like that. 2-0-1. All right, puts so much topspin on those drops, really uses his hand and wrist to create the spin. Hopefully for him to get that ball then to dip down quickly after it crosses the net before it can be attacked by his opponent. Speaking of attacking, that is a nice counterattacking backhand volley from Mr. Wright into the open court. (3-0-2). Looks like the serve is just a little bit long. That's going to be a side out. Waters and McGuffin take over serving. They're looking to get on the board here in this first frame. The PPA Championship brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. McGuffin rates that forehand volley very highly. One of the things you'll really notice if you're paying attention at home is that players, when they get those high balls, they are so good at putting the ball down into the ground. Yes, with some speed, but the speed's not going to be the main thing. It's going to be the trajectory that ball's hit on, being put down into the dirt where it's so tough to defend. 1-3-1. Make that 2-3-1. Waters and McGuffin, nice to get on the board. Notice how aggressive McGuffin is at the net, even with Waters at the back defending.
Yeah.
(3-3-1) is the score. Annalie Waters serving to Lucy Kovalova. And with that ball in the net, that's going to be a side out. Matt Wright, look for a pretty heavy topspin serve coming from him. Tries to get it deep, not necessarily to win the point, but if you can get a shorter return like he did there, he'll have a chance to drive. But that defense and that net play is too good from Waters. (3-3-2). There's that drive again we talked about. This combination here, and Matt Wright has an excellent overhead smash. Well defended by Waters and McGuffin. Nicely played by Kovalova. She finds the left hip of Waters. Not able to defend. That ball goes to the side of the court.
This is another call for the women's doubles 4-0-19 plus. To your player orientation, again, attendance is required, ladies. This happens behind the championship court. Yeah!
Matt Wright finds the seam right between McGuffin and Waters. He's going to be happy with that outcome. Ball goes just a little bit wide. Right idea, you can see McGuffin supporting his partner there. Looks like they're going to take a quick hydration break. We're going to take a hydration break as well. This is brought to you by Jigsaw Health, and we're going to be back with more from game number 1 in Las Vegas.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Back to the action here on Championship Court. Lucy Kovalova getting ready to serve to Tyson McGuffin. 6-3-2. Kovalova and partner Wright add another one to their total. They're at 7-3-2. That's a tough forehand drive from Kovalova. Miscommunication there between Kovalova and Wright, both going for that ball over the middle of the court. They're going to try to get their signals uncrossed. It's not such a big problem when you're up with a margin, but those signals still seem to be crossed. Let's see if third time's a charm here. I think that Waters and McGuffin are going to try to go through the middle again, see if they can get a third point because of a miscommunication. Look at that defense. Wow. Great anticipation by McGuffin, who thought that Wright would be hitting that overhead smash out to the sideline. We call that an inside out. McGuffin reads it well, gets out there, defends. They're at 4-7-2. Kovalova gets a little help with the top of the net there. McGuffin can't believe it. He felt he was ready. He was set up to defend. Seven, 4-1. Wright, Kovalova trying to add to their lead here with that return of serve that's just a little bit deep. McGuffin slicing that backhand return, forcing Wright to hit up and play a drop. It's often how these dinking rallies begin. Wright was ready there on the backhand side, just hit a little too high over the net. That ball doesn't dip down. It's going to lead to the second server for Kovalova. Again, looks like that ball caught off the top of the net, sailed long. That's going to be a side out. You got to think McGuffin and Waters are pretty happy about that to get the ball back in their hands quickly. Ball actually catches off the right foot of McGuffin, giving Waters no chance to make a play on it, even though she was there with her two-handed backhand. 4-8-2 is what we're looking at. Ball catches the net. Watch McGuffin look to really generate a lot of topspin here. He often uses his legs to really sort of sit and stand into the ball, help to get some power, help to get a little bit of that arc and that spin that he needs to keep that fast-moving ball stay in the court. Looking for a drive-poach combination there. McGuffin likes the play. Waters just hit a little bit too high. 8-6-1. Kovalova serving. Kovalova so good with those 1-2 punches, able to counterattack and then be ready for the high ball, which she puts away. That's going to be a timeout called by McGuffin and Waters. We're going to take a quick hydration break ourselves. You know this by now. It's brought to you by Jigsaw Health.
Hey, Lucy. I got your new paddle.
Congratulations. It's pretty awesome.
Would you sign it?
Of course, Patrick.
Wow.
Here you go.
Thanks, Lucy. Hey!
We are back live on Championship Court. You're looking at Lucy Kovalova, who's getting ready to serve to Tyson McGuffin. Scores 9-6-1 here in game number 1 of the PPA Championship, brought to you by Guaranteed Rate here in Las Vegas, Nevada. With that ball in the net, Matt Wright will prepare to serve. Still really have McGuffin and Waters under pressure. Here's the drive. McGuffin not able to handle, and that is why a deep return is so important in pickleball, so that it forces your opponents back so you have more time to handle those fastballs. Sets up our first game point. 10-6-2. Nicely done by Waters. That Kovalova dink sits up a little bit too high. It gets attacked. It gets attacked by Waters. She does a good job with that. She's going to take over serving and try to stay alive here. And with that, 7-10-1. McGuffin looking to poach. Ball was too far away. (7-10-2). McGuffin looking to do something constructive. Hits that serve hard. Well returned by Kovalova. Waters not able to make the drop. That's going to be a side out. And we've got game point again, folks. 10-7-1. Kovalova looking to close out game number 1. Great drive, well handled. Wright and Kovalova being very aggressive here. That's going to bring them game number 1. They've got the lead here, folks. We're going to take a quick commercial timeout. We're going to be back with more from the PPA Championship in Las Vegas, Nevada, brought to you by Guaranteed Rate.
I never thought I would fall in love with the sport again. I want to get better and find others who will help my game grow. I want to compete, but I don't know where I stand. With Duper, I'm getting an accurate rating by entering matches before I ever register for a tournament. I can easily find other players, play fun competitive matches, and instantly know where I stand. I'm on my way to confidently becoming the best I can be.
We are back live on Championship Court here at the PPA Championship. If you've been watching, you saw Matt Wright, Lucy Kovalova take game number 1 against Tyson McGuffin and Leigh Waters. And like we saw earlier, Leigh Waters is serving here at the start of game number 2. Ball gets in tight against Matt Wright. And already an early come on from McGuffin. That tells you he's engaged. He cares about this match.
No.
Lucy Kovalova, a little bit too much juice on that forehand.
All right, attention women's doubles, 3-5, 19 plus. It's now time for your player orientation. Attendance is required. This happens just behind the tournament desk, which is on the south.
Just a reminder, if you'd like to join us here at the Darling Tennis Center in Las Vegas, Nevada, there are still tickets available. Head over to ppatour.com. We would love to see you this weekend, whether it's later today for more of this great mixed doubles action, or to see you on Saturday when we're going to be talking about men's and women's doubles. And then, of course, PPA Special, Championship Sunday. We're going to see the best of the best face off for gold. Third shot lob. Shot lob. 7th shot lob. This is the 9th shot lob. The 11th shot lob. Lands in. Kovalova right coming to the net. My, how the tables have turned. Ball goes just wide. It's not too often you see that many lobs consecutively, but you know what? A lot of room here at the Darling Tennis Center. Unlimited sky, a little bit of breezy up there. Wright and Kovalova gave themselves a chance to win there. Wright's topspin forehand goes a little bit wide. That's going to be a side out. Matt Wright so good going from backhand to forehand, able to put that ball away just outside of the reach of Waters. 2-1-2. Matt Wright not able to handle that Leigh Waters forehand drive. She gives a fist pump to partner McGuffin. Often the communication between the points is a good indicator of what's going on between the ears, whether a team has confidence, whether they believe that they can win this, whether they can come back. Looks like that ball stays just in. Matt Wright's going to be happy with this. He gets the side out. He's going to be serving. And again, look for him and Kovalova to hit these third shots pretty hard, especially if the return sits up a bit high. Kovalova goes for the drop from well behind the baseline, not able to gauge the distance just right. Matt Wright's forehand volley finds the net. So one of the reasons why you see players speed things up quickly against their opponents, giving your opponent less time to react, it's usually a pretty good idea, especially compared to giving them more time to react, set up and prepare. McGuffin gets a little bit lucky early. The ball clips off the top of the net, sits up high for him, but he's not able to capitalize and win the rally. Waters takes over serving. Watch out. McGuffin takes that ball in the back of the calf. That one's going to leave a mark. 1-3-1 is the score. Matt Wright lays it in there. Kovalova, last time from that position on the court, she tried the drop, missed it. This time she tried the drive, did not have a better result. Matt Wright was looking to poach on that ball after a good drive from Kovalova, but realized it was going to sail out and was better to let it go. 2-3-2.
All right, this is an important announcement because we have a car that's about to be towed. If you parked in the roundabout in the fire zone, it's a black, brand new Ford Edge. It's about to look
3-2-1, McGuffin serving.
on a tow truck. So we need you to move your car.
Leigh Waters not pleased with herself after missing that drop wide. The wind is gusting a little bit here at the Darling Tennis Center. So that's a miscommunication between McGuffin and Waters. They cannot afford getting mixed up like that. So one of the things that you might do at home if you're watching pickleball and thinking about should I play drops or drive is to consider the wind conditions. Drops are tough enough to play perfectly as it is, and when you throw in some wind on top of that, they can be even tougher. Typically what players will do when it starts to get breezier, especially when the wind is swirling, is they'll say, you know what, we're not going to take so much risk and play these third shot drops. We'll often just look to hit the ball hard on that third shot instead. Let's see what Kovalova and Wright decide to do here. McGuffin Waters happy to come away on top after that exchange. That ball sails just a little bit long off the Kovalova back end. 3-2-1. Interesting to note that Tyson McGuffin seems to have made some adjustments to his serve. Doesn't use quite as deep a knee bend as he has in the past, and actually seems to use a slightly more open stance when he's serving, which is interesting. That ball finds the court, and that's going to lead to the second server. 3-2-2. Leigh Waters to serve. Kovalova so good at creating topspin on that forehand when that ball is low. Even if you do play the ball, it's going to skid off the ground or skid off the paddle if you're playing it as a volley. Very tough to handle. There's that great two-handed backhand defense. Able to get one ball back and force McGuffin to play another one, but not quite the second. There's those drives that we talked about in these slightly gusty conditions. Good idea to go hard at your opponent, and especially if they sort of struggle with that first ball, to keep the pressure on, keep going at that person. We saw Matt Wright do a nice job of it there. McGuffin able to get the first ball back, but not the second. Kovalova so tough with that 1-2 combination, stepping on the gas, causing trouble. Really not giving you a chance to breathe, even if you get that first ball back. Kovalova's drop sit up a bit too high. Can they reset and get back in the point? No. That right backhand finds the net. And with that, we have a side out. If you're just joining us, my name is Mark Rennison. I'll be with you all weekend long as we watch some great pro pickleball action here at the PPA Championship, brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. We're in Las Vegas, Nevada at the beautiful Darling Tennis Center, which, for tournaments such as this one, converts into a pickleball center.
Attention, ladies, in the 5-0.
McGuffin having to work very hard there, keeping that ball in play. Finally, the direction gets changed. Waters not able to recover and get the ball back in the court.
At the south side of the championship courts, attendance is required. 5-0-1935 plus. Please report to player orientation. Report next to the flag that reads player orientation.
Waters needs to get that ball down a little bit lower if they're going to successfully reset. Same goes for McGuffin. It's going to be tough to do it off of these overhead smashes from Wright. That ball catches off the top of the net and hits Matt Wright, the former Michigan Wolverine, in the right knee. One of the things I love about pickleball is the way that a team can really seem like they've got their back against the wall and somehow find a way to get back in the point and then to go on to win it.
No.
The ball goes a little long. Wright called it, communicated with his partner that it was going to go out. But Kovalova, pretty sure she had that one lined up already and is quite certain she wanted nothing to do with that ball. Look at McGuffin taking up space in the middle of the court, forcing Kovalova to really play that ball wide if she's going to avoid him. Of course, when she gets a high ball in her forehand like that, she's more than happy to hit right to him. This time getting him right in the midsection. Wright reads the angles well. Two-handed backhand to defend. Kovalova may have been better to play a drop there. The ball was pretty low. Reset the point. Get back up to the net. 5-4-2. Tight second game here after Wright and Kovalova took game number one, 11-7. Leigh Waters does a good job with those high forehands, finding the middle, the gap between Kovalova and Wright, especially getting the ball down low. Kovalova swinging backhand, can't quite catch up to that Waters forehand pass through the middle. One of the things to watch if you're at home is pay attention to the amount of movement you see from the players' paddles as they're hitting the ball, especially when they're hitting slower balls like a drop or a dink, even a defensive volley. Watch how little paddle movement you actually see. Keeping the paddle face compact, keeping the movement minimal, increases the chance of stability when you make contact that you can hit in the center of the paddle. It also makes it a little bit easier to control exactly where you hit it. When you've got a little more time to take a wind-up, then you can do so, but especially on those softer balls, you're going to see really compact paddle movements. Nice paddle movement there from Kovalova with the two-handed backhand, defending against that ball through the middle, hitting for a winner. 6-6-2, game number 2. Wright swats that high backhand away. 6-6-1. McGuffin reaches across the middle, attacks with that forehand. Kovalova had tried to line it up. She saw what was coming, but she just couldn't quite keep the ball low enough to keep it in play. We got 6-6-2. McGuffin Waters trying to stay alive, trying to extend this to a third and decisive game. Yeah! Kovalova doesn't miss that one. Matt Wright. Pretty pumped up about that, Matt, right? 7-6-2.
That's so good.
There it is again from Kovalova. Looks like that's going to be a timeout for McGuffin and Waters. We're going to take a quick hydration break ourselves. This is brought to you by Jigsaw Health. And we're going to be back with the conclusion of game number 2 here in Las Vegas.
Dorothy, I really think you'd like the magnesium. Perfect. I'd be happy to get that shipped out to you today. Thanks, Dorothy. You too. Come on!
Does he do that every time? Every time.
I never thought I would fall in love with this sport again. I want to get better and find others who will help my game grow. I want to compete, but I don't know where I stand.
Welcome back to Championship Court. Mark Renison here, enjoying some great mixed doubles pro action. You're watching Lucy Kovalova and Matt Wright forcing McGuffin and Leigh Waters to take a timeout. Back to the action here. And back where we left off with Kovalova and Wright putting a lot of pressure on McGuffin and Waters. 9-6-2, 2 points away from winning this match. For the angle from McGuffin. Goes right through the middle, hard to the forehand of Wright. He tries to counterattack, but mistimes it. That ball goes out. Waters going to try to serve here and score a few points for her team. Ball drifts just a little bit to the right of the court. 6-9-2, McGuffin to serve. McGuffin has to be very aggressive there. Thought for a second about stepping back and letting that ball come to him. Instead, he sort of lunges forward, gets that ball when it's still high. He can attack with speed when that ball is elevated. 7-9-2. Waters tried to catch the forehand hip of Matt Wright, not able to do so. He deftly gets out of the way. Ball goes long. Wright is serving now, 9-7-1. Well played offensive lob. Well played offensive lob by Matt Wright. able to push McGuffin off the net. That's going to set up match point here. And before that match point, there's going to be a timeout. We're going to stay here with it because we want to make sure we can catch all the action here. Match point. Remind you about a few things coming up. You are going to want to join us here at the Darling Tennis Center in Las Vegas, Nevada, if you can. Head over to ppatour.com to get your tickets. We've got great men's and women's doubles action happening tomorrow, as well as Championship Sunday, where you get to see the gold medal matches.
Devilliers and Jessie Irvine taking on Vegas's very own AJ Koller and Stratman immediately following this match. Stay tuned for another great back-to-back match.
I just hear the announcer right now. So I pause for a second. After the conclusion of this match, we've got another great pro mixed doubles match. We've got Jessie Irvine and Jocelyn Devilliers coming out here, and he's going to be taking on hometown boy AJ Koller, along with Stratman. That's going to be a fun one to watch. You're going to want to stay with us here. In the meantime, we're back to the action. It's a match point on the paddle of Mr. Matt Wright. With that Kovalova forehand dink into the net, that's going to become her serve. Still a match point here. Kovalova can end things right now, 10-7-2. And it looks like in that case we had the wrong returner in play. Should have been McGuffin returning that serve from the right side. That is a disappointing way to end that match. Disappointing for the fans, for sure. Kovalova and Wright, they're not disappointed. They are happy to come through with the victory. A round of applause for them. They're giving a round of applause back to the crowd. We're going to be back with more great pro mixed doubles action. Coming up, AJ Koller, Stratman, Jessie Irvine, and Jocelyn Devilliers coming up next. Stay close. Bye.
I know how good I am and how hard I've been working to get better. I've got the medals to prove it.
But my rating doesn't show how good I am.
I'm so frustrated. I can't find someone who will play with me when I play out of state.
I just won a gold medal at 4-5, but my rating still says I can play 3-5. The Duper rating system uses how close a match was
and how many points are scored, and they're open to adapting to how the game is changing.
Playing at the right competitive level keeps matches fair and fun for me and for pickleball.
It's time to make every match count.
One thing I really noticed before I came on to Gearbox, other paddles change over time. They start to slowly deteriorate, and at about that 3 or 4 month mark, just kind of felt dead. And then I would switch to a new paddle, and it was kind of too fast, because then it had to degrade to get into that sweet spot again. I've been using the GX5 for just about a year now. Same paddle that I picked up the first time I hit it. Haven't switched paddles, and it feels exactly the same a year later, and that's huge.
Electric feel is in my bones, in my bones, in my bones. Make me color, make me glow,
Tyson
make me
just
glow,
back
make me
at the
glow.
baseline.
Shine like diamonds, bright as gold, bright as gold, bright as gold. Let those good vibrations.
That's a great point by Tyson McGuffin.
I got that glow.
Frometh Pickleball is your new one-stop pickleball shop. The best selection of pickleball gear is in stock and ready to ship from our warehouse. Shop the top brands like Selkirk, Paddletech, Onyx, and Vulcan, as well as the new Fila Pickleball collection of footwear and apparel. Visit us online today at fromethpickleball.com, the official store of the Pro Pickleball Association, an exclusive shop for PPA merchandise.
Pro team at pickleballtournaments.com have unparalleled experience running tournaments, including all professional tours and premier events. We provide professional services to develop, plan, and deliver tournaments that players and fans love. Pickleballtournaments.com, powering pickleball tournaments worldwide.
Selkirk's mission has always been to fuel the pickleball obsession found inside every player.
There is a growing community of pickleball players who consume as much pickleball content as they possibly can.
And that's why we are launching Selkirk TV, which brings the best pickleball content to your smartphone, tablet, and big screen TV. It's pickleball's original and only free TV app. This is 24/7 pickleball, proudly brought to you by Selkirk.
Again, until you strike just right, until the ball sings, until the other guy blinks, until the court's clear and the sun sets, until you see it in your sleep and wake up swinging. Go again. Till you can't miss, until you can't lose. Go again and again.
Welcome back to Championship Court here at the Darling Tennis Center in Las Vegas, Nevada. We are getting ready for our next pro mixed doubles match. On the left side of your court, warming up together, up near the net, we see Jocelyn, Jay, as many people call him, Devilliers. The Frenchman, by way of Wichita, Kansas. And on the far side of the court, Jessie Irvine out of California. They're playing doubles here in this tournament together. They're going to be taking on the people to the right of your screen, Lauren Stratman, based in Tennessee, formerly of California. And the hometown boy, AJ Koller, from Las Vegas. He's got some fans in the stands for sure. It's going to be a great match coming up here. We're going to see a lot of interesting action. In the meantime, why don't I tell you about some more about what you might want to know about happening here this week at the PPA Championship, brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. Tomorrow we're going to have men's and women's doubles action. You're going to want to see that. The pros, you can watch it here live with us. You can also come down to the Darling Center. We'd love to have you. Head over to ppatour.com to get your tickets. Sunday, of course, is Championship Sunday, everyone's favorite day around here. It's when all the hardware gets handed out. And one of the things to know about this tournament, this event, is that if you lose, that's it. Well, that's it, but you cannot work your way back. In many other pickleball tournaments, you can work your way through the back draw, have a chance to play for gold later on. It's a longer road to hoe, but you can do it. Not so here at the PPA Championship. Once you lose, the best you can do is bronze. So these players have a lot riding on every single one of these matches. There are none that you can sort of sit back and take for granted.
Head on down to the white seats for your chance to win $3,000 in PPA swag. We have Jay Devilliers and Jessie Irvine.
As you see Jay Devilliers checking in with the referee, deciding which ball he thinks is going to be most appropriate.
You would not want to miss.
If you weren't with us earlier today, we saw Simone Jardim and Ben Johns were upset by the 14-year-old Annalie Waters and Mr. Kyle Yates. It was an exciting match we had earlier out here on this championship court. Meanwhile, we got a great match coming up in front of us now. It looks like Jessie Irvine is going to be taking over on serving. Here we go, 0-0-2. Stratman with a hard forehand drive right at the body of Devilliers. The ball just catches the top of the net from Koller. Jay Devilliers, you're going to see that low backhand slice. It's a return of serve very often. Nice defense from Koller. Can't quite keep it in play. Sometimes you'll even see Devilliers use a two-handed backhand, especially when he's driving the ball or when he's defending under pressure. He's a big man and a real threat up there near the net. You can see a good example of his great volley skills right there. Jessie Irvine with it around the post. She goes hard. Koller sees it coming, comes out to try to defend with that two-handed backhand. Gets his paddle on the ball, but can't put it back in the court. Tough to defend against a shot like that. A lot of speed off that Jessie Irvine forehand. Devilliers not able to catch up to that hard hit ball down near the feet. He will serve. Koller pokes the ball forehand, and then looks like there's a little bit of indecision there on his part. At first, he looked like he was going to step out to try to play the volley, then crossed over and Still wasn't sure exactly how he wanted to hit it, or even if he should hit it. Thought that ball might have gone wide. Irvine with great defense. Great angle by Koller, able to put that ball well off the court, outside of the reach of the big man, Devilliers. They're going to retrieve that ball. So useful to be able to hit those good kinds of inside-out forehand smashes, make it really tough for your opponents to have to worry about what inside the lines playing the balls, but also having enough room outside of the court to retrieve. Ball clips off the top of the net and gets over, but not on that second one. Irvine misses her forehand dink in the net. 2-3-1 is the score with Lauren Stratman to serve. There's that slice return of serve I was talking about from Devilliers. One of the things about that is the ball stays pretty low, forcing an upward hit from the opponents. Also, sometimes you can get a good skidding action off of it. And we see that's 2 third-shot drives in a row missed by Koller. Right now, if I'm Irvine and Devilliers, I'm thinking that we keep returning to him for a little while, see if we can get a few more. Stratman misses her return long. 4-2-1. Stratman really using a lot of topspin on that forehand dink. Irvine just trying to block it back, trying to defend. She can't handle that one. That's a really nice example there. Often when we think about dinking, we think of it really as a shot that keeps us out of trouble. We hit a slow and low ball, so our opponents have to hit up, can't hit down on the ball and cause trouble for us. But with the evolution of pickleball, we see players playing kind of like Stratman was here, using her shot, her dink, not just to stay out of trouble, but to actually cause trouble by using that heavy topspin, making it a little bit tougher, being a little more productive with the kind of ball we hit. And Stratman does a nice example. Let's see if she keeps it up throughout this match. Jessie Irvine, a good deep return of serve, handcuffs AJ Koller a little bit. Koller really just putting that ball in play without much on it. Makes it easy for Devilliers to hit a quality return of serve. Speaking of quality, Lauren Stratman finds the right spot with that forehand volley. Devilliers blocks that first ball with his backhand, can't quite hang on for the second one. It finds the net. Stratman, I think right there, is going to be thinking, great, let's see if we can use these combinations again at Devilliers, see if he can give us a few more points. Devilliers all over the net here, looking to keep the pressure on. Stratman trying to defend. There we go, Devilliers likes it. (4-4-1) is the score here in game number 1 of this pro mixed doubles main draw match. The ball still is just a little bit long. Interesting to see how aggressive Devilliers and Irvine were there. That drop that Jay played was not especially great. Set up a little bit high, and yet both he and Irvine really came forward pretty aggressively. We're trying to send a message to Stratman and Koller that they're not afraid of the power that they can produce. Stratman takes a rip. Devilliers is able to defend weakly, but the ball by Koller goes just a little bit wide.
Yes, ma'am.
6-4-2.
6-4-2.
Devilliers hits that third shot hard. A little bit too high. Ball sails long. Distance the ball travels is controlled by three things. The ball's height, speed, and its spin. And if you don't line up all three of those correctly, the ball's going to sail long on you. Irvine lines that overhead smash up correctly. She's able to put that ball into the dirt and into the stands afterwards. Impossible for Stratman to defend against. 4-6-2, Koller serving. That's a nice example. Enough spin on that ball that the ball stays in play. Irvine thought it was going to sail out. Again, those three variables, height, speed, and spin. Those three in combination control the distance any ball travels. So if your ball is going a little long, hit a little lower, a little slower, or just add some topspin. So topspin on that forehand dink of Lauren Stratman. We talked about that earlier. However, it didn't get the ball quite high enough. It finds the net. 6-5-1. Jessie Irvine serving. Devilliers trying to help that ball over the net, but to no avail. He will take over serving from Irvine. Ball, Jessie Irvine. Looks like there's a little bit of miscommunication there. The paddles might have collided there. AJ Koller can't believe that ball got past him and yet still stayed in play. It's a pretty slow kind of ball. Even Devilliers and Irvine find it a little bit funny. That ball is just wide. 5-7-1. AJ Koller serving. Puts a little more juice on it this time. Devilliers still handles it well. Quickly attacks the net. Well left by Stratman. Koller getting pretty aggressive there, taking a lot of balls. He thought about poaching that last one, ended up holding back on it. Stratman, however, thought he was going to take the ball. She's a little late making contact. Third shot lob actually stays in play. Allows Stratman and Koller to control the net. Koller really getting aggressive out there, and he gets rewarded, taking up a lot of space, looking to use speed. Well done by Koller. He finds the opening. Irvine was moving a little bit to her left, toward the center of the court, and he's able to squeak it past her. 8-7-2, Stratman and Koller. Dangerous here in game number one. Ball a little bit of an off-speed overhead from Devilliers that time. Stratman catches it a bit too early, can't get it over the net. 7-8-1. Never like to hit a ball in the net on that third shot, especially when you're so tight here in this game. 7-8-2. Devilliers is going to try to reset the ball. Can't quite do it. He got that ball back and it was slow, but it was just set up a little bit too high, and that meant that Koller and Stratman could keep the pressure on using speed, using spin. 8-7-1. Watch this ball. Devilliers gets down low. Great defense by Koller. Can they hold on? Devilliers fired up about that. He had to get down almost on one knee to hit that overhead smash off the bounce. Koller did an excellent job defending and making them play one more shot. 8-7-2. AJ Koller. Good topspin drop to Irvine. So we talked about that aggressive dinking. You're trying to not just stay out of trouble, but at this level you're trying to cause trouble for your opponents, and that is going to cause trouble for Devilliers as Lauren Stratman loads up on that backhand, takes a rip, finds the open court. Also, it's just a little bit long off of Devilliers' paddle. All right, there's going to be a quick timeout. They're going to take a hydration break. We're going to take one as well. This is brought to you by Jigsaw Health.
Thank you for calling Jigsaw Health. How can I help you? Yeah, you'd like to speak with Ben Johns. Let me get his extension for you.
002?
Yeah, his extension is 002.
Is it lunchtime yet?
15 seconds.
That was delicious. I'm getting more.
Second serving.
Hey, Ron, package for you.
Hey, Patrick, thanks. Appreciate that. Fault. Incorrect receiver. Foot fault. Right foot.
He's going to be a blast at the Christmas party.
We are back live here on Championship Court, Las Vegas, Nevada. Game point here. AJ Koller serving. He misses it. He went for it aggressive on that game point. Ball sails just long. That's going to be a side out. Wonder if it's going to be costly. Jay Devilliers takes over serving. Jay's going to be pumped about that one. That ball goes just out of bounds. Devilliers, Irvine trying to claw their way back into this first game. All right, quick hydration break. We'll be back in just a moment with the conclusion of game number one. Stay close.
Shoot, I can't remember my password.
We don't say can't. We conquer.
I got it.
I wish I could do a backflip.
We don't say I wish. We accomplish.
I finally did it.
I'm going to try this one more time.
We don't say try. We aim for the sky.
Yeah, the sky.
We're back live on Championship Court. The conclusion of game number one. Jay Devilliers serving to try to stay in it. 9-10-1 is the score. A lot of spin on that serve. Stratman, good deep return. Stratman. What a get by Stratman to get that ball that just barely came over the net. Couldn't get out of the kitchen quickly enough to really set herself up. Jay Devilliers makes her pay. 10-10, looks like we have some extra time here in game number one. Remember, this is a win by 2. competition. Irvine and Devilliers looking for a good enough drop to come forward. Haven't got it yet. Now's their chance. And with that ball from Irvine sitting up a little bit too high, AJ Koller knows what to do with it. A heavy spinning forehand. 10-10-2. Devilliers all over the net. The big man is there, ready. He's got a very long reach. So going to set up a game point. 11-10-2, Jessie Irvine to win game number 1. The ball sits up a bit too high. Irvine's had that happen a few times to her when she receives those spinning balls deep on the forehand side. Her drops have sat up a little bit high, and Koller has made her pay. Wow. That ball just clips the top of the net. Stratman, Koller, not happy about that, but JD Devilliers will be. That ball is just wide. 11-11-2. Jessie Irvine gets that ball so tough when the ball is that tight to the net. There's not a whole lot you can do. This is going to set up another game point. This time AJ Koller. See if he's aggressive with the serve. Irvine does a good job burying that ball down into the ground right by the feet of Lauren Stratman. She and Devilliers will get the ball now to serve. Try to get back on par. 11-12-1. Ball goes just wide. Once again, we have a game point here. AJ Koller, Lauren Stratman, trying to take game number 1 here. Devilliers, that ball gets hit hard. Koller's upset that someone in the crowd was yelling during the point, but don't think that's going to change the result. Koller goes to serve. Still got a game point here. 12-11-2. Aggressive play from Koller. And with that, game number 1 goes to Koller and Stratman. We're going to take a quick commercial timeout. We're going to be back in a moment with game number 2 here. The PPA Championship, Las Vegas, Nevada, brought to you by Guaranteed Rate.
On your 6, ladies.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours.
What's your secret? Oh, it's no secret. It's the expert help I got at Foot Solutions.
Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
Brightest gold, brightest gold.
McGuffin.
I got that
Welcome back to Championship Court here at the Darling Tennis Center in Las Vegas, Nevada. If you were watching it with us earlier, you saw AJ Koller and Lauren Stratman take game number 1. Good overhead smash there from Koller. .202 is the score. Jay Devilliers serving. The near side of the court alongside partner Jessie Irvine. Far side of the court. In case you're just joining us, we've got Lauren Stratman and her partner AJ Koller. That ball from Stratman finds the net. 4-0-2, a quick lead here from Devilliers and Irvine. Gotta wonder whether Stratman and Koller, they're gonna want a quick timeout. We're gonna take a quick hydration break as well. We'll be back with more. We're gonna see if Stratman and Koller can get things organized for game number 2. Back in a sec.
Thanks for calling Jigsaw Health. This is Simone Jardim. How can I help you? No, she's not here today. Oh yeah, she does have a wicked backhand. I think she's from Slovakia. No, she's certainly not in the KGB. I think you're thinking of Irina. Sure. I can get you some pickleball cocktail. Are you sure you want the box? You know, I strongly prefer the bag myself. Bag it is. Perfect.
We're back to the action here where AJ Koller and Lauren Stratman just called a quick timeout after winning game number 1 in extra time. They find themselves in a 5-0 deficit here in game number 2. Called a timeout to regroup and make sure the plan is still on track. The ball goes just a little bit out. And Devilliers, Irvine, adding to their score. They're up now 6-0 here in game number 2. Jessie Irvine's forehand finds the net there. Some of you at home may be noticing that sometimes Irvine stays a little bit off the line. If you're in pickleball, you may have been told you should get right up as close to that line as possible. You notice that often when she's up near the kitchen, she's sometimes a foot back, sometimes even more than that. There's a couple of things going on here that we'll talk about after this rally. So what's happening here is a couple things. One is we know that we know that Devilliers is looking to take up as much space as possible. He's a very tall player, and he's going to look to poach whenever he can and get these balls. By Irvine being a little bit further back, that creates a bit more space, as we see right here, for him to reach forward without the risk of running into her. In this kind of a setup, because she's not as well positioned to attack, she's actually going to be doing a little bit more defending from back there. Her job, not quite at the three-quarter court, but close to it, will be to make sure she can be steady, make sure she can keep the ball in play, and then also keep those dinks down nice and low so the others can't attack. So this is a really good example of how when you play pickleball, when you play advanced pickleball at this level at least, there's not really my court, your court, there's really our court, and we need to figure out how we're going to share the space as a team. That ball tries to get up and over the net, can't quite do it. That's going to be 9-0-1. Really going on a run here. This game is all but over for Devilliers and Irvine. They look like they're going to win this second game comfortably. Got to think right now, if you're Koller and Stratman, you're thinking about what went wrong here and how do we make sure it doesn't happen as we go to that third and final game. It's not very often you see a game that's so close like it was in game number 1, 13-11, and not close at all in game number 2. Lauren Stratman, she's ready on that forehand. Good counter-attacking ball right through the middle. Irvine's not able to handle it. Ball finds the net. Devilliers still serving at 10-0. Not serving anymore. That's going to be a side out. 0-10-1. Stratman and Koller would really like to just leave this game building something positive here. Maybe figuring out something that they can take into game number 3. Of course, Devilliers and Irvine do not want to give them that opportunity. They'd like to close it out as soon as possible. Game point. Jessie Irvine serving. Devilliers drives that low third shot. Stratman hits at the ball in the net. That is going to be game number 2. This is going 3 games, folks. We're going to be back in a minute with the conclusion of this match. Come back and join us. See you soon.
I host a show in the kitchen.
I share my workouts in the kitchen.
I roll one sleeve up in the kitchen.
I stream in the kitchen.
I can't cook, but I'm in this kitchen.
I gave my paddle away in the kitchen.
I help keep you fit in the kitchen.
We're all family in the kitchen.
Let's go!
How do you get what you want? Eric Weinbach, blind man, wanted to climb Mount Everest. My man crazy, but he believed it was possible.
We're gonna do it.
And because he believed, he became the first blind person ever to stand on top of the world. Guaranteed Rate believes in your dreams. That's why we treat everyone like we treat our own family and work extra hard to get you the lowest low rate possible. Because if you believe, you will.
Welcome back. Championship Court here at the Darling Tennis Center in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm Mark Renison, and you're here watching Mixed Doubles Pro event here at the PPA Championship, brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. In game number 1, AJ Koller and Lauren Stratman need a little bit of extra time to win that first game against Devilliers and Irvine. Devilliers and Irvine came out firing in game number 2. They won an 11-zip. Wouldn't let those scores deceive you. I think we're in for a good third game here. As both these teams fight to stay in the main draw. A reminder that here at this PPA Championship brought to you by Guaranteed Rate, once you lose, your chance for gold is gone. The best you can do is come away with a bronze medal. So both these teams are going to fight hard to win here at game number 3. It's that top spin dink we were talking about. There we go. That's one of the reasons why that can be so effective. She uses that top spin dink, plays it slow, slow, slow as a dink. Uses the exact same setup, the same preparation, the same grip. Everything's the same. Just accelerates a little bit more as she makes contact, and that ball goes through the middle for a winner. Nicely done by Stratman. They're up 3-0-1 here in game number 3. It's a great reset by Koller. Irvine typically will get that ball past her opponents there. Koller very solid. Looks like there may have been a timeout called. We're going to stay here for a moment while these players take their break. We're going to tell you about a few other things you are going to want to check out. Head over to ppatour.com. You can get tickets to come and join us the rest of this weekend. Men's pro doubles, women's pro doubles happening on Saturday. And on Sunday we've got Championship Sunday, where we're going to see the conclusion of the tournament. We're going to be giving out some hardware. You can learn more about all of this and get your tickets at ppatour.com. If you want to see what the brackets look like, we've got the pro brackets, of course, but there's also the amateur events as well. Head over to pickleballtournaments.com and you can see who's doing what in these different events. Follow your favorite players, whether they're the pros or maybe someone from your club, wherever you live. Check out pickleballtournaments.com. Check out the latest brackets from the PPA. 4-0-1, Lauren Stratman serving to the Jessie Irvine backhand. Irvine outlasts Stratman in that forehand dinking exchange. If I'm Jessie Irvine in that case, I say, hey, maybe this is a pattern that'll work. Maybe just got to bring a little extra patience to the game here. We can get into one of those exchanges with Stratman again. $5-0-2 is the score. AJ Koller delivers to Jessie Irvine. Again, so that was the pattern we just talked about a moment ago, the cross-court forehand to forehand. Stratman ended up coming up short previously, and she did again in that case. So right now, at least, that's a pattern that's working well for Devilliers and Irvine. Big reach by Devilliers. Nicely done. He uses the power very effectively and then mixes in a very soft shot. No chance for Koller or Stratman to get to that. Both of them were retreating, expecting another fastball. Nice variety showed by Devilliers. Irvine's happy to get that free point. Koller's return of serve lands long. 3-5-1. Devilliers and Irvine clawing their way back here in this third game. Koller goes for the Ernie. He's able to get there, but can't quite put the ball away. Plays a nice angle. Devilliers just too tall, too quick, too athletic. Gets that ball, is able to put it back in the court. 4-5-1. Irvine, sort of a desperation shot there. Trying to sweep her paddle across the back of the ball to keep that ball in the court, maybe with a little bit of side spin. Not able to do it. Stratman handles Irvine drive well. AJ outlasts Jessie Irvine in that exchange.
5-4-1.
5-4-1 is the score here. So we're going deep into this third game. It's not a ball that Devilliers typically misses. That's going to force them to call a timeout. We're going to take a quick hydration break as well ourselves. As always, it's brought to you by Jigsaw Health.
One thing I really noticed before I came on to Gearbox, other paddles change over time. They start to slowly deteriorate, and at about that 3 or 4 month mark, just kind of felt dead. And then I would switch to a new paddle, and it was kind of too fast, because then it had to degrade to get into that sweet spot again. I've been using the GX5 for just about a year now. Same paddle that I picked up the first time I hit it. Haven't switched paddles, and it feels exactly the same a year later, and that's huge.
AJ Koller is getting ready to serve to Jocelyn Devilliers as we take a look at Stratman and Koller.
6-4-1.
6-4-1, a slight lead here. This is a race to 11. The winner will move on. They continue to be in the main draw where they have a chance to go on and win gold. The loser here will go into the back draw where the best will be able to finish is third place. We will have that bronze medal match for you later on today. Meanwhile, we've got some great action happening right here on the court. You can feel as this game moves further and further into the third game. The emotion rising. 4-6-1, Irvine Devilliers. Good example of teamwork there, even though Stratman and Koller don't end up winning the point. You can see Koller go for the Ernie outside the side of the court. Stratman slides over to cover the middle. It's important if you are trying that kind of a maneuver to realize it's not just the person going for the Ernie that has responsibilities, but so does the non-hitter. Devilliers wins that exchange with Stratman.
6-6-1.
6-6-1, all tied up here. Game number 3. Service called out. 6-6-2.
6-6-2.
Stratman sitting on that backhand, well defended by Devilliers.
I go here. 6-6-1.
6-6-1, Lauren Stratman to serve here to Jessie Irvine. Great defense. Devilliers attacks right at the body of AJ Koller. He's not able to hang on. Ball goes just long. It's going to bring up second server, and that will be Koller.
6-6-2.
Good deep serve from Koller. Devilliers got to back up a half a step. Unfortunately for Stratman, that ball clips off the top of the net, lands a little bit long. Jessie Irvine.
6-6-1.
6-6-1. Around the post attempt. He's got the angle, but that ball just goes long, hit a little bit too hard.
7-6-1.
And finally, the tie is broken. Devilliers, Irvine with the lead. Irvine can't handle the speed off the Stratman volley.
7-6-2.
7-6-2. Nice low ball. Stratman not able to get the ball back up over the net. One of the things to notice here is number of times that players, when they're playing softer shots, that they tend to go cross-court. This is often true when we're talking about drops or dinks. And the reason, there's a few of them, but one is that the net is lower in the middle when you go cross-court. So you have a little more margin for error. Not to mention when you go diagonally, you have a little more room to work with. Not quite as easy for the opponent at the net to reach forward and attack. So unless you have a really good reason to go down line, players will very often on these slower balls, drops and dinks, go diagonally. No need to hit diagonally there. That high forehand Devilliers puts down into the dirt. That's an easy put away for him. Koller knows it. It's not going to be good enough to get it past the Frenchman. Stratman gets backed off the line a little bit, finds her way back. Jessie Irvine is unlucky with the ball catching the top of the net. Sailing just wide. 7-8-2. Koller and Stratman trying to hang close here. And with backhands like that, she's going to be able to do that. Nicely done by Stratman, using that second hand to drive the ball. Looks like there's going to be a quick hydration break. We're going to take one as well. We're going to be back with the conclusion of game number 3. You're going to want to see it.
It's pickleballparrot.com.
Bruh, don't you want to watch pro pickleball?
Please, Patrick, you don't have to make that sound anymore. I mean, I get the point. People need a simple way to find the details for live pro pickleball events.
Exactly. And that's why we need to figure out how to spell Brock.
Does this start with a B or a W?
I don't know. It might be both. Check.
I hear at least 3, maybe 4 A's.
Guys, it's not a real word.
But we still have to figure out how to spell it. Brock. Look, just wait until you see the video we're going to make.
All right, you guys, let's do this. Gotta return the suit by 5.
Brock?
Welcome back. Championship court. 8-8 is the score. AJ Koller delivering to Jocelyn Devilliers. That ball just catches the line. Koller puts the ball in the net. That's going to be a side out, and this is a great opening for Devilliers and Irvine. You see Jessie Irvine getting ready to serve here. Winner moves on to stay in the main draw. Loser goes into the consolation bracket. Great defense from Stratman. She's fired up. She's hitting her partner, AJ Koller, as hard with her high five as she does with her backhand. Those topspin dinks we were talking about from Stratman. She has been known to miss a few of them today in this match, but does not do so there. Plays the ball. Good topspin. Ball gets popped up a little bit by Irvine. Devilliers there. I should say. 8-8-1. Ball gets too high from Stratman. She tries to warn her partner, but not really necessary since the ball is coming back hard at her. It's going to bring up AJ Koller as the second server. Irvine plays that volley back deep. Stratman thought it might go out, but it stays in. Excellent defense from Koller. The ball goes a little too wide off the Irvine forehand. And here we go. All of a sudden with the lead, 9-8. AJ Koller, Lauren Stratman. Feel a little bit of momentum building here. That ball doesn't quite get over the net. It's going to be a side out. Devilliers and Irvine can try to lock things up at 9 here if they can win this point. Ball goes just long, and it is locked up at 9. 9 all here. Game number 3. We're going to stay here throughout this timeout. A couple reminder coming up. Oh, we've got a good match coming up at the conclusion of this one. We've got Patrick Smith along with Callie Joe Smith, no relation, taking on Lindsay Newman and Riley Newman, who are related. They happen to be brother and sister. So Smith versus Newman. That is coming up. That is going to be a quarterfinal match coming up here on this court in just a few minutes at the conclusion of this match. Suspect that's going to be an entertaining affair as well. As we see here getting ready to finish this match, Koller, Stratman, after really getting pummeled in that second game, 11-0, they are back with a vengeance here, trying to book their ticket to the semifinals. Jessie Irvine's going to be serving here. 9-9-1. Conservative serve just to get the play started. They're betting they can win things up at the net. And they do. Jay Devilliers. Excellent job of putting away that high ball. Good job by Stratman. That sets up a game point here. Jay Devilliers, Jessie Irvine for the win. Jessie Irvine with that patented lunging forehand volley manages to keep her balance, puts that ball past Stratman. That's going to be a winning shot, and that is going to be the shot that wins the match. Jessie Irvine, Jocelyn Devilliers do a great job. In a moment, we're going to go down to courtside, and we're going to get a special interview with the winners from this match, along with Hannah Johns. You're going to want to see this. Stay close. We're going to be back in a minute. Courtside.
I absolutely love this paddle. For me, it really suits my game well. I have a power game. I play quick. I can dink well with it.
And I absolutely love the paddle. I mean, the amount of pop you can generate, it's just propelled my game, helps me drive the ball.
It really feels unlike any other paddle that I've ever played with, particularly the face. It's really something new, the carbon fiber surface. It really allows you to grip the ball.
Game time, baby!
I host a show in the kitchen.
I share my workouts in the kitchen.
I roll one sleeve up in the kitchen.
I stream in the kitchen.
I can't cook, but I'm in this kitchen.
I gave my paddle away in the kitchen.
I help keep you fit in the kitchen.
We're all family in the kitchen.
Let's go!
Fromouth Pickleball is your new one-stop pickleball shop. The best selection of pickleball gear is in stock and ready to ship from our warehouse. Shop the top brands like Selkirk, Paddletech, Onyx, and Vulcan, as well as the new Fila Pickleball collection of footwear and apparel. Visit us online today at fromouthpickleball.com, the official store of the Pro Pickleball Association, an exclusive shop for PPA merchandise.
Welcome back to the PPA Championships in Las Vegas. I'm here with Jay Devilliers, Jessie Irvine. What a spectacular quarterfinal we just saw. In these long games to best out of 3, what are you most focused on?
For me personally, it's sticking to the game plan. Every now and then I like to get a little adventurous and go out of my box. And then I get reminded very quickly, Jessie, stick to the game plan. Keep doing it. So that's my main thing that's going through my head.
11-0 in that second game. How does that happen?
Well, I think Jessie and I talked about it. We were looking to have the good side at the end, and when we lost the first game 13-11, and then we had the good side. We used that very well. Very pleased to win the second game very quickly and focus on the third one, so yeah.
We had some rowdy fans during this match. I think AJ even exchanged some words with the ref about what they were saying during the point. How much does the environment affect the match?
I mean, I love the crowd always. I love the cheering. For me, it doesn't actually affect me. I'm so focused, on the point that I don't hear it. But I love having, that energy because it makes us play better. And, it's just great to have as an environment, just to be around it. But for me personally, it doesn't bother me.
What about if the feedback from the crowd is negative?
I don't even hear it. I'm so focused on my match. The intensity is so high for me just, watching the ball. Pickleball is hard. I already have so much stuff that I'm focusing on the court. I don't have time to worry about what's being said off the court, So I'm just focusing on the ball, doing the right thing, sticking to the game plan. And usually when I get into that kind of hyper focus, nothing around bothers me.
All right, guys. Well, you are through. We're going to see you later on for your semifinal. Back over to you, Mark.
Thank you, Hannah. Thank you, Jay. And thank you, Jessie. Always great to hear from the pros right when they come off the match. You hear Jessie saying, look, it doesn't matter to me whether the crowd is fired up and cheering for me or, maybe cheering for my opponents. It's not going to faze her. Speaking of hearing from the pros, I know our viewers at home love to hear from someone besides me now and then. And what I like to do when we invite someone here into the booth is I like to at least give people at home a minute to try to figure out who it is. And so sometimes I give little hints or I give little clues. Sometimes even just hearing the mystery guest voice, sometimes they figure it out. So Mr. Guest, would you like to say hello to our audience?
Hello. I am not on the mic very often. It's extremely rare, so you might not know my voice.
There you go. That's right. Our Mr. Guest, she isn't on the mic very often, usually because she's in front of the camera, going deep into the tournaments, both in women's doubles and in mixed doubles. And Mr. Guest, your day is over, is it?
It is over.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes that's how it goes.
That is how it goes sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was an early finish, but got tomorrow and a lot more pickleball to watch today. I get to be a spectator.
That's right. And I'm really glad. Some of you may have guessed by now. Our special guest, Mr. Guest, is Corinne Carr. And Corinne, I'm very happy to have you here with us for this quarterfinal match.
Yeah, I think This is a new matchup. I don't normally see Callie and Spencer play together, so should be fun to watch.
Yeah, it's been good. We had Callie Joe Smith and Spencer Smith out earlier today. Reminded the audience, no relation. It's interesting for us. We've got Smith and Smith versus Newman and Newman, which of course they are related and as brother and sister. So Corinne, someone who's often on the court with these players, you want to give us any heads up for anything we should be sort of watching out for from any of these four?
Oh, well, the Newmans, everyone's seen them play. They have amazing defense. Lindsay doesn't get very aggressive in mixed. I feel like Riley does most of the speed ups and Lindsay just stays solid. Callie likes to be aggressive, but I think she has backed off a little bit in mixed doubles and has been a little bit more patient. So, and it's been good for her, I think. So it'll be interesting to see. I don't know. I'm excited to see where Lindsay plays, on the right or the left.
Well, I think also, I mean, one of the things I'd love your insight in, and I think our viewers would as well, is we've had some people say, wait a second, why is this person going over to this person's court, right? Why is he taking her balls, that kind of thing? And maybe you can share some insight as someone who's played a ton of doubles, both doubles and mixed doubles, about kind of the mindset when it comes to sort of sharing space on a court, especially when we're talking about elite play here. How do you approach it when you're talking about sharing space?
Well, I think from the partnership point of view, in mixed doubles, it's mostly the women that have a lot of pressure on them. And, I mean, it always depends on the player, but I certainly don't mind my partner coming over and try to relieve some of that pressure, which is really what the guys are typically doing.
As we're here underway, Callie Smith, Spencer Smith on the near side of the court. On the far side, Lindsay Newman and brother Riley Newman. There we go, Callie Smith. Looks like she finds the line there with that forehand pass. Nicely done. One of the things, Corinne, I expect that we're going to see here is Riley really covering a lot of the court. Lindsay, at least initially, sort of hugging that line. And does that then create an opportunity to maybe go behind Riley the way that Callie did there?
Yes, certainly a little bit. I wouldn't want to do it too often, though, because if she does, then Riley might start reading it and be ready for it. But definitely caught him off guard with that one.
Nice forehand volley right at the forehand hip of Spencer Smith. We talked about how useful it can be to aim at your opponent's forehand hip. Really tough to defend there. It's not quite a backhand. It's not quite a forehand. Seeing a lot of success when we go at that part of the body. Spencer Smith, very good at putting away those high overhead smashes, not just hitting hard and through the middle, but also getting the ball down into the dirt where it's virtually unreturnable. And we're at 3-1-2. That ball stays just inside the baseline. So I'm wondering, Corinne, as we've been sort of continuing to watch the evolution of pickleball, both singles and doubles, mixed doubles, women's or men's, is there anything that we can point out to our audience here in terms of the evolution of pickleball, how we're seeing people playing differently, let's say now, than they were 3 or 4 years ago? Whether it has to do with like the movement patterns of the teams or the shot selection we're seeing, or even shots in the past that were kind of hit one way and now hits used a different approach. What can our audience watch out for here in this match?
I would say in general the game has become much more aggressive. You see a lot more hard hit shots than you used to, and even when I started playing, it was very encouraged to get into the kitchen and dink, and that's not really the case anymore. And I've seen a lot of lobs lately.
I have noticed a lot of lobs as well. Yeah, some offensive lobs and even some defensive ones as well.
Yes, which is interesting. Even in men's, which I never thought I'd see it much in men's doubles, but it's shown up there as well. And it's effective. When it's done well, it's effective.
The trick is to do it well. A nice Ernie attempt by Spencer Smith. He's able to get the ball back over the net. Doesn't put it away, but partner Callie Smith was covering the middle, and even though Lindsay Newman defends and gets the ball back, she's there to finish off the point. Newman's third shot goes just a little bit long. That's going to be a side out. And Callie Jo Smith takes over serving.
Ooh.
And that ball stays in.
It did, just barely.
We've seen a lot of examples today of sometimes it feels like you can hit the exact same shot that hits the net in the exact same place. And in one case, it ends up going very well for you. And the other case goes horribly and just sort of sits up high for your opponent to pounce on.
Oh, there's a second one behind Riley.
So I really like what you said earlier. I said, yes, Mark, that could be effective, but she can't use it too often. I mean, we saw it, I think, at the very first point of this match that she went behind him. And this is only the second time since then, so.
She tried it again. Why not?
Yeah, different kind of ball that time, really taking a rip. 6-3-2, Spencer Smith, along with partner Callie Smith, serving. Callie Smith goes head-to-head with Riley Newman. She comes out on top after that one. Got to think that builds a lot of confidence. Callie's someone who really plays with her heart on her sleeve, and you know she's feeling good.
And I think she's had some success recently in mix, so I think that's probably helping her as well.
If you're just joining us, it's Mark Renneson here alongside special guest Corinne Carr. We are at the PPA Championship here in Las Vegas, which is brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. And we are enjoying some pro mixed doubles action all day today. Tomorrow we're going to have the men's doubles, the women's doubles. And on Sunday we are going to have Championship Sunday, where we are going to be giving out some gold medals in all of the events. This is a quarterfinal matchup. Afterwards we'll be having semifinals as well as the bronze medal match. So you've got a lot of action to look forward to here from Las Vegas. Spencer Smith tries to counterattack off that backhand. Ball might have been a little bit too low for that to be a really good attacking opportunity. Might have been a reset on second thought. Riley Newman sitting on that forehand.
Yes, I think that could be Riley's favorite shot.
Really spanked it. We saw earlier today, we saw Susannah Barr was having a lot of success with those high forehands as well. Riley uses an interesting grip. It's almost like a full, what we call a Western forehand grip, where his hand's almost underneath the paddle, almost as if you're holding a frying pan. And there are some limitations to that kind of grip, but when that ball comes on the forehand, he's able to be there and really sort of spank that ball. There's that Newman defense you were talking about, Corinne. Maybe you could say something. I mean, we're talking about the Newmans and playing defense, but you've sort of built a whole career on being a really great defender, right? Someone who can get another ball back in play. And I think it would be a mistake if I didn't ask you if you could share a tip or two with our viewers about what does it take to become a really good defender in pickleball?
Well, having soft hands definitely helps. And as far as practicing, I think sometimes when you see the ball coming at you, see someone getting ready to attack, you automatically get in attack mode back. And so I think just disciplining yourself to block some of those instead of attacking, just to work on it, it definitely helps. But I will say, I've had to become more than just a defensive player, so I've actually worked on my attacks more than anything else in the last year.
Yeah, I mean, the way pickleball is right now, nobody can be a successful pro and really have a one-sided game, right?
No, you're right.
You've got to be able to do other things, and even if we have strengths in one area more so than another one, but we really have to be able to play as well-rounded players, and being able to defend is part of that, of course.
Yeah, you definitely need every part of the game now to be successful. But I do think with the Lindsay-Riley partnership, I think that Lindsay feels her role is to block. And it's interesting because playing against them, you feel like you can just keep going back at Lindsay, but eventually Riley will step in there. So for them, I feel like it's a very good strategy.
And with that, there's going to be a timeout here. We're going to go to a quick hydration break. This is brought to you by Jigsaw Health. We're going to be back in a moment with the conclusion, maybe, of game number 1. Back in a sec.
Hey, Simone. I got your new paddle.
Ele comprou tua raquete nova.
Diz pra ele que é legal, né?
It's cool. Could she sign it?
Ele quer que tu assine.
Mas já tá assinada.
She said she already signed it.
But I did not see her sign it myself personally.
Esse gringo quer que eu assine a raquete nem sabe falar meu nome direito.
She says she'll sign it if you can say her last name correctly.
Jardim. Jardim? Jardim? Chardon? Garden? Jedi?
We are back live on Championship Court here at the Darling Tennis Center in Las Vegas, Nevada. This is the PPA Championship brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. And after that timeout, which was called by Lindsay and Riley Newman, I want to take a bit of a breather.
So do you think we'll see a different strategy from the Newmans?
Well, we'll see. They're going to try to survive right here. They're going to be very happy to watch that Spencer Smith forehand sail wide as they take over serving. 3-10-1 is the score. Lindsay Newman, Riley Newman trying to stay alive here in game number 1. We've got a lot of work to do, but that's going to help. So it's now 2 shots in a row. I think we can call them unforced errors, Corinne, that Spencer Smith has missed.
Yes.
He's not going to miss that one, though.
Oh, there's that forehand again.
That's the forehand you were talking about, sitting on that forehand with kind of that frying pan grip, able to redirect it out wide and keep it down low. There's that blocking from Lindsay you were talking about, really just keeping things going. Callie Smith comes out on top, really making Lindsay Newman work. She's going to take over serving. This is a game point here. 10-5-1. just catches off the back of the line. Spencer Smith cannot believe his luck. That ball just barely stayed in. He's got another game point, 10-5-2.
Sometimes it's hard to finish.
Yeah, that's right. Sometimes, I mean, especially after a couple misses on those slower balls, sometimes you feel like maybe you should just take a rip on the next one and maybe get some of those nerves out.
Oh, no.
There's another. So we've seen a few unforced errors here late in this game from Smith. You think this is something that Newman and Newman will pick up on? That he's the one who's made a few errors?
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I think they have hit to him a little bit more the last few points.
There you go. Nice combination there. Hits the first one hard at Lindsay. Newman ball comes back up high and he puts it down into the dirt. 6-10-2. There's that defense again. And this was what a nice example. You know, sometimes you hear people say we should never back up when you play pickleball, and it was the backing up in that case that really saved Newman and Newman, buying them more time to react.
Yes, exactly. And boy, you're so close to your opponents in pickleball, stepping back even just a few feet, 2-3 feet, it gives you so much more time.
Spencer Smith goes at the body of, I almost said Corinne Carr, of Lindsay Newman, catches her right on the hand. Not only is Lindsay not able to get the ball back over, but that hurts a little bit. And this sets up another game point. Callie Smith serving. Right through the middle there. Both Smiths take a swing at it. I'm not even sure who hit it.
I'm not either.
Doesn't really matter. Goes through the middle as a winner. And with that, game number one goes to Smith and Smith over Newman and Newman. We're going to go to a quick timeout. We're going to be back with game number two. Mark Renneson and Corinne Carr, the PPA Championship, Las Vegas, Nevada, brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. Welcome back to Championship Court here at the PPA Championship, brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. You just watched Callie Jo Smith and Spencer Smith win game number 1 against Riley and Lindsay Newman.
So the Newmans are trying a different strategy this game. We have Lindsay on the left in front of Callie.
Okay, so tell us more, especially since we're at the beginning of the game here, Corinne. Tell us more a little bit about why might they make that change? What is the advantage or the perceived advantage to having Lindsay in this position now?
I believe Lindsay likes being on that side. She likes playing straight ahead from the woman. She likes going up there for the Ernie. And then Riley's comfortable taking over the whole court, even from the forehand side. So for them, it seems to work. So it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Ball dribbles over the net. That's an around-the-post opportunity. Lindsay Newman wisely doesn't give up on that ball. It almost looks like it hit the net, top of the net twice. Comes down and does exactly the right thing. Hits it hard directly in front of her at Spencer Smith. He can't handle it. Good overhead smash by Callie Jo Smith. 0-1-2 is the score. Yeah, we see sometimes when we watch Lindsay play on this left side is she'll often slide quite far over to the sideline, almost setting up so that the only possible ball she would hit would be a ball that comes to her forehand, right? She's sort of sitting there waiting on that forehand.
Right. And then she's so far over that to move for an Ernie isn't a big move for her.
It's like right there.
Yeah.
You saw it there, yeah. Callie Smith once again puts the ball down into the dirt. Good job finishing off that rally. And you can see that. So would this be something when we're talking about, you know, how Lindsay positions herself relative to her opponents, right? Or in this case, maybe being heads up against Callie. Would that be something then that Smith and Smith might try to counteract by saying, hey, let's put Callie on the cross court, right? If we think Lindsay wants her to be heads up, be down the line from her, is that something they would consider is to say, well, we can reposition her so she doesn't get what she wants?
They may consider it. It's a little bit harder to move cross court on that side just because doing anything besides dinking is a little bit harder. Attacking up the line with the backhand at Riley may not be quite as ideal as maybe attacking him with a forehand. So we'll see what happens, but I think probably they're going to try to, Callie and Spencer will try to stay where they are unless they're really forced into making a change.
Especially, I guess, since they did win game number 1 rather handily. It's a good overhead smash by Callie Smith. 3-1-1. Unlike some of the other players that we see, Lindsay Newman seems rather content when she's serving, really just to serve to kind of start the rally, to start the exchange. We see sometimes with some of the other players, Callie would be an example out here, where they're really starting to use more speed on the serve. Or if we looked at Annalie Waters, who we saw earlier today, who's really looking to put a lot of spin on it. Newman seemed pretty content just to sort of spin the ball in, and I guess to, are they sort of making the bet that they can win up at the net, that it's not the serve that has to gain the advantage?
I think maybe they're just so comfortable with their third and fifth shots that they don't feel like they need to force a short return to get into the kitchen with a stronger serve. I'm not sure what their mentality is, but I feel like the reason to hit a strong serve is to either force an air on the return or a short return so that it's easier to either attack or hit a third shot drop and get to the kitchen. But the Newmans have such great defense, why worry about it?
That's right. That's right. I mean, with the grips that they use on their forehand serves anyway, it already produces quite a lot of topspin naturally. Spencer Smith sitting on that forehand again, just a little bit late. Lindsay Newman does a good job of getting the ball quickly through the middle. He catches it late, ball goes wide.
And it could have been a little bit of a surprise. Lindsay doesn't speed up a whole lot in mixed.
Maybe she's been working on her offensive game too.
Maybe.
I saw the other day at the hotel, I saw Newman and Newman out doing a little training together, and she was definitely in defense mode when they were out there. I mean, I guess that's one of the nice things about playing together is if Riley's role is mainly the offensive role and her job is mainly the defensive role, I mean, it's perfect for having a training partner, right?
Definitely.
He gets to just keep attacking and she gets to keep defending. And
yeah, definitely good for training.
Lindsay was out there saying, yeah, I said, oh, I saw your baby. She was very cute. She says, yeah, she's about to turn 1. What better birthday present for your first birthday than to be in Las Vegas at a pickleball tournament? 4-3-1. Riley Newman serving to Spencer Smith.
Oh, and we see the switch. Callie is over on the backhand now.
Spencer Smith, such a good overhead smash. What I liked about that one wasn't just that he hit it hard, but that it bounced so close to the feet of Newman. Even though she got a paddle on it, she wasn't really able to control it. The ball loses so much speed once it lands on the court that being able to hit those fastballs so they land closer to your opponents really does reduce the chance they have to defend. Could be trouble.
Oh.
Callie Jo Smith, thinking that she had a great chance to put away that ball, had to reach a little too far forward for it, causing it to go more cross-court than she would have liked. Sometimes that happens. You see the opening, you know, if I can just get that ball.
And I'll say playing against the Newmans, because they get so much back, sometimes it can force you to get a little bit more aggressive than you normally would. Go for a little bit more.
All right, well, these players take a quick break. We're going to take a hydration break as well. This is brought to you by very good friends at Jigsaw Health.
Hey, Simone. How'd you play in the tournament today?
It started today?
All right, we are back live on Championship Court here. You're looking at Lindsay Newman alongside brother Riley Newman getting ready to serve. They're up 6-3-2 here in game number 2 after losing game number 1 to Spencer Smith and Callie Smith. Callie Smith misses that backhand volley in the net, usually so solid on that backhand side. Corinne, Callie Smith has a very sort of unique way of being up at the kitchen line, a unique stance, the paddle like really in front of her face. She's really down low. When you see players that use sort of a slightly unorthodox style of play, is that something that as a player throws you off, or is it something that, you know, you sort of notice and then move on, no big deal?
I think for the most part you kind of notice it and move on. Callie's positioning is a little bit different, but she's just very ready for the ball to come to her. It's nothing. That's really the only thing that's unique about her ready position.
Yeah, such a like athletic look, you know, like
yes,
she's ready.
Very.
I sort of feel like when I watch her play, and something we talk about in our, you know, the coaching we do, is like, look, like pickleball is a game about chasing the ball, and we need to have that athletic look. And
yes,
you know, if you look like, I mean, she looks like she could be a great volleyball player.
Absolutely.
I don't know. She just looks athletic.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
And it's so helpful in pickleball as well as other sports.
Definitely. I think her position is great. She's ready for the ball to come to her.
Yep. She and partner Spencer Smith got their signals crossed just a little bit there, but the Newmans let them off the hook. Riley missing that ball in the top of the net. 4-8-1, Spencer Smith trying to help himself and his partner claw their way back here in game number 2. That'll help a little bit. 5-8.
5-8-1. We have medals to announce in the women's doubles 2-5-3-0 combined 19 and 35 plus division. Ladies, we do break.
There's that Ernie.
There's that Ernie that you talked about. Such a short distance for Lindsay Newman to travel when she's already at that sideline. You called it well, Corinne.
It is, and when the Newmans play this way, there is so little court to hit to if you're trying to hit to Lindsay. So it actually brings Riley into the match a little bit more.
Good backhand counterattack by Lindsay Newman. Smith not able to get it back over the net.
Ladies, congratulations. Please go to the Peru Pickleball Store, which is the big white tent to the east of the tournament desk.
Riley Newman's forehand dink finds just the tape. Didn't have quite enough speed to get it up and over. 8-5-2 is the score here in game number 2 of this mixed doubles pro quarterfinal match.
Ladies, please meet at the store, big white tent, east of the championship court to the medal stand to receive your awards.
So this is definitely the downside to Callie being on the backhand side and going backhand dink with Lindsay because
she's so solid.
Just so solid. So you have to be ready to hit, 100 dinks potentially, and it's hard to go into the point committing to that.
Callie Jo Smith patiently waits for that ball that elevated a little bit too high. She's able to attack through the middle. Tell that both she and partner Spencer are pretty happy about that outcome. 6-8-1. Spencer Smith to serve. Looks like there's going to be a hydration break. This is brought to you by Jigsaw Health. We're going to take one as well. We'll be back in a second with more from game number 2.
Hey, Simone. How'd you play in the tournament today?
It started today.
Guys, that's what we're here for. To help each other. Guys.
I just sit and stare out the window.
I can't.
I just sit and stare out the window. I just sit and stare out the window.
I felt like
Welcome back to championship court. Riley Newman, Lindsay Newman getting ready to return serve. 6-8-1, Spencer Smith serving, along with partner Callie Smith. Lindsay returns back cross court. And Smith unable to get much going there with that drop going into the net. Newman uses that forehand, gets a little higher, I think, than he wanted. It was sort of up around hip high for Callie. She can often defend from there, but it manages to work. 8-6-1. Spencer Smith speeds things up, but he might want to rethink that. Well defended by Lindsay Newman. Gets the ball down low, and that next ball that comes back over is high enough for brother Riley to step into an attack. Even though they're going to a little break, we'll stay here with this one. And Corinne, maybe you can talk a little bit about, we're starting to see some swirling wind down there. Can you say something about your approach if you're playing in conditions where all of a sudden things get a bit windier? Is there a different approach that you take?
Yeah, I might drive the ball a little bit more depending on how much wind there is, just because it's so much harder to drop and hit the delicate shots when it is windy. I imagine we won't really see a change in their game style with this amount of wind, but it certainly will play a little bit of a role.
If you're watching at home and you would like to join us here at the Darling Tennis Center in Las Vegas, we'd love to have you come on down. Check out ppatour.com for tickets. We've got great action the rest of today, as well as men's and women's doubles tomorrow and championship Sunday. 10-6-1. This is game point. Newman trying to send it to a third game.
Wow.
Wow. Come on.
The Newmans never give up.
Oh, Spencer Smith jumps the corner. Newman not happy about that. Good pickleball out here, 10-6-2. Another game point, Newman. And that ball sails just long off the two-handed backhand of Lindsay Newman. They're going to have to wait a little bit longer if they can send this to a game 3. Six 10-2, Spencer Smith serving low and fast. Lindsay Newman handles it well. And with that, Callie Joe's backhand volley, trying to play as a dink, finds the top of the net. This is going to give another chance to Newman to win game number 2. Ball goes just wide. A nice speed up there by Spencer Smith, right into the body.
Yep, good spots. You've got to do it occasionally, because I'm pretty sure the Newmans can dink all day.
That's right. Here's another game point. Newman to send it to a third. And there it is. With that, we are going once again to a game 3 in this quarterfinal matchup. We're going to be back in a moment, live from Las Vegas.
I absolutely love this paddle. For me, it really suits my game well. I have a power game. I play quick. I can dink well with it.
And I absolutely love the paddle. I mean, the amount of pop you can generate, spin, it's just propelled my game, helps me drive the ball.
It really feels unlike any other paddle that I've ever played with, particularly the face. It's really something new, the carbon fiber surface. It really allows you to grip the ball.
Welcome back to the Darling Tennis Center, which is currently, I guess, sort of the Darling Pickleball Center here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Here at the PPA Championship, brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. I'm Mark Renison alongside Corinne Carr, and we are watching a really great pro mixed doubles quarterfinal match. On the far side of the court, serving Riley Newman alongside sister Lindsay Newman. And on the near side of the court, Spencer Smith along with Callie Jo Smith. And Corinne, as far as I know, Callie and Spencer are not brother-sister.
They are not.
That is a very good forehand put away. We've talked about that a few times today. Corinne, Riley really sort of ready for those forehands. And can you say something about we talked a lot about being ready to defend and even to sort of attack like that, about the mentality that you need to have, the kinds of sort of, we talked about the athletic look and being ready to move, but in terms of the psychology, in terms of the mentality you have when you're on the court, what's important if we want to be able to play at a high level like this?
That's a very loaded question. At the very least, you need to be confident, feel like you can be on the court with those players and compete with them on their level.
And I guess this is one reason why we see, this is the time of year where there's a lot of sort of pro sports that are happening, especially playoff time, where, we really talk about an athlete's ability to perform, right? It's one thing to be able to hit the shot or do the skill in practice, in isolation when it's your time to do it. But it can be something quite different altogether to be able to sort of come up with those goods when the pressure is on. And that confidence that you talked about that you need to have if you want to be able to compete, what is it that contributes to that confidence? How do I, if I'm a player at home who wants to come and inspiring to be better, what do I need to do to build that confidence in myself? Well,
you do need to do some drilling, be able to hit the shots in practice, because if you can't do it when there's nothing on the line, then you're probably not going to be able to do it when there's a lot of pressure. So being comfortable enough with the shot where you feel like you can hit it no matter how much is on the line, how much money, whatever it is, you've got to get to the point where you can hit the shots over and over again in practice so that when there is pressure, you know that you can repeat the same shots. But it's hard to get there.
Callie Smith taking some big rips of those forehand and backhand volleys. Newman's doing a good job of defending and resetting the point. Lindsay tries to kick that ball up and over the net. Can't quite do it. I was going to say, Corinne, I also find, to add to your point about having that confidence and building that confidence through practice is also to try to build in a little bit of pressure to your practice, like to your training, right?
Absolutely. Do whatever you need to do to try to recreate a tournament situation. So I don't normally bet on with money or anything, but we might bet
some push-ups,
usually for who has to do the dishes.
There we go, yeah.
Something like that. Something small. It could be for dinner, just anything.
But anything that will make it matter a little bit more, whether you win or lose or whether you perform whatever it is you're trying to do, right?
Yes, definitely. And even for me, I have such a hard time just drilling, so I like to put everything into a game scenario eventually. And when I'm trying to perfect a shot or do something consistently, then I might not want to always put it in a game scenario. But it's important because you want to know that you can hit a shot when it counts. And, the next step is definitely to put something on the line. And I know the Newmans are extremely competitive. They're always putting something on the line.
The ball goes through the middle. Just a little bit out. That is going to be a point. Riley Newman serving at 3-0-1, out to an early lead here in this third game. After taking the first game 11-7, Smith and Smith have struggled here to get much going together to find ways to solve the puzzle that is Team Newman.
They have it. I think they've really just made some unforced errors, and pickleball is a little bit of a game of runs, so maybe they're in a little bit of a slump, and we're going to see them come out of it.
So a nice example there. You said that Lindsay is not known for speeding things up too often. Nice forehand flick there that ends up not going their way, but perhaps showing signs that she's feeling pretty confident in her play right now.
Yes, they seem comfortable. Also, Lindsay and Riley are currently playing straight up, so they're playing both sides, and which I think is interesting because they played almost the entire second game with Lindsay on the backhand. But I think because they're feeling comfortable, they've decided to go back to playing both sides.
Right. So just for our audience at home, some who might not always be familiar with the terminology. So in many cases, players, if you're a recreational player at home, you might, if it's your turn to serve on the right, you'll play the point on the right, and if you're serving from the left, you'll play the point on the left. Not really doing anything sort of fancy other than playing the side that you're kind of scheduled to play on, so to speak. Other teams will see them sort of switch mid-point, or sometimes even stack, where they begin a point with both players on the same side and then kind of slide over and play a point on the side they prefer. So you're saying, Corinne, that if you see a team that often will stack or switch, kind of say, hey, you know what, I'll play on the left, I'll play on the right, doesn't really matter, I'll play it straight up. That's often a sign that they feel kind of comfortable where they are.
Well, just in this match right here, I would say that the fact that the Newman started out this third game playing both sides, I think it has to do with how they're feeling.
Gotcha.
It's not necessarily always the case, but definitely in this match it seems to be that way.
4-0-1 is the score with Lindsay Newman serving. Riley plays a topspin drop that sits up a little bit high. Smith and Smith are going to try to capitalize, but with that good defense from the Newmans, can't do too much with it. Was this the dinking all day you were talking about?
Yep. And it's hard to get out of it. Yeah, because you don't want to attack Riley's forehand.
We can see why right there.
Yes. And he's probably looking for the shot behind him a little bit, since Callie.
With that quick hydration break, we're going to go to 1-2. This is brought to you by Jigsaw Health.
I had to always drink water over and over, but I still felt a little bit dizzy by the end of the day. But once I tried to incorporate more electrolytes in my daily life, it really helped me out. My favorite thing about the pickleball cocktail is the flavor. It tastes great. I drink the pickleball cocktail every morning to make sure that I stay hydrated throughout the whole day. It's important to drink first thing in the morning. If you wait until you play, you're usually too late. You start feeling dehydrated. When it comes to hydration, don't wait before it's too late.
We're back live on Championship Court here. Lindsay Newman, Riley Newman in control here in game number 3 after winning game number 2 against Callie Jo Smith and Spencer Smith. Newman continuing to play great defense, which is turning into offensive opportunities. Mark Runnison alongside Corinne Carr
But that's the Newman strategy. They get so much back, and eventually Riley steps over and finishes the point. He missed that one, but he got what he wanted.
I mean, I think this strategy, even though we're watching it at an elite level here, but I think the strategy of pressure your opponents with consistency, right? Be a team, Be a team that other people feel like, man, these guys never miss.
Oh, yeah.
That's the kind of strategy that I think, even non-pro players at home is something that they can work toward, right?
They can. It'll get in your opponent's head. I've seen a lot of errors just from trying to do a little bit too much because your opponents are just getting everything back, and it's not really what you want to do. You want to just stay with your game and keep hitting the shot you would normally hit, but it's definitely tempting to just say, gosh, I'm just going to go for a line, try to end it.
.502, Riley Newman serving to Spencer Smith. You can see pretty clearly that the Newman strategy is for Riley to take that third, isn't it?
It is.
And well left by Lindsay. 6 points into this game. The players are going to switch ends.
So it'll be interesting to see if Callie and Spencer try to do something different, just to maybe give the Newmans a different look. Something to think about.
Just a reminder, if you'd like to join us here all weekend long, great pro pickleball action, great amateur action as well. I enjoy going by those side courts and seeing players of all skill level having a great time here at the Darling Tennis Center. Head over to ppatour.com to get your tickets for this weekend's pro events, including the men's and women's pro doubles, as well as the Championship Sunday. Back to the action here where Newman and Newman are up considerably here in game number 3.
This is a second and final call for Sean Hamilton or Kristen Walla. Your match is here at the tournament that's waiting for you. I need Sean or Kristen. This is your second and final call.
We haven't seen that one for a while, right?
No, that's a good move. You got to go behind Riley occasionally.
Yeah, we saw that earlier on in the match, usually performed down the line by Callie Smith. In this case, we see Spencer going down the line with that backhand. Really, I guess, trying to keep Riley honest.
Watch it.
Spencer Smith looking to drive. And again, Newman's able to get into that dinking exchange. And Corinne, more often than not, as you've been mentioning, when you go into a dinking battle against the Newmans, more often than not, it's not going to end well for you.
No, not usually. I mean, well, it's just everybody, the game, everybody's getting better and better. So everybody can dink, and the Newmans are exceptionally good dinkers, but the game's just gotten to a point where you need to create something, whether it's moving the dinks around or attacking in a good spot. It's going to be a long day if you want to stand out there and try to out-dink someone, especially with these teams. I know.
Look at.
I know.
I feel like I've seen someone make that move before, Corinne.
Yes, but I'll say it's interesting because and it worked out. But with the Newmans positioning themselves in that way, there's just so little court to hit the ball to Lindsay so that she can't Ernie. So it's almost forcing the ball over to Riley.
Right, so it's sort of like there's two bad options for their opponents, right?
Pretty much.
Either they hit to Riley, who they've been trying to avoid for most of the day, or they hit to Lindsay, but I mean she's sitting there,
right,
like straddling the kitchen, right, basically right on top of the net. So either way, it's a bad option.
You're right. There's really just this tiny bit of court where they can hit to Lindsay's forehand.
I suppose that kind of approach works only if the one who's going to be doing the moving, in this case it's Riley, only if they are exceptional movers, right? If I'm not a very quick mover, I can't afford to have my partner cover that tiny little space at the side, and I'm going to run back and forth covering everything. Like it takes
definitely.
It takes a lot of agility to be able to do the work, that Riley's going to do when you use that kind of strategy.
Yes, he's covering 80% of the court in that scenario, and yeah, you have to be a good mover to be able to do that time and time again.
3-7-2, Spencer Smith serving to Lindsay Newman. Sort of seems like Smith and Smith have decided that they're going to try to speed things up a little bit here.
I think they should. I think if they're going to change something, I feel like that's a good move.
Looked like maybe Callie could have stepped in and taken that first ball. There's the speed up and great defense again from the Newmans.
Yes.
Resetting the point.
It was still a good...
So does that just feel like when your role on the team, as we talked about Lindsay's, is as often as the defender, that must feel like extra sort of bonus material, right? When you hit that winner, when you get that put away?
For sure. I mean, I've definitely been in that role before, and yeah, when you're the one putting that ball away, it definitely feels good.
Think of it a little bit like, we were talking about how it's sports playoffs right now, and baseball playoffs are on, and in baseball scenarios, the pitcher is not typically known as being a very good hitter. That's not really their role. So when they do go out and they do something productive when they're batting, it feels like a bonus. And it feels like sometimes out here, sometimes the players, it looks like they feel like they earned a little bonus point themselves too.
It definitely happens, yeah.
Back to the action here. Players working each other around the kitchen line, looking for that high ball to defend. Newman come out on top. Smith and Smith sort of both went for that ball. It looks like it went off the edge of Callie's paddle and into the stands. Lindsay's drop doesn't quite get high enough over the net. She was going down the line toward Callie. 4-8-1, Smith and Smith trying to hang tough here in this third and final game in this quarterfinal match. Smith raises her paddle out of the way, lets that ball go long. They're one step closer to tying things up.
They're
serving 5-7.
I do like Callie being a little bit more aggressive with this matchup where she's in front of Lindsay, because Callie has good speed ups and great hands. I feel like she can win a lot of the battles if she does starts it.
Right on cue. There's another one through the middle. Smith gets it beyond the reach of the Newmans. 6-8-1. That's what it was called.
There we go.
That's just what you were talking about, Corinne, going head-to-head against Lindsay when she's down the line from her.
It's a little bit easier to attack when you're when the person you want to attack is right in front of you. That's a much easier attack than cross court. So I like that for Callie against Lindsay.
An unforced error there on the serve. It's now 7-8-2. That ball is called wide. Referee seems to concur. And with that, it's going to be a side out. 8-7-1. Thank you. 8-7-2. Newman trying to hold on here, trying to earn themselves a berth into the semifinal. Smith and Smith are making a match of it here. There's the speed up we talked about, Corinne. Callie Smith a little bit off balance there, manages to play a good dink anyway. That ball finds the net.
Which is a little bit unusual, but, you know, everybody makes mistakes.
Yep.
Even the new on a dink.
7-8-1. Spencer Smith delivers to Riley Newman. Elects to play that third shot drop, and Callie. To the inside-out forehand by Lindsay Newman to get Spencer Smith out of the middle. Riley's backhand dink sits up a little bit too high. I like what we saw there, Corinne. Callie really sort of lunging forward, being more aggressive, taking that ball earlier.
Yes, she's definitely being a little bit more aggressive.
We're tied up at 8 here in game number 3.
And I think there's been a little bit of a momentum shift here. You can tell Callie and Spencer are feeling good.
Jumping the corner, Lindsay Newman trying to put an end to that momentum shift. Nicely done.
That was a good way to end it.
Yeah. Callie Smith still serving. Her team is still serving. 8-8-2.
There's another.
There's another.
I like the speed up. I think it's a good strategy.
Callie Smith initiating things there. And Newman getting their signals crossed just a little bit with that ball in the middle. 9-8-2, Callie Smith. That ball stays just inside the line. Tough angle. Newman gets her paddle on it, but not enough. And that is going to set up a match point opportunity. We're going to stay here during this little break they take. And Corinne, with this match point on the line, is this really, this timeout, is this just really kind of changing the strategy up, or just hoping to get Smith and Smith to think a little bit?
I think probably just to make Callie and Spencer think a little bit. If anybody has ever observed the Newmans when they take a timeout, they typically don't really speak to each other. So I'm going to guess that they're not going to... Occasionally you'll see them discuss strategy, but it doesn't look like that's what they're doing here. So
I mean, in this case, they're even sort of much closer together
they
than
are,
I normally
yeah.
see. It seems like that's they send a little spot of shade over there.
Yes.
But no, I've seen before where they sort of go to exact opposite ends of the court, don't say a word to each other, and then come back out and play great.
Yeah, I mean, it worked for them.
That's the brother-sister chemistry right there.
Yep.
Well, they are going to need to put together something special here with Smith and Smith looking to close out the match. 10-8-2, Callie Smith serving. She's been serving aggressively, Corinne. Let's see if she just sort of lays it in there, or if she takes a big swing here.
I can see Callie sticking with her normal shot.
As the drive goes right through the middle, well left by Newman. Wondering how much of that was because they were sure it was going to go out and how much was because they thought the other one was going to hit it. Either way, doesn't really matter. It's 8-10-1, Riley Newman serving. Riley Newman coming across the court as he is wont to do. Lindsay backs off, lets him kind of do his thing. 9-10-1. There's the speed up, this time initiated not by Callie as we've seen earlier, but initiated by Spencer. It's going to force Lindsay to take over serving. 9-10-2.
And they're switching sides.
That ball sits up just a little bit too high. Lindsay gets out of the way. Riley steps across, reaches far enough forward. That's a huge advantage of being a tall player, so you can get those marginal balls while they're still up high. We're locked at 10. Remember, this is a win by 2 game. Lindsay's volley goes a little bit wide. That ball is called wide. Referees agree.
Yeah, I think not the worst place to go. It's been a while since Callie went behind Riley, so it could have worked, but
gotta take some risks to get the reward. It's now 10-10-2. Smith and Smith would love to get at least one more point here before they give the ball back. Callie Smith speeds it up. Riley Newman there for the counterattack.
Yep.
Goes into the body of Spencer Smith. He's not able to hang on.
it's just a hard place to speed up the ball. Riley loves that forehand counterattack.
10-10-1, Newman and Newman serving. Lindsay's backhand reset, not able to get over the net. It's going to be her turn to serve here. See if they can put a couple points on the board. Callie Smith does a good job with that overhead smash. That side out again. 10-10-1.
Now we've been here for a little while.
Aggressive deep serve. Ooh, looks like Callie thought about poaching that ball with that high backhand and then instead backed off.
This is interesting. Switching sides again.
Spencer Smith's ball hits the net, and that's another quick side out. Got to wonder whether players are starting to get a little bit tight here late in gate number 3. Reminder, the winner of this will stay in the main draw. The loser will head over to the consolation side, and the best they'll be able to do is earn a bronze medal. Callie Smith looking to use speed against Lindsay Newman. Riley stepping in front of her, counterattacking himself. Match point, Newman. Spencer Smith floats that return deep. A couple people held their breath.
Yeah,
might go out.
I did.
But this is another match point for Newman's. Wow. Oh.
That's a very good point.
Oh, what a point. What a tough one to end on for Spencer Smith. What a match we had out here. Smith and Smith taking game number 1, 11-7. Newman and Newman's come storming back 11-6, 12-10. What a match that was, Corinne.
Yeah, I was holding my breath there at the end. But definitely a very good pickleball.
That was great. Well, Corinne, thank you very much for coming and joining us in the booth.
Thank
Always great to have someone of your caliber provide some insights. And for those of you at home watching, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. And when we come back, you're going to see these 4 players in action. Kyle Yates and Annalie Waters with a big upset earlier today over Simone Jardim and Ben Johns. They're going to be taking on Devilliers and Jessie Irvine. Stay close. We're going to be back in a minute with more from the PPA Championship, brought to you by Guaranteed Rate.
One thing I really noticed before I came on to Gearbox, other paddles change over time. They start to slowly deteriorate, and at about that 3 or 4 month mark, just kind of felt dead. And then I would switch to a new paddle, and it was kind of too fast, because then it had to degrade to get into that sweet spot again. I've been using the GX5 for just about a year now. Same paddle that I picked up the first time I hit it. Haven't switched paddles, and it feels exactly the same a year later, and that's huge.
Welcome back to Championship Court here at the beautiful Darling Tennis Center in Las Vegas, Nevada. You are looking down at the 4 players who are just finishing up their warm-up, who are going to be starting momentarily in this first of 2 semi-final matches. This is a mixed doubles pro event on the far side of the court. In the red, we have Annalie Waters. She's warming up with her partner on the near side in the light blue, Callie Yates. And on the far side, in the all blue, as Jocelyn J. Devilliers, along with his partner, Jessie Irvine. And I am Mark Renison. I'm very glad to be along with you to watch this semifinal match. I'm looking forward to it. We've had great pickleball all day here today at the PPA Championship, which is brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. Might mention a few of the other partners that help make these possible. Takea Insulated Stainless Hydration, Foot Solutions, Duper, Jigsaw Health, Fila Pickleball is the official apparel supplier of the PPA. Can't forget Acrotech. They're the official court surface of the PPA Tour. We got a lot of great action coming for you just now. A reminder, if you are in the Las Vegas area or you're planning to be, we would love to see you down here at the Darling Tennis Center over the next couple of days. You can come join us for some men's doubles, some women's doubles, and as well as the pros. You know, everyone loves watching the pros, seeing the best of the best do their thing. It's also a great chance to come down and watch some of the non-pros also compete. There's events for all skill levels and ages. There's junior pickleball. It's really great down here at the Darling Tennis Center. You can head over to the Pro Pickleball Association's social media. Check out their Facebook page. Tons of pictures and videos from here at the Darling Tennis Center. And we'd love to have you come down here. Check out ppatour.com to get your tickets. And if you're around here and you look in the broadcast booth, give a little wave to me. I'll be happy to see you here. As the players get their final instructions from the referees. We're going to remind you that this semifinal is the only way, winning the semifinal is the only way that you can play for gold. With the PPA, once you lose, you go down into what's called the consolation bracket, sometimes known as the opportunity bracket. So the only way to win gold is to go undefeated throughout the tournament. Looks like we are ready to get underway. Jessie Irvine at the top of your screen. She's going to be serving to the 14-year-old, Annalie Waters. Here we go. Annalie Waters wins the first battle. Cross-court dinking exchange with Jessie Irvine. It's unclear whether... There you go. Referee agrees with the lineswoman over there. That ball was, in fact, in. Jay Devilliers, I really love watching him hit backhand slice returns. So smooth. Really gets that ball spinning, and it's often a very low ball, making it really tough for his opponents to drive with much speed because they've got to hit up on it. Let's see if he keeps using that kind of return. Expect to see a pattern similar to what we just saw here throughout this match. Waters and Irvine going back and forth at one another. In this case, since they're both on the right-hand side of the court, it ends up being a cross-court exchange. Jay Devilliers, very, very tall player. Tough to play good drops or dinks against him because he does have such a long reach. Moves so well and can generate so much speed, even just with using his hand and his wrist. See a nice example there where he sets up a winning opportunity. Those of you who were with us earlier may recall when we saw Kyle Yates playing with Annalie Waters as they took down Ben Johns and Simone Jardim, that he really used soft drop volleys to great effect. He had his opponents backing up thinking he was going to hit hard, and instead just sort of laid it down gently in the kitchen. He did that several times as he rips that forehand winner past Irvine. Looks like she thought it was going to go out of bounds. Instead, it stays in. 1-1-2 is the score. Yates serving to Devilliers. Jessie Irvine speeds things up at Waters. She's not able to hang on. Ball finds the net. Devilliers to serve. 1-1-1. Bit of a miscommunication there. We've talked about this in mixed doubles where that's often the case. The taller player, who's often the man on the court, is going to take up a lot more space, and sometimes you get your signals crossed about how far one player is going to go, where the territory they're covering extends to and the other person's begins. I have no doubt that Irvine and Devilliers will get their plans straightened out in no time at all. That ball sails just wide. Devilliers got a little bit lucky there. Ball went off the end of the paddle slightly. Kind of surprised Yates where it ended up. Catches the backhand volley late. 2-1-2. Devilliers goes between the legs. Gets that ball back in play one more time. Not always the way you draw it up as part of the game plan, but he did get the ball back, and that's what counts. Irvine makes a little bit of a decision-making error there. That ball is probably too low to really drive as fast as she would want it to be and still hope to keep it in the court. Usually in those cases we see players play a drop instead. Callie Yates again goes straight down the middle, hard and low down at the feet of his opponents. Not much they can do with that one. 2-3-1 is the score. Yates doesn't quite dial in the correct distance for that drop. There is a bit of a breeze down there. I wouldn't say. Earlier on the broadcast we had the great player Corinne Carr with us, and she said, yeah, it's a little bit breezy, but probably not enough to really force a team to change their game plan. 3-2-1. There's an around the post opportunity. Ooh. Ball was called in. Looks like it just caught the baseline. That is a powerful around the post shot. That was like a highlight reel kind of shot right there. Well done by Irvine. Did two things well there. One is, yes, she hit the shot, but two is to read it in advance. This is something that separates good and great players, is the ability to recognize when the around the post opportunity is presenting itself and then to really do something with it. Irvine did both of those things nicely there. Callie Yates did something very nice with his backhand volley. Put it pretty fast with a fair bit of spin in the perfect spot.
4-2-2.
Callie Yates does a good job going back, defending, keeping that ball down low where it needs to be. He got something high he could attack. 2-4-1, Yates and Waters slightly behind early in game number one. Slightly less behind now.
3-4-1.
Yates has such good defense. No fear at all, even though that ball goes up high against Devilliers. He holds his ground there, plays that ball back. 3-4-2. This is great patience by Waters, trying to get the ball that will safely allow. Watch this ATP. Topspin lob, gets knocked down by the wind. Great action here on Championship Court at the PPA Championship, brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. We're here at the Darling Tennis Center in Las Vegas, Nevada. If you're just joining us, you're watching our first of two semifinals. Near side of the court, Callie Yates and Leigh Waters taking on Jay Devilliers and Jessie Irvine. That's Yates putting the ball just in the perfect spot. Not a ton of speed there, but just enough to get it where he needed it to be. Irvine not able to come up with the goods. That is some elite pickleball right there. 5-4-2. 5-4-2, Yates and Waters with the lead. And Leigh Waters gets that ball down into the dirt. And with that, it looks like we're going to have a quick hydration break. This hydration break is going to be brought to you by Jigsaw Health.
pickleball cocktail. It's pickleball cocktail. I don't cream. When I step on the court, this is what I do. Everybody cramping, cause they ain't got that new. I got this cocktail in my glass, and I ain't afraid to drink it. Drink it, drink it, drink it. I pickle and I love it. It's pickleball cocktail. It's pickleball cocktail. It's pickleball cocktail. I don't cramp.
Welcome back to Championship Court, where Kyle Yates and Annalie Waters are taking on Jessie Irvine and Jocelyn Devilliers. We've seen some great pickleball action so far, and we expect it's going to continue as we get back to the action here with Yates and Waters in the lead, but losing the serve. Jessie Irvine's going to take over.
4-6-1.
4-6-1. Waters goes behind Devilliers, but he's quick enough to get back there and play a good defensive shot. Not sure anyone's good enough to be able to get that ball back in the court. Yates gets a little bit of help from the net.
4-6-2.
4-6-2. Devilliers puts that ball away, and lucky for him, he does it just before a ball comes onto the court from a neighboring court. We've got a men's senior pro match happening nearby. Just in the background, the top right-hand side of your screen. 6-5-1, Annalie Waters serving to Jay Devilliers. Yates plays the drive and looks to counterattack. Irvine and Devilliers handle it. Waters pumped about that. We've seen this a few times from her, going behind her opponent. Jay Devilliers is taking up a lot of space in the middle of the court, and sometimes going behind him is a way to sort of keep him honest, make him know that you're not just going to let him get away with taking up as much space on the court as he wants. Sometimes you're going to test him. Yates tried to be a little bit tricky there. That ball was low on the backhand side. Tried to sort of sneakily play it at the body of his opponents, but just found the net instead. Irvine's so good with those high balls stretching on her forehand, reaching just far enough to get the ball when it's high.
5-7-1.
Ball goes just a little bit out. Annalie Waters, great job rolling that backhand cross court. I love watching her play dinks, and as she matures as a player, realizes how useful those dinks can be. We get to see a lot more of them. When she uses those two hands on the backhand, she's really able to use her non-dominant hand, her left hand, to help roll that ball cross court, give it some spin, give it a little bit of speed. It's one of the advantages of using those two hands, so you can get that non-dominant hand in on the action.
7-7-2.
Waters had that backhand teed up. Irvine ready for it. I think Yates may have changed his mind a little bit at the last second, choosing to let that ball bounce instead. There's going to be a timeout here. This hydration break is brought to you by Jigsaw Health. It's fun to feel good.
Did anyone see you? Nice.
Want to go drive a forklift?
Jay Devilliers, Jessie Irvine in a battle here against Kyle Yates and Annalie Waters here on Championship Court, the Darling Tennis Center in Las Vegas, Nevada. Score is 8-7-2. Irvine to serve. And with that, 9-7-2, you really feel that Irvine and Devilliers, I think this is their chance right here, 9-7-2. In this case, Irvine wins the battle. The cross-court exchange, the dinking exchange. She comes out on top. Earlier in the match, we saw Annalie Waters win those. 10-7-2. This is a game point here. Devilliers, Irvine. Irvine speeds things up. She gets the high ball that she wants, and she is able to put that away. That is how that play is intended to work. A bit of a 1-2 punch. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. Game number 1, Devilliers and Irvine. Let's see game number 2 in just a moment.
Electric feel is in my bones, in my bones, in my bones. Pay me, Koller, make me glow,
Tyson McGuffin
make me
just
glow,
back
make me
at the
glow.
baseline.
Shine like diamonds, bright as gold, bright as gold, bright as gold. Let those good
That's a great point by Tyson McGuffin.
I got that
Frometh Pickleball is your new one-stop pickleball shop. The best selection of pickleball gear is in stock and ready to ship from our warehouse. Shop the top brands like Selkirk, Paddletech, Onyx, and Vulcan, as well as the new Fila Pickleball collection of footwear and apparel. Visit us online today at fromethpickleball.com, the official store of the Pro Pickleball Association, an exclusive shop for PPA merchandise.
Players are ready to resume this match, the semifinal, the first of two that we're going to be featuring here today. far side of the court now, we have Annalie Waters along with her partner, Callie Yates. They just went down in game number 1 to Devilliers and Jessie Irvine. Devilliers Irvine took it 11-7. Tightly contested affair. I expect we're going to see more of the same here in game number 2.
0-0-1.
As Irvine takes over serving. Yates hanging in tough there, even though that ball clips off the top of the net. Waters goes for the Ernie. Good action early on in this second game of our first semifinal. Yates is so good at going quickly from offense to defense and back again. We saw a nice example there. Irvine thought she could take a swipe and maybe cause some trouble for him. He was ready for it.
0-0-1.
Devilliers' backhand goes just wide, and you hear his partner Jessie Irvine saying middle, middle, middle.
1-0-1.
So hey, we don't need to play near the side so much. Let's keep balls in the center of the court. Make them work for it. Nice drive from Waters. Handcuffs Irvine.
2-0-1.
2-0-1. Waters likes that. She's getting fired up. 3-0-1. Yates really playing with a lot of confidence now. You can tell this both how he moves around the court and when he plays those drops. His opponents realize he's feeling good, so they're going to take a hydration break, and so are we. Back in a moment. This is brought to you by Jigsaw Health.
Just got to use a little finesse, man.
Finesse?
Finesse.
Back to the action here at the Darling Tennis Center. Devilliers changing paddles, letting the referee know. Let him give it a little quick look, make sure everything is as it should be. Annalie Waters with that spin serve. She and partner Callie Yates down a game, but up 4-0 here in game number 2. Just joining us, I'm Mark Renison, and you are here watching the first of 2 semifinals. The PPA Championship in Las Vegas, brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. Next semifinal will be coming up. We also will have a bronze medal match happening right here that you can enjoy. Annalie Waters, the 14-year-old, knows what to do when she gets a high ball on her backhand. She takes that second hand and takes a big rip at it. Doing a great job of putting that ball out of the reach of Devilliers and Irvine. Irvine really sitting on that forehand. Great acceleration through that ball. Yates gets a paddle on it, but there's just too much speed there. He's not able to keep it in the court.
1-4-2.
Ball just catches the line. Devilliers goes from defending a ball behind him to being able to get that ball high on his forehand that he can put away. Such an explosive player, so powerful on the court that if you give him anything that's elevated, it's going to be a tough day at the office. 2-4-1.
We'll start with the 3-0-60 plus medalists. Gold went to Karen Ehrlich in the net for net. Ladies, congratulations. And your 3-0-50 plus medalists. Bronze goes to Kathy Fortunate and Patricia Fee.
4-2-1, Waters delivers to Irvine. And Leigh playing the game she's best known for, the grip it and rip it style. I'm saying watching her play today, she's shown a lot of maturity and development as a player, using that power game when appropriate, but also being willing to back off a little bit when necessary to play something a little bit slower, especially when the ball's down low like you see there. Devilliers is such a good mover for a big man around the court. Look how well he sets up to still play that ball with control. That ball stays just inside the baseline. Waters on fire here, taking big swings with that two-handed backhand.
2-4-2.
Waters' forehand volley goes a little bit wide.
Yes, you are. 3-4-2.
3-4-2. Jay Devilliers delivers to Emily Waters. Approaches the net as his partner Jessie Irvine works to keep that ball low and out of harm's way. There's that high backhand again. Got to think at this point that Devilliers and Irvine are thinking, hey, we're getting burned a few too many times on that backhand of Waters, so we've either got to keep it away from there or hit a better quality shot when we're going that direction.
4-3-1.
Devilliers was going the other direction, trying to play that little dink volley toward her forehand.
5-3-1.
Clips the top of the net. And Waters and Yates up 5-3, still on their first server. It's an around the post attempt, but lands just outside the sideline. Looks like there's going to be a quick hydration break here, and this is brought to you by our really good friends over at Jigsaw Health.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The PT Pro Team at pickleballtournaments.com have unparalleled experience running tournaments, including all professional tours and premier events. We provide professional services to develop, plan, and deliver tournaments that players and fans love. Pickleballtournaments.com, powering pickleball tournaments worldwide.
Back to the action here on Championship Court at the Darling Tennis Center in Las Vegas, Nevada. Annalie Waters serving to Jade Devilliers. Jade Devilliers does a good job getting that ball down, goes between the legs of Kyle Yates. Not much he can do there. Such an advantage to be able to get that ball down. Can hit hard, make sure it stays in the court, and put it where the opponent's paddle aren't. 6-3-2. Offensive lob from Yates. Lands about 3 feet too long. That's a shot that works really well. It's a real highlight reel shot when you make it. Can be a risky play. Hit a bit too short or a bit too low, and it's an overhead smash, and a bit too hard or a bit too high. It sails just as long as it did there. Jessie Irvine had that backhand ready, lined up. 3-6-2, Jessie Irvine serving. Devilliers not able to make the drop. Wind has been with us for most of the day. It's picking up a little bit down here. I wonder if we see a few more of these third shot drives. And there's one from Yates. Suspecting that situation, he's going to recognize the drive was actually an effective play. He got the ball he wanted, something that was high that he could do something with. Unfortunately for him, he put it in the net. But in that case, there's another drive. In that case, the thing to recognize is that the drive actually was effective. Right? If you blow it afterwards, making a poor shot, that's important too. But to recognize that the strategy was okay. The strategy gave you what you wanted. Next time, it's a matter of doing better on the execution. So we see another drive from Yates. Devilliers does a good job keeping his balance as he pokes that ball off the knee. Mr. Yates. And with that, the ball clips off the top of the net. Not the result that Waters and Yates wanted after working hard during that point.
4-7-1.
4-7-1. Devilliers to Waters. Another error from Waters on that backhand side. And with that, we've got a quick timeout. This is going to be a hydration break, which is brought to you by the company that knows it's fun to feel good, Jigsaw Health.
Hey, Lucy. I got your new paddle.
Congratulations. It's pretty awesome.
Would you sign it?
Of course, Patrick.
Wow.
Here you go.
Thanks, Lucy. Hey!
Selkirk's mission has always been to fuel the pickleball obsession found inside every player.
There is a growing community of pickleball players who consume as much pickleball content as they possibly can.
And that's why we are launching Selkirk TV, which brings the best pickleball content to your smartphone, tablet, and big screen TV. It's pickleball's original and only free TV app. This is 24/7 Pickleball, proudly brought to you by Cell.
Back for a live look at championship court here at the Darling Tennis Center. Jay Devilliers getting ready to serve to Callie Yates. 5-7-1 here in game number 2, semifinals. That ball finds the seam right between the outstretched arms of Callie Yates and Annalie Waters. Not able to get their paddle on it. Ball goes through the middle. That's how precise you need to be against a team of this caliber.
6-7-1.
6-7-1. There we go. Jay Devilliers happy with that. Always feels good to win the point, but it feels even better when you win the point with a hard-hit ball like that. Sometimes it feels like it sort of sends a message either to your own team or to your opponents. We're at 7-7-1 here. There's that cross-court pattern we've seen between Waters and Irvine. Guys get on the action as well. There's that around the post attempt by Jessie Irvine. Not much she could do there to take the speed off it. She needed to keep the ball in play. She was on the full run thanks to that great drop volley by Kyle Yates. We saw a few of those earlier today as he and Waters took out Simone, Jardim, and Ben Johns. Side out, Kyle Yates. Take over serving here.
7-7-1.
We're at 7-7-1. He and Annalie Waters, they are fighting to stay in this match to send it to a third game here in the semifinal. Good hustle from the young Waters, but can't do enough to keep that ball out of harm's way. Great example of how important it is to move your opponents on the court, make them work for it.
7-7-2.
7-7-2. So it's happened a few times in this match here. It's been interesting. That ball gets hit sort of to the midsection of Waters when she's playing on the right-hand side. She slides to her right to be able to hit it as a backhand, which is her preferred shot. What that does, however, is it opens up some space in the middle of the court. And her opponents have been able to counterattack, getting that ball quickly back through the seam in the middle. It's an interesting pattern that seems to be recurring.
Eight
8-7-1, Devilliers, Irvine would love to close this out in the next few points if they could. That's an around the post attempt. Didn't quite have the angle there. Devilliers was creeping pretty far over to the right side of the court.
8-7-2.
Callie Yates not able to control that ball. Goes hard off near the handle of his paddle. Devilliers really teed up that forehand volley.
9-7-2.
2 points away from victory, Devilliers and Irvine. There's that drop volley again. Devilliers gets it. Through the legs again. Jessie Irvine can't quite get that ball back over the net. Great example of athleticism from Jocelyn Devilliers out there, chasing down those balls, hitting between the legs, pretty much throwing the kitchen sink at it. Still can't come away with the win. Devilliers spanks that high forehand. There's a moment of miscommunication there between Devilliers and Irvine. They managed to recover.
7-9-2.
I'd love to get a side out here. 7-9. Waters and Yates serving. Irvine can't corral that hard forehand hit by Waters. It's going to inch them a little bit closer to parity here. 8-9-2. Locked at 9 here in game number 2 of this first semifinal. Devilliers and Irvine can go on to win. That'll send them to the finals, to the championship on Sunday. If Waters and Yates can win this.
You went past the plane of the net. Side out.
Okay, so in that case, Yates went for the Ernie, did not make contact with the ball, went past the plane of the net. You're allowed to go past the plane of the net if you make contact, but he didn't. So that's 9-9. It's going to be a timeout. We're going to stay here for this, through this hydration break, as we get ready for what is match point here. Just got a heads up for you. We've got a match coming up on this court right afterwards. You are going to love it. You're going to want to stay tuned. We've got great action all day, all weekend long. Don't forget to check out ppatour.com to get your tickets to come join us here at the Darling Tennis Center in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'll be around all weekend with you.
Stay tuned for 2 more matches until we end our day. Don't go anywhere.
It's a beautiful day here in Las Vegas. A lot of action, and while we show the pros and we do the broadcast commentary for the pros, I love walking around the side courts and seeing all the amateurs out there having a great time playing pickleball, making new friends, competing, playing rec games. Recommend you come down to any of these PPA tours that you can, any of these events. Whether you're a player, you're a spectator, a little bit of both. We've got we've got a match point here coming up. Jay Devilliers, Jessie Irvine, won game number 1, 11-7. They're now serving at 10-9 here. It's a chance to make it to the championship. And with that, missed backhand return from Annalie Waters. The ball sails long. Devilliers does enough with that serve to get the freebie, and they are going to punch their ticket into the championship match will be played on Sunday. Congratulations to Jay Devilliers and Jessie Irvine. Annalie Waters, Callie Yates, they're not done yet. They're going to have a chance to play for bronze still, but definitely not the result they were going for, and they're going to have to do some work to earn that bronze still. We're going to be back in just a moment. We're going to take a quick commercial break. pay a few of these bills, make sure we can continue to bring you the great coverage we have here at the PPA Championship in Las Vegas, Nevada, brought to you by Guaranteed Rate.
Go again, until you strike just right, until the ball sings, until the other guy blinks, until the court's clear, and the sun sets, until you see it in your sleep, and wake up swinging. Go again, till you can't miss, until you can't lose. Go again, and again.
Back on court here at the PPA Championships. I'm here again with Devilliers and Jessie Irvine. These guys are into Championship Sunday. Congratulations to you both. That team that you played, Kyle and Anna-Leigh, they're a fiery team. It's easy for them to catch fire because they have that emotionalness to their games. How important was it to shut them down in just 2 games?
Very important. You don't want to give them any kind of momentum, any kind of edge, because they'll take it and run with it. So, again, it's kind of for me just sticking to the game plan, just being steady. If I'm steady, good things will happen. So I had confidence that we were going to kind of keep it close and just win at the end. Yeah.
You guys are a semi-new partnership, but you had a lot of success together. In fact, the last 2 events that you played together, you made it to the finals both times, both in Texas and the Orlando Cup. You're set to go there again for a 3rd time. Where do you see this partnership going?
Well, it's been going well. We played 4 tournaments together. We had 3 finals, so hopefully this is our 4th final in a row. So this time we're going to win it.
My 5th final in a row. Yeah. This is our 4th in a row together.
4th together.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this time we're going to win it. I'm going to do everything to win it, that's for sure.
4th time is the charm?
I hope so.
All right, and looking ahead, you have either the Newman siblings or Matt Wright and Lucy Kovalova, who are set to play right after this interview. Who would you rather see, and what would be the strategy going against those teams?
They're both great, so I think at that point, it doesn't matter who is in the finals. If we bring our A game and we play the way we need to play, I have confidence against either team.
All right, strong words from Jessie Irvine. Congratulations to you both. Again, we're going to show you that last semifinal.
On your 6, ladies.
The
world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours.
What's your secret? Oh, it's no secret. It's the expert help I got at Foot Solutions.
Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
Tyson, McGuffin.
I host a show in the kitchen.
I share my workouts in the kitchen.
I roll one sleeve up in the kitchen.
I stream in the kitchen.
I can't cook, but I'm in this kitchen.
I gave my paddle away in the kitchen.
I help keep you fit in the kitchen.
We're all family in the kitchen.
Let's go!
How do you get what you want? Eric Weinbach, blind man, wanted to climb Mount Everest. My man crazy, but he believed it was possible.
We're gonna do it.
And because he believed, he became the first blind person ever to stand on top of the world. Guaranteed Rate believes in your dreams. That's why we treat everyone like we treat our own family and work extra hard to get you the lowest low rate possible. Because if you believe, you will.
One thing I really noticed before I came on to Gearbox, other paddles change over time. They start to slowly deteriorate, and at about that 3 or 4 month mark, just kind of felt dead. And then I would switch to a new paddle, and it was kind of too fast, because then it had to degrade to get into that sweet spot again. I've been using the GX5 for just about a year now. Same paddle that I picked up the first time I hit it. Haven't switched paddles, and it feels exactly the same a year later, and that's huge.
Welcome back to Championship Court. You are looking at the 4 players who are going to battle right now in our final semi-final match. They are vying for their spot in the gold medal match, which will be Saturday night. Mixed doubles final Saturday night. Far side of the court serving right now, we've got Lucy Kovalova. She and her partner Matt Wright are taking on the brother-sister duo in the near court, Lindsay Newman and Riley Newman. As we see that ball go off the end of Lindsay's paddle. Doesn't quite get over the net. 1-0-2 is the score. Referee Don Stanley, to the right of your screen. He'll be calling the score and being the head referee. His counterpart on the left side will be watching for kitchen violations and anything else he can notice that maybe referee number 1 isn't able to see because there's so much action going on. 0-1-1, Riley Newman to serve. Lucy tries to catch Lindsay Newman unaware. Ball misses just a little bit wide. He's such a good defender here. It's going to be tough to get her to not be expecting those kinds of balls, but we're going to see what kind of magic Kovalova and Wright can come up with. There you go, Matt Wright. I would argue one of the biggest overhead smashes in pro pickleball. One, 1-2 here in game number 1. This is a best 2 out of 3 match. Oh, and a couple freebies right off the bat here. Got to think Kovalova and Wright, they've been sitting for a little while. They've earned their spot here in the semifinal a couple of hours ago. So got to wonder whether they're a little bit less fresh because they haven't been on the court, but they do win that exchange. Riley Newman catches Matt Wright a little bit off guard. That ball was nicely low, sort of dipping. Riley using that pretty extreme forehand grip, even on the backhand side. He uses his left hand to help create that spin. Can be kind of deceiving when he plays those balls. They may look like they're going to go out, and then the last second dip low enough to stay in play or to cause some trouble. Lindsay Newman wins that bang-bang exchange against Kovalova, finding the area right around Lucy's right hip, often a vulnerable spot when you're playing against a right-hander. Something that you at home can even work on when you are attacking. Newman's playing their classic defensive game here, looking for an opportunity. Wright thinks he found one there with a ball, but just gets a bit too low. It'll be interesting to see here if the women continue to go each other, as we saw here between Kovalova and Newman, especially if they're playing heads up straight in front of each other. It can be interesting to see how the Ernie comes into play here. For those who are uninitiated, the Ernie, of course, is when you step just outside of the sideline, right up close to the net, or even jump over the non-volley zone to take that ball out of the air. It can be a great way to attack an otherwise unattackable ball, especially when your opponents are hitting down the line. If we're expecting these down-the-line exchanges between Kovalova and Newman, we may see an Ernie or two. The former Michigan Wolverine tennis player, Matt Wright, puts that overhead out of the reach of Riley Newman. There we go. So we could see there, that's a nice example. It's Lindsay Newman going for the Ernie attempt. Kovalova thought maybe the play there was the lob. 1-4-2. Kovalova's lob sailed just out. That's going to be trouble. There we go. Good hustle by the Newmans. As Corinne Carr said here in the broadcast booth a little while ago, the Newmans never give up. And you can expect here to see more of that, them trying to run down every ball. Great effort on the court all the time. 2 2-4-2 is the score. Wright doing a good job defending on his own. There we go. There's that exchange back and forth. Wright working hard there. A lot of action. There's going to be a timeout. This is going to be a quick hydration break brought to you by Jigsaw Health. It's fun to feel good.
I really think you'd like the magnesium. Perfect. I'd be happy to get that shipped out to you today. Thanks, Dorothy. You too.
Come on!
Does he do that every time?
Every time.
Welcome back. Lucy Kovalova serving 3-4-2. She and Matt Wright have gone on a little bit of a run here, forcing Newman and Newman to take a break. Good hustle back there from Newman. Ball might have gone out, but Lindsay played it. Here goes Riley. They're going to cross. That is too tough. Number of balls. Gotta wonder here. I mean, I know it is their game. I know it is how they play. But these early expenditures of energy from Newman and Newman, gotta wonder whether that is going to become a factor as the match goes on. There we go. Nicely done by Lindsay. Good example of redirecting that ball. "4-4-1, says referee Don Stanley. Kovalova returns and joins Wright at the net. It's an Ernie attempt, but there's not much there she can do with it. Wow, interesting play. Bit of a broken play there. Player is way off the court. It was, for a moment, it was almost like a singles game. 5-4-1. Newmans have the lead. Slice backhand return from Wright. Newman's come out on top in that exchange against Wright. Forehand volley just had a little bit too much of a high-to-low swing path, puts it in the net. Riley jumps the corner, manages to stay out of it. He's trying to fire up the crowd there. That's some of the excitement we'd love to see here, some of the creativity, the athleticism. I love watching pickleball when it's played like this. 7-4-1. Newman's continuing to press. No. Ball's just out, I believe. Yep, ball was called just out, just confirming referee Don Stanley. Ball just a little bit wide. 7-4-2. Good deep serve by Newman. Looking for the Ernie, but Kovalova wisely keeps it out of the reach of Lindsay. That goes off Riley Newman's paddle and out of play. One of the things to watch here is as the players move around the court, how comfortable they are being so close to one another. We saw there as Riley Newman played that backhand dink. It barely went right past his sister's leg, but no one seemed to have any problem with that. Everyone knew exactly what everyone else was doing. They were on the same page. And that's one of the things that you get when you play a lot of pickleball together. It's that nonverbal communication becomes really effective. Offensive lob opportunity. Newman has it on his paddle but misses just wide. He's going to be disappointed with the result there. That is a ball that at a minimum he should be able to cause trouble with. Preferably for him, at least, to be able to hit it as a winner. Easy to say from up here in the booth, of course. 5-7-2, Matt Wright serving. Little backhand-to-backhand exchange there between Kovalova and Newman. Lindsay Newman comes out on top. Seven 5-1 here in this second of two semifinals. The winner will go on to face Jocelyn Devilliers and Jessie Irvine Saturday night in the mixed doubles final. Kovalova hustles to get there. Riley Newman thought that he'd be able to get her with the lob once he drew her in, so she had to come in so close, so tight to the net. He thought maybe he could lob it up and over her, but Lucy's a great mover, quite tall as well. It's a good overhead smash. Let's go, says Lucy as she smashes that jumping forehand volley. So much power from Kovalova. Well done from Newman. You even get a congratulatory good shot from Matt Wright. He was ready for that ball. It was a little bit of a slippery kind of shot that came from Wright, but Newman was there ready for it. A little bit of a sloppy mistake there from Wright, missing that drop. For those of us at home who play pickleball will be quite familiar with missing third shot drop. As we see there again from Lindsay. Now the wind has really picked up in the last few minutes. It's been, you can see Matt Wright looking around at the flags. Expect to see more third shot drives, at least while the gusty wind continues like this, because otherwise those balls are going to sit up a little bit like they did there. Kovalova not pleased with herself for not putting that ball away, or at least putting the Newmans under more pressure. 8-5-2, Riley to serve. Ball's very tight to the net from Newman. Riley puts it down between the feet of Matt Wright. Again, they sort of got like a little cheering section here in the corner of the stadium. Many of the fans here have sort of all gravitated toward the shadier part as the sun late in the afternoon here in Las Vegas comes in. Lindsay Newman just past the left foot, and with a fair amount of disgust, I would say, Matt Wright calls for a timeout. This hydration break is brought to you by Jigsaw Health.
Thank you for calling Jigsaw Health. How can I help you? Yeah, you'd like to speak with Ben Johns. Let me get his extension for you.
002?
Yeah, his extension is 002.
Is it lunchtime yet?
15 seconds.
That was delicious. I'm getting more.
Second serving.
Hey, Ron, package for you.
Hey, Patrick, thanks. Appreciate that. Fault. Incorrect receiver. Foot fault. Right foot.
He's going to be a blast at the Christmas party.
Welcome back to Championship Court. We've got a game point here. Riley Newman, Lindsay Newman. They are serving here and looking to take game number 1 in this mixed doubles semifinals. 10-5-2. And there it is. I suspected we'd see more drives as this wind picks up. Nice example of it there by Riley Newman, and he's still trying to fire up that crowd. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. We're going to be back with more from the PPA Championship here in Las Vegas, Nevada, brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. Stay close.
Love this paddle. For me, it really suits my game well. I have a power game. I play quick. I can dink well with it.
And I absolutely love the paddle. I mean, the amount of pop you can generate, spin, it's just propelled my game. Helps me drive pull.
It really feels unlike any other paddle that I've ever played with, particularly the face. It's really something new. The carbon fiber surface really allows you to grip the ball.
I host a show in the kitchen.
I share my workouts in the kitchen.
I roll one sleeve up in the kitchen.
I stream in the kitchen.
I can't cook, but I'm in this kitchen.
I gave my paddle away in the kitchen.
I help keep you fit in the kitchen.
We're all family in the kitchen.
Let's go!
Welcome back to Championship Court. You just saw Newman and Newman win game number 1 here against Kovalova and Wright here in the second of 2 semifinals. The winner will go on to play tomorrow night against Devilliers. Look at this effort by Riley Newman. That ball ends up out of bounds, but I believe it caught Riley on the arm. As I was saying, Devilliers and Jessie Irvine will be playing in the final tomorrow night here in Las Vegas. We'd love to have you come and join us. Check out ppatour.com. Get your tickets. We're going to have some great singles finals action on Sunday, Championship Sunday, as well as the men's and women's doubles finals will happen on Sunday. The main draw will take place tomorrow. .102, Matt Wright delivers the serve to Riley Newman. The wind is picking up significantly. You can see it on the court, blowing the banners around a little bit. Again, I do think we should expect to see a few more third shots get hit hard Can't afford to take the risk that comes with playing a drop in these windy conditions. The ball gets hit hard and down into the dirt by Mr. Wright. Great backhand volley, especially when the ball's high. 0-1-2. Lindsay Newman to Lucy Kovalova. Looks like a ball just came on the court. Not sure anyone was actually playing and sent the ball over there. May have just blown. As I mentioned, it is getting quite a bit windier. We're all set and back to the action here. 0-1-2. Newman to Kovalova. Ball's going to go just long. Riley Newman got a little bit lucky there. The ball sat up off the net, giving a chance to have a little more time to take a full swing at it. Kovalova trying to counterattack. Didn't measure it just right. Lindsay Newman's backhand reset attempt gets up a little bit too high. Matt Wright able to use speed and angles to keep that ball out of their reach. One is the score here in game number 2. Newman and Newman having taken game number 1. Kovalova and Wright would love to right that ship. In this case, though, Matt takes the ball off the hand. It's going to sting a little bit. Yeah, it looks like we've got a few of the signs in the background that might have been blown over. Wind-wise, it's been very calm in Las Vegas all this week. I've been here shooting some videos, and we've had nothing but great conditions. But it's getting a little bit gusty out there right now. It's going to be interesting to see how the players adjust. Ball goes off Lindsay's paddle, catches the bill of Riley's hat. Not allowed to do that. 1-1-2. One is the score now. Lindsay looking for the Ernie attempt, thought she had it there. Instead, she lets that ball go, and brother Riley's there to hit it with enough topspin that it's too tough for Wright to handle.
1-1-2.
Kovalova gets handcuffed. Nice little flick there by Newman. As these conditions start to deteriorate a little bit, the quality of the play, you'll sometimes see that drop a little bit too. You won't see a change in intensity or the focus of the players, but it can be frustrating out there when the kinds of balls you're trying to hit don't quite stay as low as you would like, as we see from that Kovalova backhand. Other kinds of problems. You might even hit the ball perfectly in normal conditions, and then the wind does something to it. So it really takes a lot of focus, especially these players, knowing that they need to play at the top of their game to be able to move on and play in the championship tomorrow night. Kovalova so good at taking those balls out of the air. Patiently resetting the point and looking to build. One of the things I really like about the way Lucy plays, and I think you'll see more of this if you watch closely, is how often balls that could be allowed to bounce, that many people will let bounce when she's up near the net, she instead chooses to play out of the air as a volley. Not necessarily to cause trouble or to play an offensive shot, but just to take away time from her opponents. If she can hit that ball a little bit sooner, even if she doesn't hit that hard, she's giving them less time to react than she normally would. And having time to get set up for the ball is so important in pickleball. And Lucy has very good volleys, very good soft hands, and is quite tall, so she can do a good job of stealing her opponent's time. There's an example right there. Looking to take the ball out of the air when possible. Backing up and letting it bounce when she must. There you go. Lucy speeds things up a little bit there with that forehand. Lindsay Newman not able to hang on. You can see the frustration coming from Lindsay. 1-3-1 is the score. Here in game number 2, Newman and Newman came out on top in the first frame. Nice job by Matt Wright using his hand and wrist to create enough spin to get that ball up and over the net and then diving down just the feet of Lindsay. Kovalova not able to control that ball. It hits the net. She's going to see if she can get a little more control over it when she hits this serve here. Matt Wright starts poaching. Lindsay Newman decides that she's going to try to go behind him, keep him honest. Fortunately for her, that's the high part of the net, so she just clips the top of the tape. Doesn't go over, and that's going to be a second server. Sorry, I should say that's going to be a point. And now we're going to get the side out. 3-3-1, Newman to Wright. There's the drive that we thought we might see more of. Lindsay Newman had that backhand volley lined up. She had the space she needed, just found the net. Pickleball is so much a game about controlling the height of the ball. Sometimes people wonder why do the pros hit the net? Shouldn't hit the net, is what they say. Well, the trouble is when you're playing against other players of this caliber, anything that's slightly too high is almost always nearly as bad as hitting the ball in the net, because your opponents are so good at taking advantage of those higher balls that you really do have to be very fine with your direction control. Sometimes we're a little bit too fine and that ball ends up not getting over. Matt Wright reaches forward, takes that ball that was directed towards Kovalova. He's able to intercept it with speed, putting that ball out of the reach of the Newmans. 4-3-1 is the score. Newman gets handcuffed but manages to will that ball over. Watch it. Wow. Can Lindsay get there? She does. Plays a great dink. Riley was expecting that little forehand flick from Matt Wright, however, he wasn't able to line it up just right. Had a little unintentional wordplay with that one. As Kovalova and Wright figure out exactly who should be serving here. 5-3-1 is the score that head referee, I should say, Don Stanley calls. Offensive lob over Lindsay's head. Pushes them off the net, but the Newmans are usually pretty good at getting back up there after resetting the point. Nice shot by Riley Newman again, expecting the attack coming from Wright, sitting on that forehand. He's able to give Matt Wright a taste of his own medicine, attacking with speed successfully. 5-3-2 here in game number 2. Sitting on that forehand. Speaking of, there's Lindsay Newman ready for that, ready to attack. We've talked already earlier today with Corinne Carr. We talked about how when Lindsay positions herself that far to the left of the court, really she knows she's only going to have to hit a forehand, because anything that would be directed toward her backhand is actually a ball that would end up out of play and be wide. So really, when we say sitting on that forehand, really in Lindsay's case, that is literally what's happening, is she's just sitting there with her forehand out and ready to attack. And if that ball does come, she is going to know what to do with it. Ball finds the net. Kovalova not happy with herself here. She and Wright are setting up. They're stacking, so that means Matt Wright's going to have a long way to run after he hits this return. He's able to get there. And that cross-court dink from Kovalova, a little wide. 6-5-1. Nicely done by Newman to get that ball down. And with that, it looks like we're going to have a timeout. Quick hydration break brought to you by Jigsaw Health. It's fun to feel good.
Shoot, I can't remember my password.
We don't say can't. We conquer.
I got it.
I wish I could do a backflip.
We don't say I wish. We accomplish.
I finally did it.
I'm gonna try this one more time.
We don't say try. We aim for the sky.
Yeah, the sky.
Welcome back, center court. Hydration break is over. We're back to the action. Lindsay Newman serving to Matt Wright. Newman and Newman took game number 1. And they've just regained the lead here in game number 2. How happy would they be if they could get through this match and do it in just 2 games? Still got some work to do here, although it is now 8-5. They're on their first server. Riley looking to poach, attacks. There we go. He's fired up about that. Likes the strategy that they're using. Just 2 points from victory and a berth in the championship tomorrow night. That ball finds the top of the net. Riley Newman not happy with that result. Luckily for them, they're still serving and have a chance to score. 9-5-2. Lucy jumping forward into that ball. A little bit too much momentum, perhaps. That ball goes out the back. And with that, the ball goes just wide. That is the match. Newman take down Kovalova and Wright. 11-5, 11-5 in convincing fashion. A good effort all around in challenging conditions, no less. And the Newmans are going to be moving on to the championship tomorrow night. They are going to be facing Devilliers and his partner Jessie Irvine. Tough way to end it on an unforced error like that. That cross-court ball just goes a little bit too cross-court. But as we said before, you've got to play with such a small margin for error. That's what you're working with here when you're playing at this level. Speaking of this level, we're going to have more great pickleball action coming at you in just a moment. We're going to pay a few bills, and then we're going to be back with more from the PPA Championship 2021 in Las Vegas, brought to you by Guaranteed Rate.
Frometh Pickleball is your new one-stop pickleball shop. The best selection of pickleball gear is in stock and ready to ship from our warehouse. Shop the top brands like Selkirk, Paddletech, Onyx, and Vulcan, as well as the new Fila Pickleball collection of footwear and apparel. Visit us online today at fromethpickleball.com, the official store of the Pro Pickleball Association, an exclusive shop for PPA merchandise.
Greatness doesn't just come from anywhere. It's built over time, match to match. Duper is counting every match. It's measuring the moments and building greatness within the entire pickleball community. Working in conjunction with amateur and pro players will make Duper the go-to pickleball rating system. From rec play to tournaments, it's time to make every match count.
On your six, ladies.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours.
What's your secret? Oh, it's no secret. It's the expert help I got at Foot Solutions.
Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
Welcome back to fabulous Las Vegas. We're here at the PPA Championships. I have the honor of being here with the Newman siblings. They're on to Championship Sunday. What a match we just saw. You've played that team so many times. What made the difference today?
For us, it was just getting a lot of balls in. It was Riley being his usual ultra-aggressive self and me just trying to get every single ball back. And we had kind of a rough start to the day. We weren't really playing, I don't think, our best, but we knew playing against Matt and Lucy, they're so tough. We had to really bring our A game, and that was pretty close to it.
And no matter the result this Sunday, whether it's you guys that take the title or Devilliers and Irvine, we're going to see a first-time titleist with that specific partnership. What does that mean for pickleball in general?
No, it's great for the sport. I think at times we tune on to the finals, and it's usually the same names, and those are great finals. But I think some people want to see some fresh, new faces. So I'm happy to be playing with my sister in the finals. So we're really looking forward to it. We're going to have a nice meal and really getting ready for Sunday.
And you recently announced some very exciting news, Lindsay. You are pregnant with your second child. Can you talk a little bit about being a mother and a pro?
I've always said it's just trying to find your best partners. If I can get the ball over, then I have Riley and some good partners that can finish points. It's a lot of work. It's really hard, but I have my wonderful mom here. I usually have my sister Haley here that helps out babysitting. So it really does take a village, and I'm super appreciative to do what I do and also have a beautiful family.
She does it all. Congratulations, guys. We'll see more of you on Sunday. Go rest up. Back over to you, Mark.
All right. Thank you, Hannah. Always a treat to hear from the Newmans on the court. I was saying I was out there the other day watching them train, and you know what? They were training just the way they play. Riley looking to be aggressive and finish off points, and Lindsay doing a great job defending. Always a treat to watch those two, and I'm really looking forward to seeing them in the Mixed Doubles Championship tomorrow night, taking on Devilliers and Jessie Irvine. Speaking of pickleball, we've got lots more pickleball action for you coming up in a moment. We've got a bronze medal match, to go to the bronze medal. And that's going to be Simone Jardim and Ben Johns taking on the two people we just saw, Lucy Kovalova and Matt Wright. It's going to be for a berth into the bronze medal match. You're going to want to watch it. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, and then we'll come back with more from the 2021 PPA Championship, brought to you by Guaranteed Rate here in Las Vegas.
Precautionary for the future.
What a way to end it. Family matters in Orlando.
And the
Leigh and
tears of
Anna
joy.
Leigh.
Oh my God. They're in tears, as they should be.
singles and doubles champion Annalie Waters. Her mother, Leigh Waters. Brilliant pickleball from the mother-daughter combo.
That is as good as it gets. I'm so happy I was here to call it alongside Noah Eagle, and the whole family's getting in on it. For Leigh Waters especially, to be able to help her daughter achieve another title is just huge.
Well, plenty of emotion down here. There were tears already on the court. This is a team you guys have had a lot of battles with. You said you haven't beat them in like the last 12 times. What does this mean to you guys?
I mean, it's amazing. I feel like we've kind of jumped over that hurdle, so to speak, and it just feels so good, and I think it's going to give us confidence for the rest of the year to know that we can do it.
Absolutely, and this is a special place too. We're in your home state. I know there's a lot of people in the stands for you guys as well. What does it mean to pick this up here in Florida?
I mean, it's just amazing. We got to drive here finally for once, and I think us being in the heat and used to it also gave us an advantage in that match, but in the end we just pulled through.
Now, everyone always talks about mother-daughter duo. There's a lot of pride in that, right? But for you, Annalie, I think that's kind of cool. You get to play alongside your mom. How proud of you are you of her?
I mean, I'm so proud because, like, our positions on the court have changed so much, you know, and throughout the years we've just evolved, and to see that we can still be on top and still win gold medals in a professional sport is really amazing.
Now, we caught up prior to this matchup, and one of the things you said to me, you go, we've never fought on the court before. How do you manage that?
I don't know. I think we know that we're a team, and we're friends, and we're mother-daughter, and it just works, and we're supportive, and I think it shows that we're a team that works out.
All right, well, celebrations are at hand, correct? What's going to be the equation tonight?
Well, I know she wants to be a kid and go to Disney Springs. We're going to do some Disney stuff at Disney Springs. A lot of dessert in our future.
Awesome. All right, congrats, ladies. Enjoy the night. Back to you guys.
I'm Jessie Irvine, and this is my bag check. So let's see. We have an Engage bag. I've been with Engage for about 2 years now, and I have about 3 of these beautiful signature Jessie Irvine paddles, Maverick Elite Pro, in my bag. I put a little lead tape on the side, so I have some lead tape, and of course, not only do I have that, but I have my pink grip to match my paddle. That's a must. I will also have in here some rosin. When it's really sweaty and humid, I use it for my hands. And then let's see, in this compartment, I've got a Hypervolt, really good, kind of for muscles, especially in between matches. I use it, my back, my legs, anything like that. It's perfect for that kind of stuff. And here I have the Incrediwear wristbands that I wear. I have them on right now. These are really good for blood circulation, things like that. I wear them all the time. They're great to support my arm, especially since I use it a lot during pickleball. I have in this little bag, I have a lot of bags. That's kind of how I organize my bag. So I have a lot of little bags inside my bag. In this one, I've got kind of my sunscreen. I've got some cream for my joints. I've got something for my shoes to keep them from smelling sweaty and all that stuff. And then we've got this little special thing right here. I got a little flask that I keep Malibu in. I take little sips in between matches just to kind of keep me going, keep everything alive. And of course, I will also have my liquid IV that I continuously put in my bottle to stay hydrated. Oh no, things are flying away. And then last but not least, I have a bag for my running shoes that I will take off because I won't always wear my tennis shoes. So I have a bag for my running shoes that I'll put on right after I'm done playing and kind of ready to call it a day. And let's see. Yeah, that's about it. That's it. That's my bag check. I'm Jessie Irvine.
Welcome back to Championship Court here at the Darling Tennis Center in Las Vegas, Nevada. You are looking at Simone Jardim, who's getting ready to serve to Lucy Kovalova, along with her partner Ben Johns. Lucy, of course, is playing with Matt Wright, who we saw earlier. This is a race to 15. The winner of this match will be going into the bronze medal match coming up shortly after this. Kovalova's forehand finds the top of the net. That's going to bring up the second server, Matt Wright. Matt Wright gets handcuffed there with that fastball coming from Johns and Jardim. Jardim can defend the first couple balls, can't get that third one back over the net. Shadows are a little bit of an issue right now. You can see here on the court, we got some pretty dark shadows coming across here from sort of the structure here on this championship court. Beautiful Darling Tennis Center, but this time of day can be a little bit tricky. It's also a pretty steady breeze. It has died down a little bit from earlier, but definitely feeling it. It's really nice if you're a fan here who's watching. It's quite warm here in Las Vegas. But if you're on the court playing, I think you'd like it to calm down just a little bit. Zero 1-1. Reminder in this match, both of these teams have lost today. So they're in the consolation bracket, also known as the opportunity bracket for those who are a little more charitable. And here on the side of the draw, it's a race to 15 to be able to get into the bronze. That ball goes out of bounds. That's going to be a point for Kovalova and Wright. Ben John's so patient with that backhand reset. Ball goes off the end of Kovalova's paddle. Not easy playing right now. These four competitors, are used to being on the winning side of the draw. As pickleball continues to grow and expand, and the players, everyone, as Corinne Carr was saying here in the booth earlier, everyone is getting better now. There are no easy wins. The field is just getting so much stronger. Kovalova, nice counterattack off the backhand side. She puts that ball just low enough out of the reach of Johns. It's going to be time for Wright to serve. Let's see if he swings it out wide here, trying to force Simone off the court. Opening up that down the line. Lucy does go that direction, but with a drop, so Simone has enough time to get back and get in the point as they have this kitchen battle. And Johns finds the seam right between them. It's one thing that really separates Johns from so many other players out there is his ability to know exactly how hard to hit in order to do what he needs to do with the ball, but without overcooking it. Does a really great job in that last example. One, 2-2 is the score here. That ball was just sort of blowing away from Johns there as he was getting ready to hit that forehand drive. That is such a tough angle There's no way anyone can get that ball. Ben Johns gets that ball very high, puts it in the kitchen but as an overhead smash on an angle that one hops right over the curtain. Kovalova can't reset that ball. It's going to be going over to the Johns Jardim side. Ball on the court, but doesn't seem any of the players noticed it. Play continues. You can see that ball just sort of coming down the side of the court. Whether the players noticed it or not, no one called for a let. They're going to continue on. Kovalova can't quite come up with that forehand dink. That ball catches the top of the net. Three, 2-2. Can see a little bit of frustration. We talked earlier about how when conditions deteriorate a bit, maybe because it gets a little bit windy, or in this case because you also have shadows that are hard to contend with. Can see that frustration come out just a little bit in the players, that the ball's not really reacting the way they would like or moving the way they would expect. Great little exchange here. Fans showing their appreciation. All right, Kovalova going to serve here. Let's see if she can pull Ben. I should say, Wright serving. There we go, Ben doing a good job of getting the ball low. Kovalova defending well. Resetting the point, giving herself another opportunity and a chance for Wright to come up to the net. Nicely done. Speaking of Kovalova and Jardim, they will be playing in the women's doubles together tomorrow. Longtime partners. Very successful doubles team. Know each other's games inside and out, I think it's safe to say. Johns reaches across in front of Jardim, puts away that high forehand down the line out of the reach of Wright. 3-2-1. Jardim elects to play a drop. Trying to get into one of those dinking battles with Kovalova, but if you're not going to make the next drop, that rally's not going to extend, and the wind really is picking up here. 4-3-1, Kovalova serving. An ill-timed lob by Wright. You can see him tapping himself on the head saying, that was perhaps not the smartest choice I've made today. Johns is there to put it away. It can be tempting sometimes in the wind, especially when the wind is blowing into you, getting the feeling that you can hit harder and higher and farther out of the reach of your opponent and hoping that the wind will knock it down. Sometimes that is how it works, but sometimes it doesn't. So you really are rolling the dice when you go for those offensive lobs against athletic players like these. But, you know, we are in Vegas after all, so maybe rolling the dice is the right thing to do. Wright goes for the Ernie, not able to put it away. Jardim has to try to defend. She can get the first ball back, but not the second. 3-4-2. Kovalova unloads on that high forehand. Really one of her strengths, no doubt. 4-3-1. Jardim gets handcuffed, can't quite get that ball over the top of the net. Feel a little bit of a drop in the energy around here. The players are tired. It's been a long day. They're working hard here to try to get into that bronze medal match. Ben Johns doing a good job. Jardim had to work hard to get across the court in time. Kovalova tried to exploit the fact that they were stacking. Johns is able to counter with a good forehand put away. Kovalova wisely lets that ball go long. Three, 5-2. Jardim getting ready to serve into the wind. Late in the afternoon here in Las Vegas at the PPA Championship, brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. Not Wright, nice angle of his own. Long way for Simone to go to grab that ball. She's back now. Have you enjoyed the little break off the court? Spending a lot of time on the court lately. Wright delivers a short serve to Johns. He's able to handle it. And comes in driving that ball with the forehand hip of Wright. Five, 3-2. Lucy Kovalova serving to Simone Jardim. Wright does a nice job defending with that backhand. Good body shot by Johns, but not quite good enough. Wright redirects it cross court, just out of sight of Ben's reach. Here in this race to 15, the winner will go on to play for the bronze medal. 6-3-2. Wright's drop sits up a little bit too high. Johns attacks it at the feet of Kovalova. Three, 6. Kovalova can't quite get that ball up and over the net. That's going to be a point for Johns and Jardim. 4-6 is the score. See that ball blowing around in the wind.
All right, guys, we got a special announcement. The Pro-Knit Superstore, the official store of the PPA, is getting ready to close. It's the big white tent over there right when you walked in. It's got all the clothing. It's getting ready to close right now, and they have some closeout deals for the end of the day. Go check out the Pro-Knit store.
4-6-2, Simone delivering to Lucy.
They have PPA merchandise, tournament t-shirts, shoes, paddles.
There's that 1-2 punch that we've seen so many times from Ben Johns, attacking on one side of the body and putting it away with the other side. Nice job with that backhand-forehand combination. 5-6-2. Ball clips off the top of the net and sails just long. Six, 5-1. And with that, that's going to be a point. Jardim goes for just a little bit too much there. That's going to be a point for Wright and Kovalova. And with that, after 8 points, they're going to switch ends of the court. Long day for these players out here. Still a good number of fans out here enjoying the action here at the Darling Tennis Center in Las Vegas, Nevada. If you want to join us, we'd love to have you. Come on down tomorrow. We'd love to see you. And if you're around right now, you can just hop on over. You can see some great bronze medal action. But tomorrow we're going to have men's doubles, women's doubles, and then tomorrow night we're going to have the mixed doubles championship. You're going to want to see that. Check out ppatour.com to get your tickets. I'm going to be with you all weekend long, bringing you the action along with some special guests who we love to have here in the booth with us. Hopefully you've been able to have some pickleball in your life today, whether it's watching us here right now or getting out on the court. Every day is made better with pickleball. Kovalova playing good defense against Johns. Went to the well one too many times, not able to finish it off. Kovalova and Jardim working on each other, seeing who's going to blink first. It's Kovalova. She misses that ball just at the top of the net. Ben Johns with a tough serve, but does miss the third shot. Really enjoy seeing the evolution of these serves in pickleball. Players using more speed and more spin, finding new innovative ways to cause some trouble with their first shot. Oh, goes just a little bit out off the Jardim paddle. Not right. Crashes the net quickly. I thought he was going to load up and take a big swing on that backhand. Instead, he just blocks it back, but that seems to be good enough to do the job. And that's why he's down there and I'm up here. Johns trying to jump the corner and put that ball away. Not quite able to do it. This return of serve goes just a little bit long. 11-5. Remember, this is a race to 15. The winner will go on to play for the bronze medal shortly after this match. Simone loads up on that. Wright is there for it. Hits that ball a little too hard. Just barely squeaks out. 11-5-2. Wright serving, 2 Johns. Kovalova tries to defend. Good body shot by Johns. That ball goes out of bounds. It's going to be a side out. Johns to serve. That is a tough ball. Well directed by Wright. Johns was looking to poach across and intercept something out of the air. Plays that backhand volley cross court for a winner. Ball goes just long, Kovalova. Johns was reaching for that one. Just a little bit out of his wheelhouse. Wright wisely lets that ball go out of bounds. It was coming right towards him. He thought about it hitting him for a second. He said, oh, holy guacamole, I think that ball is going to be long. I am not going to touch that one. And sure enough, they get the result they want. Kovalova with good defense. That ball lands in. Simone not able to track it down. Good defense. That's the trick in pickleball. Just find a way to put the ball in the court once more than your opponents. This game looks like it may be on its last legs here. (13-6-2), 2 points from victory and a spot in the finals for the bronze, I should say. Kovalova taking those balls out of the air when possible to steal time from her opponents. Simone, I believe, misses that just wide. This is going to set up match point here for Kovalova and Wright. Can they take down Johns and Jardim? Ben says, well, let's play a little bit more. I'm enjoying myself out here. Good backhand put away, gets the ball down nice and low. Simone misses that forehand volley in the net. Ben decides to turn it up a notch. He's got another gear in there. Spanks that ball for a forehand winner. Watch the serve, watch the spin on it, watch the kick afterwards. Such a good reset. As we've mentioned before, Ben, when he's on the stretch, still has so much paddle control. Wow. John's doing his best to stay in the point there. Not quite able to do it. Kovalova and Wright teaming up to finish it off, and that's going to give them another match point. This time on the first server, Kovalova. Can they finish it off here? Kovalova, good defensive shot, and she wins that exchange. Kovalova and Wright, they're going on to play for the bronze medal as we say goodbye to Jardim and Johns. Tough day at the office for them.
All right, everybody, let's hear it for Ben and Simone. Let's give them a huge hand.
Tough match out there all around. We've got some more great pickleball action coming up for you. You're going to stay close. The 2021 PPA Championship in Las Vegas, Nevada, brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. We're going to be back in a minute with more.
I absolutely love this paddle. Me, it really suits my game well. I have a power game. I play quick. I can dink well with it.
And I absolutely love the pedal. I mean, the amount of pop you can generate, spin, it's just propelled my game, helps me drive the ball.
It really feels unlike any other paddle that I've ever played with, particularly the face. It's really something new, the carbon fiber surface. It really allows you to grip the ball.
One thing I really noticed before I came on to Gearbox, other paddles change over time. They start to slowly deteriorate, and at about that 3 or 4 month mark, just kind of felt dead. And then I would switch to a new paddle, and it was kind of too fast, because then it had to degrade to get into that sweet spot again. I've been using the GX5 for just about a year now. Same paddle that I picked up the first time I hit it. Haven't switched paddles, and it feels exactly the same a year later, and that's huge.
Electric feel is in my bones,
Frometh Pickleball is your new one-stop pickleball shop. The best selection of pickleball gear is in stock and ready to ship from our warehouse. Shop the top brands like Selkirk, Paddletech, Onyx, and Vulcan, as well as the new Fila Pickleball collection of footwear and apparel. Visit us online today at fromethpickleball.com, the official store of the Pro Pickleball Association, an exclusive shop for PPA merchandise.
Welcome back to Championship Court here at the Darling Tennis Center. Really, we should call it the Darling Pickleball Center. All week and weekend long, this is beautiful facility has been turned into a little pickleball haven here in Las Vegas, Nevada. You're joining us at the PPA Championship here in Las Vegas of 2021. This is brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. I guarantee if you stay with us, you're going to enjoy watching this bronze medal match coming up. On the right side of your screen, warming up with one another in the black, you will see on the far side of the court, Mr. Dekel Barr. And then based in Florida, originally from Israel. And on the near side of the court, warming up with Mr. Barr, is his partner, Parenteau, based in Florida as well, although from Quebec, Canada, fellow Canadian. On the left side of your screen, warming up together in the white shirt, that is Mr. Matt Wright. And his partner, Lucy Kovalova. If you've been with us, you just saw them play a few minutes ago. They defeated Ben Johns and Simone Jardim to make it here to this bronze medal match. This will be the best 2 out of 3 games to 11 as the medal matches, the bronze medal matches. Tomorrow, when you join us for the Mixed Doubles Championship, it's going to be a delight to watch. That's going to be a best 3 out of 5. One of the cool things about the PPA, the Pro Pickleball Association, are these 3 out of 5 championship matches. Who doesn't love watching a little extra pickleball, right? I'm your host, Mark Renison. You may know me from broadcast commentary like this, also from some of the work we do in pickleball, either with Third Shot Sports or Pickleball Coaching International. I'm lucky enough to be able to do some traveling and work with a whole bunch of great players, as well as pickleball coaches who are looking to improve their skills. And it's really nice when I get to take a break from doing that to come out and join you, the fans of pickleball, as we watch great pickleball action. Players are just about ready here. We're going to get started in just a moment. A couple other things to let you know about. If you'd like to join us, head over to ppatour.com. You can get tickets. We'd love to have you. Join us tomorrow as we have the men's doubles and the women's doubles, as well as the mixed doubles championship tomorrow night. And then on Sunday, Super Sunday, Championship Sunday, that's when we're going to be having the men's doubles, the women's doubles championships. We're also going to have the singles championships. It's going to be great. You are going to want to be here for that. And you can do that by heading over to ppatour.com. You can also check out all the other stops, both for this year and for next year, on the Pro Pickleball Association PPA Tour. All right, looks like the players are ready for this best 2 out of 3. Parenteau on the far side of the court. She looks like she's going to be serving first. Got to think you're going to see Dekel Barr taking up a lot of space in the middle of that court. That is a tall man over there. He can intercept a lot of balls. Here we go. Let's get to the action. 0-0-2. Referee called the ball on court just before Dekel Barr went for that Ernie, intercepting that ball. I saw that ball coming. I was wondering if anyone else was going to notice it. Looks like our referee did, and we're going to replay that point. We're going to call it 0-0-2 all over again. 0-0-2. Kovalova with a good deep return. Dekel Barr really driving that third shot. And here we go, as predicted. Barr really taking up a lot of space in the middle there. Kovalova and Wright are going to have to work hard if they want to get that ball to Parenteau. In the case of that last shot by Kovalova, she hit it right through the middle. Didn't even have to worry about getting it to Parenteau.
0-0-1.
Kovalova loses that battle against Parenteau. We're going to see a few of those exchanges, I suspect, those forehand cross-court dinks. Wright hits a high forehand drive. Might have gone a little bit long, however, Parenteau played it. One of the things you're going to watch when you see Catherine Parenteau, I love watching how low she gets for these balls, how solid and stable her cross-court dinking is. There's an offensive lob hit over Parenteau. Barr goes back to play. He's trying to counterattack. Wright's ball catches the top of the net, doesn't make it over. That's going to be a side out. As Kovalova sends the ball to Barr and Parenteau. 0-1-1. Good action up there at the net. Barr's ball finds its way into the netting. 0-1-2. Bit of a mixed signal there. Barr started making a move toward the ball, and then he backed off. Meanwhile, when he made that initial move, Parenteau decided she was going to let him have it. One 0-2. Dekel Barr returning and hustling in there. That is why he's trying to get that ball. Wright was there to attack. Dekel Barr got his hand on it, but it wasn't the hand that has the paddle in it. Not exactly the way you want to defend against those. 2-0-2. Wright and Kovalova out to an early lead here against Barr and Parenteau. Wright gets a little bit of help from the net. Could be an around the post opportunity. In fact, it is. That ball gets hit hard by Kovalova. Barr tries to dig it out of the court, not able to. 4-0-2 as Barr and Parenteau continue to try to solve the puzzle that is Kovalova and Wright. Catherine hoping that two-handed backhand will help. It does, but Barr is not able to finish off the point with his backhand. 6-0-2. Kovalova and Wright really running away with this first one. Again, this is a best 2 out of 3 here in this bronze medal match. Offensive lob into the wind. Barr ends up defending with his left hand. Wright jumps the corner. Wright looking to catch Parenteau off guard by flicking the ball down the line with his backhand. Unfortunately for him, it catches the top of the net, not going over. Parenteau and Barr, they're going to try to get on the board here. Good deep return by Kovalova. Kovalova so good at reaching forward and getting that ball early out of the air, able to direct it with a sharp angle cross court. Parenteau's not able to catch up with it, and that's going to force Dekel Barr to take over serving. 0-6-2. Barr looking to do something constructive here. Get a few points on the board. Kovalova gets down so low for those dinks, taking the ball early. She had thoughts of going hard down the line at Barr. She did it twice in a row. He managed to hold on with the first one, but not the second. 6-0-1 as Kovalova and Wright continue to try to build on their lead. Ball catches the top of the net. 0-6-1. Parenteau and Barr would love to get a point or two here. They're going to have to communicate a little bit better than that in order to do so. Right there, they've got their signals mixed up, both going for that third shot.
0-6-2.
Good serve by Barr, leads to a short return. Doesn't do much with it, allowing Wright and Kovalova to get away with that poor return relatively unscathed. The wind is definitely picking up here at the Darling Tennis Center. 7-0-1. Wright and Kovalova looking to add to their lead here. Kovalova with a beautiful around the post. Wasn't sure that ball was going to get out there wide enough, especially with the wind blowing into the court. Kovalova lined it up well.
8-0-1.
They've got an 8-0 lead here in game number 1 of this bronze medal match. Dekel Barr with a big overhead smash. Takes 2 tries, but he is able to finish off the point. To be another point here for Kovalova and Wright. Really running away with this first game here. 9-0. It just seems right now that Parenteau and Barr seem to still be trying to figure out exactly what the best game plan they're going to use. They seem content to kind of slow things down and try to draw out the point, maybe thinking that the endurance of Wright and Kovalova is questionable, but they've shown themselves to be tough competitors out here today. 0-9-2. That third shot dropped by Barr dips down a little bit lower than Kovalova was prepared for. She mistimes it. And Barr and Parenteau are on the board. Dekel Barr has that ball lined up. Looks like he missed it just wide. Love these kitchen cam views. You can really get a good sense for how close to the net these balls have to travel, even in these windy conditions. 9-1-2, Kovalova and Wright looking to close out this first game here in this bronze medal match. A little bit closer there. Parenteau doing her best to get the ball back over, trying to get that second hand on for stability. Not quite able to hang on. Game point, Wright Kovalova. Ball goes right through the middle. Wright lets Kovalova know he thought the ball was hers. Pretty tough when the overhead smash is coming at that speed. One 10-2. Wright and Parenteau trying to put something together here. Good defense by Kovalova. Looked like she was ready for that ball toward the backhand. And once again, Wright and Kovalova, they're going to have a few game points on their paddle. Dekel Barr able to reach forward, get that ball. Wright can't get it back over the court. And with that, a side out. Barr and Parenteau planning to start their comeback here, perhaps? There's only one way to find out. That's a tough serve from Dekel. Matt Wright really going outside the court to use that forehand. That is a beautiful around the post backhand slice. Perfectly struck by Barr, keeping that ball nice and low, not overhitting it, keeping the ball slow enough that it doesn't go out the back. Simone goes for the around the post too. Barr taking a close look at to see if she actually made it or not. Lucy's indicating that she thinks it was in. Dekel's not going to overrule her. 2-10-2. And with that drop hit into the net, Kovalova and Wright once again have a game point. Barr loses out on that quick exchange against Kovalova, and that is going to be game number one for Wright and Kovalova. They take it 11-2 in convincing fashion, while Barr and Parenteau regroup to try to figure out what they're going to do in game number two. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back in a moment with more from the PPA Championship, brought to you by Guaranteed Rate.
PT Pro Team at pickleballtournaments.com have unparalleled experience running tournaments, including all professional tours and premier events. We provide professional services to develop, plan, and deliver tournaments that players and fans love. pickleballtournaments.com, powering pickleball tournaments worldwide.
Selkirk's mission has always been to fuel the pickleball obsession found inside every player.
There is a growing community of pickleball players who consume as much pickleball content as they possibly can.
And that's why we are launching Selkirk TV, which brings the best pickleball content to your smartphone, tablet, and big screen TV. It's pickleball's original and only free TV app. This is 24/7 pickleball, proudly brought to you by Selkirk.
We're back live on Championship Court here at the Darling Tennis Center in Las Vegas. You're looking at Lucy Kovalova and Matt Wright serving to Catherine Parenteau and Dekel Barr. Wright and Kovalova took game number 1 in convincing fashion. I saw during the break Barr and Parenteau regrouping a little bit, getting a little bit of coaching. Let's see if they start to speed things up a little bit here. Didn't seem that the slow game was really favoring them. Again, especially in these more challenging windy conditions. Slow balls aren't often your friend as much as they might be when there's a little bit less wind. Here we go. We see Parenteau right away speeding things up against Wright. Kovalova, I think, is going to be happy to have that kind of cross-court exchange, that dinking exchange that she's had for much of the first game with Parenteau. I think she thinks it favors her, especially with that long reach, being able to get the ball out of the air, stealing time from Parenteau. I think it's safe to say as we look here, there's a concerted effort on the part of Parenteau and Barr to start to dictate play a little bit more, speeding things up a bit sooner. Wright sometimes will do that, go quite far outside the court to use his forehand from near the net. Gives him a few more options, but also puts some pressure on that he may be out of the court. One 0-1. Parenteau sitting on that backhand. She's able to counterattack. That's the kind of game style they want to play here. Kovalova thinks about going around the post on that one. Instead plays it back. Not quite wide enough to get the angle she needed. And with that Barr third shot into the net, that's going to be a side out. Kovalova. 0-3-1. Takes over serving. She drives, goes hard right at Parenteau right off the bat. Catherine's not able to control that ball. Matt Wright jumps the corner, gets that ball before it's able to dip down below the net. That's an excellent play from Mr. Wright. It's so tough when your opponents do that you think you've hit a good shot, you think you've hit a ball that's going to force an upward hit, and instead your opponent comes flying over the kitchen. 2-3-1. Here's that cross-court exchange. Oh, topspin lob. Kovalova gets to it. There's a lot of wind up there right now. That ball sails just long. Nice topspin lob by Parenteau. I like that idea. We talked about how in game number 2 they need to be a little more aggressive, start to dictate the play. And while that can include faster shots like drives and flicks, it can also include other kinds of offensive shots like that topspin lob. Well done. Way to put Kovalova and Wright on their heels a little bit. Kovalova gets handcuffed a little bit, nicely placed by Dekel Barr. Tight on that forehand hit. Good serve from Barr. Barr and Parenteau really making a push here. Trying to take it to Wright and Kovalova, get them feeling if they need to react rather than dictate play. But that kind of offensive game style comes with some risk as well. Ball goes just long, nicely done. 4-2-2 is the score. Good defense by Wright. Sees that ball coming. They must have a sense right now that Parenteau and Barr came out of the break saying, okay, we're going to change the plan here. We're going to start to take it at them more often. And so they can be quite certain, more often than not, that Barr and Parenteau are going to be looking to speed things up. There we go. That's one of the risks. We talked earlier about how sometimes Matt Wright will like to go out wide like that to be able to use his forehand even though he's off the court. One of the risks is that if he speeds things up and it gets counterattacked, there could be a seam down the middle that the opponents are able to find, and that's exactly what Parenteau and Barr were able to do there. Four, 3-1. Four, 3-2 is the score here. Dekel Barr serving a heavy topspin serve. He's going for the third shot lob. It catches the line. Lob on the third shot. We've seen a few of those today here. I would post this as one of the sort of innovations we've been seeing in pickleball. More lobs in general, and it's been interesting to see the attempted third shot lobs, especially here in these windy conditions. Three, 5-1. Wright delivers to Barr. Catherine Parenteau goes for an attacking shot with the forehand through the middle, just hits it a little too far, goes out the back end of the court. The wind not able to help her then. Dekel Barr sees that down line coming off the right backhand. It's able to jump across and get that ball, put it away. 4-5-2. Barr and Parenteau still with a lead here. Their more aggressive game style here in game number 2 has so far been paying off. Barr gets pulled out a little bit farther to the right than he would have liked. Again, he was taking up space in the center of the court. A fancy shot by Parenteau. She sets it up for the Ernie attempt. She gets there. She gets the ball as she wants, but she hits that ball just outside the back of the court. She's going to be disappointed with that, especially as they were out to a good, strong lead early in this second game. Wright and Kovalova clawing their way back, and they've now got the lead. 6-5 here in game number 2. Parenteau misses another one. She's going to want a timeout, and this hydration break is brought to you by Jigsaw Health. Jigsaw Health, it's fun to feel good. Back in a moment.
Thanks for calling Jigsaw Health. This is Simone Jardim. How can I help you? No, she's not here today. Oh yeah, she does have a wicked backhand. I think she's from Slovakia. No, she's certainly not in the KGB. I think you're thinking of Irina. Sure. I can get you some pickleball cocktail. Are you sure you want the box? You know, I strongly prefer the bag myself. Bag it is. Perfect.
We're back on championship court. 5-7-1, Dekel Barr serving. Matt Wright slices that backhand return. Works his way up to the kitchen. Got to think here, this more conservative style of play from Parenteau and Barr isn't what got them the points they have right now. It's that more aggressive play. Parenteau lets that ball sit up just slightly too high. Once again, it's much easier to talk about how players should play when you're up here in the booth. So much tougher to do it, especially against such good counterattacking players as Wright and Kovalova. Heads up. Catherine Parenteau takes the ball off the heel. Barr chastising himself for hitting a ball that he thinks may have gone out had he just let it go. That's a nice misdirect by Dekel Barr. Sort of got his body moving to the left, suggesting he was going to hit it back cross court. Instead, he lays back the wrist, hits the ball a little bit on the inside part of the ball, goes inside out behind Wright. It's nicely done. 7-5-2. Parenteau's had a couple misses here, key misses on balls that normally are pretty steady for her. That's going to be a point, 8-5-2. Wright and Kovalova continue to build on their lead here after taking the first game handily. Barr and Parenteau have been putting up some good resistance here in game number 2. Especially the case when they start to play a little bit more aggressively, start to dictate play Both were using speed and some unexpected shots. We saw some great offensive lobs. Kovalova not able to handle that drive. Six, 9-1. Dekel Barr looking to use speed. That was what we were talking about. 6-9-2. Dekel Barr doing a good job of reaching, getting that ball while it's just high enough that he can attack. He's going to be very happy when the ball is set up like that for him. 7-9-2. Parenteau, Barr trying to stay close. Wright, a little crafty there. Normally would hit that ball straight ahead at Parenteau. Got a sense that Barr was moving that way to help cover, and instead plays it at him. 9-7-1, 2 points from taking the bronze medal. Kovalova trying to deal with the high lob on the backhand side, not quite able to handle it. 9-7-2. What great defense from Barr. He's able to do it. Dekel Barr showing that he is not ready to give up on this match. Good work by him and Parenteau. That all got started. Parenteau had a long way to go as she was stacking. That led to the drive from Kovalova and Wright. 7-9-1. There's the aggressive game style. Bad luck for Barr, good luck for Kovalova. That ball sits up high. She's got more time than she expected to be able to swing away. 7-9-2. Wright with the drop volley. Parenteau, another topspin lob. Gotta think she's gone for that a little too frequently. Looks like Kovalova was reading it, saw it was coming.
9-8-1.
The power game of Kovalova and Wright is so tough to handle. Got some signs blowing around. Kovalova and Wright would love to get this done. We've got a game point here. Around the post. Does she get it? She does indeed. That is the way to win a bronze medal. A great around the post, far outside the court. Kovalova connects hard and low, landing it in the court. Not much defense could be put up there to resist that. That's going to be the bronze medal for Kovalova and Wright. Fourth place, Parenteau and Barr. Our very own Hannah Johns is going to be down on the court in just a moment to talk to the bronze medal winners. We're going to take a short break ourselves, then we're going to be back with more with Hannah, Lucy, and Matt courtside.
again, until you strike just right, until the ball sings, until the other guy blinks, until the court's clear and the sun sets, until you see it in your sleep and wake up swinging. Go again. Till you can't miss, until you can't lose. Go again and again.
Welcome back to the PPA Championships in Las Vegas. I'm here with our bronze medalists, Lucy Kovalova, Matt Wright. Incredible play out there. It's a tough team. They actually fought their way back after losing second round. They had to go all the way through that back draw. Do you think that affected the way that this match went in terms of their mental and physical exhaustion?
It may have. It's tough coming through the back draw, right, both mentally and physically, because physically speaks for itself, but the mental part, you're playing all games to 15. There's not much margin for error, right? And sometimes we've been in that position before where we lost earlier than we wanted to. We battled all the way back and came out a little flat in that bronze because it's kind of like, oh, we made it. But, yeah, I thought they were a little bit flat, and we tried to take advantage of it.
All right, and looking back over the course of this year, we're coming to the end of it now. Are there any moments that stand out to you guys as a team or individually?
Well, for sure, winning Newport. Yeah, that was great. Great feeling, especially beating Ben and Simone for the first time. So I think we're going to remember that for a long time.
All right, and a slightly personal but still pickleball-related question. Favorite shot and why?
Boy, that's a good question. I probably like my forehand flick once the ball hits the ground and try to move it around and hit misdirections and things like that. I'd say that's my favorite shot, or my backhand counterpunch.
All right, and how about you, Lucy?
My favorite shot is around the post, and I am
not today.
Oh, not today, especially around the post, because I always miss it when we practice. Like 100%, and I never make any. So every time I make one in the match, I was like, "Oh, I made one!" So I was pretty happy about that.
All right, big congratulations to you both. Incredible play out there today. Back over to you, Mark.
Thank you, Hannah. Great job down there. Terrific watching Lucy and Matt playing together. Also getting some insight afterwards. And, yeah, funny to hear that Lucy struggles with those ATPs in practice, but she was looking pretty good out there, especially on that game point. A great around the post on the forehand side. We've got a senior pro men's doubles match coming up next. This is going to be a good one. I think you're going to like what you see out here. Why don't we take a short break? We're going to say thanks to a few of the partners that help us make events like the PPA Championship here in Las Vegas, brought to you by Guaranteed Rate possible. And we'll be back in a moment with more pickleball. Men's Senior Pro bronze medal coming back soon.
On your six, ladies.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours.
What's your secret? Oh, it's no secret. It's the expert help I got at Foot Solutions.
Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
baseline. That's a great point by Tyson McGuffin.
I host a show in the kitchen.
I share my workouts in the kitchen.
I roll one sleeve up in the kitchen.
I stream in the kitchen.
I can't cook, but I'm in this kitchen.
I gave my paddle away in the kitchen.
I help keep you fit in the kitchen.
We're all family in the kitchen.
Let's go!
How do you get what you want? Eric Weinbach, blind man, wanted to climb Mount Everest. My man crazy, but he believed it was possible.
We're gonna do it.
And because he believed, he became the first blind person ever to stand on top of the world. Guaranteed Rate believes in your dreams. That's why we treat everyone like we treat our own family and work extra hard to get you the lowest low rate possible. Because if you believe, you will.
One thing I really noticed before I came on to Gearbox, other paddles change over time. They start to slowly deteriorate, and at about that 3 or 4 month mark, just kind of felt dead. And then I would switch to a new paddle, and it was kind of too fast, because then it had to degrade to get into that sweet spot again. I've been using the GX5 for just about a year now. Same paddle that I picked up the first time I hit it. Haven't switched paddles, and it feels exactly the same a year later, and that's huge.
Welcome back here to the Darling Tennis Center here in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. We're here for the PPA Championship of 2021. This is brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. One of the things that we are guaranteed for is a great match here coming up. We've got the Senior Pro Men's Bronze Medal match. The winner of this will be going on for the gold. And we've got some good players coming up here. Scott Crandall along with Kevin Booth. They are going to be on the near side of the court. Mircea Morariu. I don't say his name very well. Morariu. And Dan Granot playing together on the far side of the court. That's Granot in the purple. And Mircea Morariu. Sorry, Mircea. Mircea's someone who actually I know quite well. Some of the work we do online, the audio stuff he's part of, but I always call him by his first name. Anyway, on the near side of the court, as we mentioned before, that's Kevin Booth and Scott Crandall who let that ball go out. They're on the board here, 1-0-2. Crandall being aggressive with the movement already. Kevin Booth, not sure if he wanted him to do that, but you know what? I don't mind that kind of play early on in the match. If I'm the coach, I say, look, it's starting to make your opponents think early on to worry not just about the ball they have to hit, but about the movement patterns that you and your partner might start to use. Booth with a good reach over there in the middle puts the ball just past his opponents. Zero, 1, 2. Granot just a little bit late with that forehand. Looks like he wanted to let the ball go and then changed his mind. Ends up catching it late. It's going to be a side out. 1-0-1. Referee Vicky Ryan lets us know. It's going to bring up second server. Crandall does a good job there of getting to that ball as it just barely drops over the net. One of the things you may have noticed here is that both teams have one lefty and one righty on their team. It's always interesting to see how players use that to their advantage, or if they think about how they can use it to their advantage. Often what you'll see is players will switch and stack and play so that they have both forehands in the center of the court. And that's because it's generally safer to aim for the middle. A lot of opponents will try to go there. And if you're a team or a player who likes to hit forehands more than backhands, having your forehands in the middle of the court makes it more likely you're going to get juicy forehands like we see there for Mircea Morariu. Zero, 2-2, Dan Granot using the backhand serve. Morariu is there for that forehand put away, gets it past Crandall. One, 2-2, Dan Granot looking to be a little bit clever with that serve. This time some topspin on it. Morariu coming forward. Misfires on that backhand drop he was trying to play. Two, 1-1. Crandall and Booth deliver to Granot. Crandall misses that drop in the net, and as we were talking about a little bit earlier today, with the increased wind that we've sort of been facing here late in the afternoon here in Las Vegas, got to think the players may end up playing more third shot drives early on to not have to worry about the wind so much. You see Kevin Booth go fast at Granot. He's there ready to defend. Booth tries to change up the direction. Not able to get that ball up and over the net, much to the satisfaction of Morariu and Granot. 2-2-2 is our score here. You're joining us for the Senior Pro Men's Bronze Medal match here in Las Vegas. Crandall, a little frustrated with himself, missing shots that he thinks he should be able to make. Morariu, he is there ready. Booth apologizing to his partner, setting him up a little bit. That's a good counter-attacking shot by Morariu. That ball catches off the top of the net. Not much Crandall can do about that. Gives a little smile to his opponent. Two 5-1. Vicky Ryan's going to recall the score. 2-5-1. Scott Crandall delivering to Dan Granot. Good slow slice return. Crandall can't put too much speed on that, or else that ball will go out. Two 5-2. Kevin Booth serves out wide. Morariu thinks about playing it as a forehand, then changes his mind. It's good, put a good defense from Crandall. Watch out. Interesting technique there by Granot. Really sort of selling as though he was going to hit to his right. Instead, delays the paddle coming through, hits to his left instead. Smart strategy there, as his opponent on the cross court was a little bit closer to him. Less time to react. Defended well by Granot. Can't hang on to that last one. Well done by Booth, continuing to attack. Five 2-2. Booth misses that backhand volley that he was trying to hit with speed in the net. 6-2-2. Morariu drives the ball. Doesn't measure the height just right there. Unforced error. And that's going to be a side out. 2-6. Booth and Crandall looking to get a little bit closer here in game number one. Morariu finishes the job with that high forehand volley, hits it nicely down into the ground and cross court. Crandall has no chance there. Quick reminder, you can see all of the schedule of upcoming events. You can see the brackets. Head over to pickleballtournaments.com. Check out the PPA Championship to see what's going on here, what's coming up over the next couple of days. We've got some great men's doubles action tomorrow, some women's doubles action tomorrow. And then on Sunday, we've got Super Sunday, the championships. We're going to be seeing a whole bunch of finals, a whole bunch of gold medals given out on Sunday. I'm going to be here with you all weekend long, along with some special guests. Morariu delivers to Booth. Good deep return. Granot's going to have to fight his way up to the net. He does so in a nice 1-2 punch there, able to put the ball hard at Crandall. See what Morariu has up his sleeve here, or rather lack of sleeve. Gets a short ball, really liking that backhand drive of Granot. He's able to hit that ball pretty hard with a little bit of topspin, dipping it down low. Morariu has that ball high on his forehand. He was going to want that one back, no doubt. Fortunately, he's not able to do that. 3-7-1 is the score. Granot returning Booth's serve. The winner of this match will be going on to play Dayne Gingrich and Mr. Dave Weinbach in the gold medal final. Third shot lob from Booth. Does a good job with it. Gets Granot off balance. And finishes the point at Granot. 4-7. Good drop from Granot. Miscommunication. Booth goes for the tweener. They are still alive in this point. Oh, there's a ball on the court. I hope it doesn't interrupt play. So what's happening here, in case you're watching at home, there was a ball that was coming on the court. Crandall called the ball that it was a distraction. Let me just see if I can hear what. All right, so what happened in this case, if you're watching at home, is there was a ball on the court, and Scott Crandall called for a ball. He asked the point to be replayed because there was a distraction. What Morariu and Granot are arguing. Yeah, there we go. So what Morariu and Granot were arguing was that he called ball too late. They were going to lose the point anyway, or they'd already lost the point. The referee concurred. But in a show of good sportsmanship in this case, Crandall actually hit the ball, the return of serve, in the net, giving the point back to his opponents. That's some good sportsmanship out there. Sometimes things are right on the edge. Looks like in the end, order was restored, harmony achieved. That's what we want to see on a pickleball court. Order and harmony. Morariu hits the ball into the net. He's going to have to think about that one while he gets ready to deliver his serve. 8-4-2 here. Good defense from Granot. He can't quite handle that one, though. Crandall does a good job putting it away. Just a bit of a programming note. I'm going to be with you until the end of game number 1 here of this bronze medal match. Reminder, the winner of this will go on to play Dayne Gingrich and Dave Weinbach. We're just warming up. You can't quite see them. The top left of your screen. They're on the far side of that court. They're getting ready to take on the winner here. 4-8-1. The live stream will be continuing, so you can watch as much pickleball as you want tonight. And I'll be back with you bright and early tomorrow morning. Really glad you joined us today, no matter what method you were using to watch us. It's always nice to be able to share the great stuff happening here at the PPA Championship of 2021, presented by Guaranteed Rate. It's a whole team that makes this possible. Bit of a miscommunication there by Morariu and Granot, who is going to handle that ball in the middle. That can be one of the challenges when you have 4 hands in the middle. Really, teams will typically want to make their plans so that doesn't happen. But when you have a bit of a lead, as Granot and Morariu do, you can sometimes get away with it. As Morariu's drop, mishandled by Booth, hits the net. Granot looking like he's going with the backhand serve again. Booth has made a couple of errors here on those slower, lower balls. There's someone, just so you know, you can see Dan Granot looking around there. It's because someone was yelling about a car that's about to get towed. Because it's not parked where it's supposed to be parked. You know what? That's the thing about playing pickleball out here, is in front of fans, in front of people, is that sometimes it's going to get noisy. Got to find a way to deal with it. Crandall dealt with that Morariu forehand very nicely. But not that one so much. That stays in play, just enough topspin. Maybe assisted by the wind to keep it in the court. (4-10-2). Booth and Crandall trying to stay here in this first game of this bronze medal match. That's going to be a side out. And we've got our first, I guess it's not our first, we've got a game point. Morariu serving to Crandall. Let's see if he's aggressive with this serve. Just try to get something short they can pounce on. Not really. Granot can't handle that attack coming from Booth. Another game point, this time on the paddle of Dan Granot. He corrals that ball. A little bit of controversy here. Again, the score was called and then Granot played the ball off his shoe. Referee recalled the score, giving them a little extra time. This is a game point, Morariu and Granot. Around the post, that ball doesn't get back in play. That's going to be game number 1, goes to Morariu and Granot. They're going to sit down for a moment, get ready for game number 2. We're going to be back in a moment ourselves. I'll be back tomorrow. Thanks for joining us. Stay close. We're going to be more from the PPA Championship here in Las Vegas, brought to you by Guaranteed Rate.
love this paddle. For me, it really suits my game well. I have a power game. I play quick. I can dink well with it.
And I absolutely love the paddle. I mean, the amount of pop you can generate, spin, it's just propelled my game, helps me drive the ball.
It really feels unlike any other paddle that I've ever played with, particularly the face. It's really something new, the carbon fiber surface. It really allows you to grip the ball.
Game time, baby!
I host a show in the kitchen.
I share my workouts in the kitchen.
I roll one sleeve up in the kitchen.
I stream in the kitchen.
I can't cook, but I'm in this kitchen.
I gave my paddle away in the kitchen.
I help keep you fit in the kitchen.
We're all family in the kitchen.
Let's go!
Frometh Pickleball is your new one-stop pickleball shop. The best selection of pickleball gear is in stock and ready to ship from our warehouse. Shop the top brands like Selkirk, Paddletech, Onyx, and Vulcan, as well as the new Fila Pickleball collection of footwear and apparel. Visit us online today at fromethpickleball.com, the official store of the Pro Pickleball Association, an exclusive shop for PPA merchandise.
It's pickleballparrot.com.
Bruh, don't you want to watch pro pickleball?
Please, Patrick, you don't have to make that sound anymore. I mean, I get the point. People need a simple way to find the details for live pro pickleball events.
Exactly. And that's why we need to figure out how to spell Brock.
Does it start with a B or a W?
I don't know. It might be both. Check.
I hear at least 3, maybe 4 A's.
Guys, it's not a real word.
But we still have to figure out how to spell it. Brock. Look, just wait until you see the video we're going to make.
All right, you guys, let's do this. Gotta return the suit by 5.
Brock?
And welcome back to the PPA Championships. Brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. Game 2. Kevin Booth and Scott Crandall have taken this one. Dan just hits the top of the tape and it rolls back on their side. Wind's starting to pick up here again in Las Vegas. Kevin Booth telling the wind, please stop. Just like that, Mircea and Dan have scored 3 straight. Bringing this now 5-8. They kept lobbing them up, and Crandall kept putting them right back down, saying, not today. We've got game point here. And there it is. We've got a game 3 here. Mircea and Dan taking game 1, 11-4. And Kevin and Scott taking game 2, 11-5. We'll be back for game 3 after a message from some of our sponsors. And we're back here for game 3 of this men's bronze medal match. Looks like the SoCal lefty Scott Crandall will start this off with the serve. Dan says down the middle solves the riddle. And gets him with the side out. Tied up at 1 here. Mircea puts just a little bit too much on there for Scott. tied up here at 2. And again, Dan goes right down the middle. Kevin Booth says, "I've had enough," and calls a timeout. And we'll be back after a quick hydration break brought to you by Jigsaw Health.
Hey, Simone. I got your new paddle.
Ele comprou tua raquete nova.
Diz pra ele que é legal, né?
It's cool. Could she sign it?
Ele quer que tu assine.
Mas já tá assinada.
She says she already signed it.
But I did not see her sign it myself personally.
Esse gringo quer que eu assine a raquete nem sabe falar meu nome direito.
She says she'll sign it if you can say her last name correctly.
Jardim. Jardim? Jardim? Chardon? Garden? Jedi?
Here for the starting after that timeout here in game 3. The wind has started to pick back up here in Las Vegas. It's moving from the backs of Dan and Mircea towards the face of Scott and Kevin. Probably the third time tonight that Kevin's hit the top of the tape and it just hasn't been able to go over. And that wind is blowing right in his face, so it does. He does need to put a little bit more on there to get it to go over. Mircea puts that right past Scott. You can see that Kevin and Scott are having a hard time kind of adjusting to that wind right in their face. Kevin puts that right into the body of Dan, and Dan wasn't able to get his paddle down quick enough to get that back over. Side out. Nice angle there by Kevin. He puts a little spin on it, makes Dan chase it, then smashes it right past Mircea. Dan's had a lot of success tonight going right down the middle between those two. Just out by Dan. We're all tied up here at 5. And we have a timeout here as they switch ends with Mircea and Dan reaching 6, and we'll be back after a word from some of our sponsors. We are back here for game 3. The two teams have switched sides, and we will resume play with Mircea and Dan leading 6-5. spot. Mircea's return going a little long. Kevin Booth lucky he missed that one as it sails out of the back. On the other court, we've got the women's senior pro gold medal match going on between Bellamy and Welsher, taking on Kessner and Wilhelm. It's been a great match so far over there. ATP by Kevin Booth, and Mircea just isn't able to return it. Lovely shot. And we're all tied up with that ATP. Just long. Kevin and Scott take the lead at 9-8. Dan and Mircea are going to talk things over and take a timeout. It looks like we're going to take a quick hydration break, brought to you by Jigsaw Health.
Hey, Simone. How'd you play in the tournament today?
It started today.
And welcome back. That JW Marriott in the background of that Jigsaw Health commercial. Fantastic hotel with, I believe, 30 permanent pickleball courts. As we come back to the action, Kevin Booth and Scott Crandall leading 9-8. Looks like Dan hits Scott right in the chest. Him saying, yeah, hit me right where my paddle should have been. Tied up at 9 here. Scott checking the ball for cracks and then handing it over to Kevin. As you can hear, Scott very frustrated with himself. Kevin Booth now have bronze medal point, leading 10-9. And there it is. Your bronze medalists, Mircea, Morariu, and Dan Granot. Moving on to the gold medal match, we've got Kevin Booth and Scott Crandall. And we'll have that gold medal match with Dave Weinbach, Dave Gingrich, Kevin Booth, and Scott Crandall coming up next after these words from some of our sponsors.
On your six, ladies.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours.
What's your secret? Oh, it's no secret. It's the expert help I got at Foot Solutions.
Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
I absolutely love this paddle. For me, it really suits my game well. I have a power game. I play quick. I can dink well with it.
And I absolutely love the paddle. I mean, the amount of pop you can generate, spin, it's just propelled my game, helps me drive the ball.
It really feels unlike any other paddle that I've ever played with, particularly the face. It's really something new, the carbon fiber surface. It really allows you to grip the ball.
One thing I really noticed before I came on to Gearbox, other paddles change over time. They start to slowly deteriorate, and at about that 3 or 4 month mark, just kind of felt dead. And then I would switch to a new paddle, and it was kind of too fast, because then it had to degrade to get into that sweet spot again. I've been using the GX5 for just about a year now. Same paddle that I picked up the first time I hit it. Haven't switched paddles, and it feels exactly the same a year later, and that's huge.
Electric feel is in my bones, in my bones, in my bones. Pay me color, make me glow,
Tyson McGuffin
make me
just
glow,
back
make me
at the
glow.
baseline.
Shine like diamonds, bright as gold, bright as gold, bright as gold. Let those good vibes.
That's a great point by Tyson McGuffin.
I got that
Frometh Pickleball is your new one-stop pickleball shop. The best selection of pickleball gear is in stock and ready to ship from our warehouse. Shop the top brands like Selkirk, Paddletech, Onyx, and Vulcan, as well as the new Fila Pickleball collection of footwear and apparel. Visit us online today at fromethpickleball.com, the official store of the Pro Pickleball Association, an exclusive shop for PPA merchandise.
Pro team at pickleballtournaments.com have unparalleled experience running tournaments, including all professional tours and premier events. We provide professional services to develop, plan, and deliver tournaments that players and fans love. Pickleballtournaments.com, powering pickleball tournaments worldwide.
Selkirk's mission has always been to fuel the pickleball obsession found inside every player.
There is a growing community of pickleball players who consume as much pickleball content as they possibly can.
And that's why we are launching Selkirk TV, which brings the best pickleball content to your smartphone, tablet, and big screen TV. It's pickleball's original and only free TV app. This is 24/7 Pickleball, proudly brought to you by Selkirk.
Go again, until you strike just right, until the ball sings, until the other guy blinks, until the court's clear, and the sun sets, until you see it in your sleep, and wake up swinging. Go again. Till you can't miss, until you can't lose. Go again, and again.
On your six, ladies.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours.
What's your secret? Oh, it's no secret. It's the expert help I got at Food Solutions.
Make an appointment at foodsolutions.com.
Electric feel is in my bones, in my bones, in my bones. Pay me, Koller, make me glow,
Tyson
make me
just
glow,
back
make me
at the
glow.
baseline.
Shine like diamonds, bright as gold, bright as gold, bright as gold. Let those good
That's a great point by Tyson McGuffin.
I got that glow. I got that glow.
I host a show in the kitchen.
I share my workouts in the kitchen.
I roll one sleeve up in the kitchen.
I stream in the kitchen.
I can't cook, but I'm in this kitchen.
I gave my paddle away in the kitchen.
I help keep you fit in the kitchen.
We're all family in the kitchen.
Let's go!
Welcome back to the PPA Championships in Las Vegas, Nevada, brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. We've got the Senior Pro gold medal match. Coming from the winner's bracket, we've got Dave the Badger Weinbach and his partner, Electrum sponsored, Dayne Gingrich. Taking on the pair that you just saw, Kevin Booth and Scott Crandall. This match is officiated by PPA head referee Don Stanley and Peter Chapman. Looks like Dayne's got the Electrum paddle. Scott Crandall over on the other side has the Electrum Pro. Dave has his signature Badger Paddle Tech paddle. And Kevin Booth is sporting the brand new Gearbox paddle.
1-0-1.
They take an early lead, 1-0.
Second serve. 1-0-2.
Just long by Scott. And we're all tied up at 1. Kevin just past the outreached arm of Dave Weinbach.
1-1-2. Great shot. Point. 2-1-2. Slow down. 1-2-1. I got yours. Wait, take. Second, third. 1-2-2. Slow down.
Scott Crandall calls the timeout as it's starting to slip away from them. Dave and Dayne leading 5-1. And we'll take a quick hydration break brought to you by Jigsaw Health.
How do you get what you want? Eric Weinmare, blind man, wanted to climb Mount Everest. My man crazy, but he believed it was possible.
We're going to do it.
And because he believed, he became the first blind person ever to stand on top of the world. Guaranteed Rate believes in your dreams. That's why we treat everyone like we treat our own family and work extra hard to get you the lowest low rate possible. Because if you believe, you will.
Welcome back. I'd like to take a minute and thank some of our sponsors. Acrotech Sports Surfaces, supplying all the paint and court resurfacing for the PPA. Fila Pickleball. Medicaleaf. Foot Solutions. Duper. Takea. Just to name a few. As we resume play at 5-1.
Second serve. Yep. 5-1-2.
Dave with the chainsaw serve.
Side out. Good job, D. Come on. 1-5-1. Ball, that's gone. Second serve. One, 5-2. 252. Nice shot, Dayne. Nice shot. 5-2-1. Second third. Still spinning because I haven't left it. 5-2-2. Yes, sir. Let's go, Dayne. 6-2-2. You. Great job. Great setup, man. Seven, 2-2. Point. I'm out receiving team 8-2-2.
All right, and we have a timeout here at 8-2. We'll be back after a message from some of our sponsors. Welcome back. Game 1. Men's Senior Pro Gold Medal match. The team in red, Dayne and Dave, lead 8-2-2. And he calls Scott Crandall on a foot fault.
Except I cheated. 9-2-2. Yeah, I heard it. Is it for me to call or for you? Well, either one. Okay. I'll recall. 9-2-2. Point. Come on. 10-2-2.
10-2-2, game point.
Point. Game. Switch in.
Game 1 going to Dave and Dayne. 11-2. There's a reason that these two are coming out of the winner's bracket unscathed. But Scott and Kevin aren't done yet when Game 2 returns after a word from some of our sponsors.
One thing I really noticed before I came on to Gearbox, other paddles change over time. They start to slowly deteriorate, and at about that 3 or 4 month mark, just kind of felt dead. And then I would switch to a new paddle, and it was kind of too fast. because then it had to degrade to get into that sweet spot again. I've been using the GX5 for just about a year now. Same paddle that I picked up the first time I hit it. Haven't switched paddles, and it feels exactly the same a year later, and that's huge.
And welcome back to the start of Game 2. Looks like we've got Dayne Gingrich serving to Scott Crandall.
Game 2, time in, 0-0-2. Point. Yeah. You're okay if I put it there, right? You're okay if I put it there? Yeah. Okay. 1-0-2.
Kevin and Scott trying to communicate, seeing what they can do to get things to work.
Yours too, if you want. Not if I only take a half step. I need to take a full measure. I got to return better. Great shot. 2-0-2. Point. Come on. That's what I used to do to court. Come on, focus. That's big. The court angle. Focus. Let's go. 3-0-2. You! Let's go. Point. Go. Keep going. 4-0-2. You! Oh my God! Great drop. Receiving team 5-0-2.
Scott and Kevin call another timeout just to try to slow things down 0-5. See if these two can work something out to try to change the momentum and get back into this as we hear from some of our sponsors. Of the Senior Pro Gold Medal match, Dave Weinbach and Dayne Gingrich up 5-0 as they look to serve and add to their lead.
Time in. 5-0-2.
Dave with the no-looker. Up 6-0 now.
6-0-2. You got it. I got it. No.
Hits the line.
I got it.
And Dave steps in the kitchen. And see if that's the break that Scott and Kevin need to chip away at this lead. ATP blocked by Dave, and Kevin goes right down the middle with that replay here. See that ATP? Kevin sending it right down the middle.
Here we go, D. 1-6-1.
Lob from Scott. And you just can't beat the angles from Dayne there. It would have been pretty hard for the left-handed Scott Crandall to make it that far right of the court to get that ball back with the speed that Dayne put on that. 7-1, they're 4 points away from PPA Championship gold medal. Dave steps in the kitchen. Foot fault, but it doesn't matter because he hits it in the net. Both Don and Peter letting Dave know that his foot was definitely in the kitchen. Three points away now. Scott and Kevin need to get a stop here.
8-1-2.
Dave puts it just wide.
Here we go. Way to get to 8, partner. Good job. Good job. Okay, one more stop. Let me finish this. 1-8-1.
Kevin goes right into the corner.
2-8-1. Yours. Second, third. All you, brother. Yep. 2-8-2. You.
Dave clips the net, sends it back over. Scott's unable to hit it back. Side out.
8-2-1. Second, third. Every turn. 8-2-2. You. Yours. Way to be there, Dave. I will be there, my man.
Kevin wasn't able to get his hands over quick enough to get that put in the right spot.
Yes, sir.
9-2.
Yes, sir. 9-2-2.
Dave sends that one a little long.
2-9-1. Second, third. 2-9-2. You.
See, I thought that ball was a little long, but Kevin still hit it. Hits it wide. Side out.
9-2-1.
We have match point coming up right here. 10-2-1. They'll have 2 chances to take on the gold medal right here. Dave with the lob serve to the stratosphere. Hits the net. Didn't work out for him that time.
10-2-2.
Right past Dave.
One more stop. 2-10-1.
Dave hits it into the net. 3-10-1. So we see the point of the night again. Kevin Booth putting it away down the middle. Dave puts that into the body of Scott to where his paddle can't get to it in time. 5-10-2. 5-10-2. Dave wasn't able to reestablish his feet before pushing off there, having it being a foot fault. It is 6-10-2.
6-10-2.
The Ernie by Dayne, and Dave puts it away.
Yes, sir. 10-6-1.
And Dave puts it away for the gold medal. And there you have it, your silver medalists being Scott Crandall and Kevin Booth. And your Las Vegas PPA Championship brought to you by Guaranteed Rate gold medalists Dave Weinbach and Dayne Gingrich, sorry. And that's all we have for tonight, folks. Tune in tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time for men's and women's pro doubles. And then later that night, we'll have the mixed gold medal match. Until next time,